We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
So, welcome everybody near and far, Australia, worldwide. This is day number 4 of the Australian Junior Athletics Championships, 100th edition, all brought to you by Chemist Warehouse. We have a stack of racing on this afternoon. It's already started here this morning with some of our 400-metre events that went off the men's under-18, women's under-18 and 17 400s. We've got triple jump going on down here. You'll see out on the track. We have our women's under-17 5,000-metre race walk. Plenty happening, but maybe one of the most interesting parts of the morning, we'll get to Nick Wall shortly because he's down at our high jump where there is a group of class competitors. We've got discus, we've got javelin, we've got it all. Nick Wall, good morning to you out there on the athletics track, and walk us through what you're standing in front of at the moment.
How appropriate, Mitch. Walk us through it. We've got the walk going on around us, but standing behind me, over my right shoulder, you'll see the under-17 high jump, but over my left shoulder here, you've got the under-18 high jump. We talked yesterday about jumping your way to Port of Spain or jumping your way to Trinidad and Tobago for that Youth Commonwealth Games team later this year. Well, there are 2 ladies here who are in unbelievable form this season. You've got Isabel Lewison-Rowe of New South Wales and Toby Stolberg of Queensland. Both ladies up over the 180 mark this season. They are phenomenal talents, following in obviously the vein of Nicole Oslagers from New South Wales, obviously our Olympic star, and also Eleanor Patterson, both 2-metre jumpers now in Australia. Incredible to say we've got these 2-metre jumpers. But these girls are going to highlight the action down here from the high jump. The under-17s, they're going to be jumping high heights as well, but we're probably going to have a lot of focus here on this under-18 high jump. Meanwhile, around me on both the back straight and the front straight, we've got under 15 and 16 heptathlon long jump for the boys and also the girls. So Mitch, it's another perfect Queensland day. It's incredible. It's about 28 degrees, or it's going to build to about 28 degrees. There is not a breath of wind here. So we've talked about over the last couple of days being a little bit swirly. We saw those fast 400s this morning. Why? Because it was perfect conditions for running fast.
Well, Nick, touching on those 400s, obviously they weren't on the stream, but how impressive was that women's under-18 event? Came down to McAuliffe and Pasquale, who obviously has had a pretty busy week, the young Victorian. Became $40,000 richer to kick it off on Easter Monday, winning the stall gift. But what a race that was this morning between McAuliffe, who was our under-20 champion 2 weeks ago, and has now come back and taken out another national title. That was certainly something to watch. Nick, while we're talking about the high jump, as you mentioned, over your right-hand shoulder, the under-18s, I know you said 180, but how high into these 180s might we see these women jump, and could we see a 190 possibly?
Oh, look, it'd be huge if you got up to 190, but Isabel Lewison-Rowe has actually jumped 184 this season, been over 182 as well, and Toby's been over 181. But incredibly, between the two of them, they've had nearly, what have they had? They've had 10 World Commonwealth Youth qualifiers between them, which is that 176. So you'll see the bar at the moment on 164 it is, and the third attempt at the moment for the under-18 women, and the under-17 women at the moment at the same height, just a little bit less progressed through the competition. But look, if we can see something in those mid-180s, remembering that Izzy, the New South Wales athlete, coached by her mum, S&C specialist as well, she's only 15, turning 16. So that's incredible high jumping for someone of that age. So, yeah, I think if we can get the two of them over 180 and then press from there, I'll go have a look at what the progression is going to be, Mitch. That'll give us a good idea too, because as you know, the progressions vary based on how many athletes in the competition. But at the moment, we've been going up in 3 centimetre lots. It'll change to 2 centimetres shortly.
Have either of the jumpers started their campaign, Nick, or are they going to wait a little bit longer before they get into it? Do you know that at all, or?
So just the camera. Just a couple of steps, is that all right? Just a couple there. Cool, there, perfect, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
Oh, well, you're getting an insight into how Nick operates down there. So he's making his way to the table, and once he gets there, I'll throw the indicator down to him. He's a busy man, Nick Wall. As I mentioned out on the track at the moment, though, it's our women's under 17 5,000 metre race walk. And before I get into that, Nick, what do you got?
So, Mitch, Izzy's going to come in the competition at 170, and Toby's going to come in at the same height of 170. So they've both going to pass until that and enter there. You've also got Zoe Peacock, who's going to come in at 170 as well, the Queenslander.
167.
So 167 the bar's going to now, and then we're going to see some real serious action as the bar goes up to 170. And three of our highest ranked competitors will join at 170. But the bar at the moment going up to 1.67 metre. Our under 18s at the moment on their first attempt. We'll call you through these. That's Batten, the West Australian. She was fantastic in the last 2 days in the heptathlon. Here she is returned to the high jump, one of the events she won in that highly competitive heptathlon over the last 2 days here at the Chemist Warehouse Australian Junior Athletics Championships. For those up in the crowd watching, closest to you is the under 17 women's high jump. And on the far side, the ladies are jumping for a ticket to Trinidad and Tobago for those Youth Commonwealth Games, where 176 is that qualifying mark. We already have two ladies this season beyond 180 in an event that is just absolutely booming in Australia. Obviously, that 2 metre mark no longer is a limit here to our Australian female high jumpers, and it's inspiring these young women all around Australia to jump higher and higher as Appel from New South Wales goes over first attempt at 167.
So, wait for our three women to enter there at 170, 167 on the bar of the high jump. Thanks to Nick's Wall, we'll be crossing down to him quite frequently in the field here. And in our women's under 17 5,000 metre race walk, there's plenty happening. The race leader with just over 800 metres left in this 5,000 metre event. So you can see the drink station set back up on that back straight. Plenty of sunshine beaming down here in Brisbane this morning for day number 4, the 100th edition of the Australian Junior Athletic Championships, all brought to you by Chemist Warehouse. It's the final stop of the summer series here in 2023. So our women's under 17 walk out on the track here. Under 17 and under 18 high jump going on. Heptathlon long jumps going on down there as well. Triple jumps, everything happening. But at the moment on the track, it's our women's under 17 5,000 metre race walk. And leading out this event will be Jessie Bectus of New South Wales. Seeing a picture here from New South Wales coming through as well. She'll have 2 laps remaining. And Nick will throw down to you in the field for an update.
Thanks, Mitch. So, slightly different progressions here in the 17 and the 18 ladies high jump. On that pit closest to us, the bar's now moved to 166, and we have 4 competitors left, or 4 competitors over the 163 previous height. You've got Danielle Jones of Queensland, who got over 163 and 160 to first attempt. Sienna Cox of Queensland, who won first attempt clearance at 63, but it took 2 attempts at 60. Amaya Wayne of New South Wales has a clean sheet, as does Dorothy Dew of Victoria. So 2 athletes at the moment with a fully clean sheet. The 2 Queenslanders have got a miss each on the count back. But all can change as they attempt their first height here at 166, a first height clearance, and it puts you back in the pole position to be on that podium later today in the under-17 women's high jump. With our 4 competitors about to attempt 166 being Danielle Jones and Sienna Cox of Queensland, Amaya Wayne of New South Wales, and Dorothy Dew of Victoria.
So thank you, Nick. Plenty happening down there in the infield. But coming down this home straight will be your national champion for the women's under-17 5,000 metre race walk. So Brave Racing here, been out on her own for the vast majority. And watch the clock here, it's 24:07. So great racing there by Jessie Bectus of New South Wales. Plenty of walking on the track here as our silver medalist comes down. Rebecca Tehan. So New South Wales competitor there comes down for the silver. Slap to go there for our Victorian. Ariana Pashatina. So we await the rest of this field. Another bell down there. So 1 lap remaining for a few of our women down here. So in fact, Zoe Woods and Sienna Pitcher were 1-2 there in that women's under-17 5,000 metre race walk. And so we will head down to Nick Wall with an update in the high jump.
Thanks, Mitch. So 5 jumpers are about to start their competition at 170. Sorry, 3 jumpers are about to start their competition at 170, and 2 jumpers will be continuing. One of those, the first jumper in the competition, will be a Victoria Kulisic. She just passed at 167, but she'll come in here at 170 after clean sheet so far. Zoe Peacock, the Queenslander, will attempt 170 as she enters the competition. We've talked already about Toby Stolberg and also, obviously, Isabel Lewison-Rowe, the 2 Commonwealth Youth qualified athletes. They're about to start their competition at 170 also. While the New South Welsh woman, Vanessa Appel, is going to start at 170 here. Is going to continue at 170 here after currently having a clean sheet through the competition. So 4 jumpers remain in the 17s. They are getting very close to the 3rd round, though, of their competition there. Whilst the women in the under-18, it's just heating up as the bar goes to 170. First attempt for our 5 competitors left. That's Toby on the runway now, you'll see. So it just takes a pause. So So nice first clearance there, Toby Stolberg, Queensland, over at 170. Wayne of New South Wales will have one attempt left at 166 in the under-17s.
So Nick with plenty down there at the high jump.
Mitch, it is.
A brief update on this women's under-17 walk while we've got the time. So it is Kiara Casillas of New South Wales. She ended up with the bronze, 26.55. Ariana Pashatina, Victoria, 27.14. Rebecca Teen of Queensland, 27.50. Layla Williams, New South Wales, now in 6th with the 28.21. And Brooke Newbury of New South Wales, also 28.51 in 7th. Here in our women's under-17 5,000 metre race walk to go over those again. The winner, obviously awaiting the judges, but Zoe Woods of New South Wales with a 24.07. Sienna Pitcher of New South Wales, 24.47. And Kiara Casillas of New South Wales as well in a 26.55. That was your gold, silver and bronze in the under-17 5,000 metre race walk. Still out on the track. With plenty of walking action to follow from here. And as Nick Wall mentioned earlier this morning, very warm conditions out here in day number 4. Not a breath of wind, just all beautiful sunshine of Queensland. Up and over now in the women's high jump. That's great jumping down there, Nick.
It is, Mitch. So you've just seen Isabel Lewison-Rowe clear that 170 first height on the far side. And closest to me, our medalists are now decided. Now it's just about the order. So in the under-17 age group, we're left with the 2 Queenslanders, and Dorothy Dew is the only athlete at the moment with a clean sheet through. So she's got the gold in her grasp if she can continue that clean sheet. And she'll be joined by, at 169, she'll be joined by Jones and Cox of Queensland. So the 3 medalists decided in the under-17 high jump now. It's just a case of which order. While second attempt here, Vanessa Rappel in the under-18 high jump at 170. Nice aggressive run through, takes it well. So Vanessa clears that 170 height. And will continue to raise the bar. So new height will be 173, Mitch. And we have 5 jumpers still in the under-18. Mitch, I can
So plenty still in it at the under-18s. Thank you very much, Nick. Well, I'll tell you what, you're doing well. You've got the official merchandise on your head. So keeping that sun away as best you can. I see you walking down to that table, so we get a very good indication. You said 5 jumpers still in it there. Some haven't quite entered the competition, or they've just entered now. So 173, Nick, correct me if I'm wrong here.
Yes, Mitch. 5 jumpers remain. 2 jumpers have had 1 miss so far on their sheet. But the other 3 jumpers clean sheets through. So obviously we saw Lewison-Rowe and Stolberg come in for the first time there without a problem. So this is 173. So this is starting to heat up now in terms of some personal best heights. So it's just a lean in there from the New South Wales competitor there on attempt number 1. That's Victoria Kalisic. So that's her first miss of the competition at 173, Mitch.
So our women's under-17 walk has now rounded out. And apologies here in front of me, I've been given a list in time order, not hip number. So For those who are wondering why I might have called the wrong name, I promise it's not a reading issue. It's just how it's been given to me in front of me. So I'll do my best in this next race because I think I've got it in the same format. There's 19 women going off in this under 18 5,000 metre race walk. National record held by none other than Katie Hayward, an Olympian back in 2016. Time of 21:39. Blistering walking there from Katie Hayward. So, as I mentioned, there's 19 here in this race. We'll call them out as they start to get out onto the line. But going to ones to watch from South Australia will be Daisy Braithwaite, Ava Pinches of New South Wales, and Katie Bogas. Well, some of these women are walking well up. In fact, try being 15 years of age for Bogas. We actually saw her earlier in the championships. And Katie Bray of Queensland as well, followed with Millie Sharp, Grace Beck. Some medalists from that under 16 3,000 metre event. Step up to the 5,000. It'll be a big, big walk from Katie Bogas if she can get into the middle position. Let me read it out to you as they go. But you'll see them sprawled out on this start line here. 1 through 19. And I will read them out. So they might come up on your screen. Bear with me. Daisy Braithwaite. I don't have them in their number order. You'll see what I'm talking here. So I'm just going to read the names as they've been given to me. Daisy Braithwaite of South Australia, Avia Pinches of New South Wales, Katie Bogas, WA, Madison Nash, Victoria, Chelsea Roberts, New South Wales, Amber Norton, Queensland, Grace Beck, New South Wales, Ashanti Heap from Queensland, Millie Sharp, Queensland, Hannah Djogovic of the ACT, Emily Smith from Victoria, Layla Byatt from New South Wales, Ella Munro from New South Wales, Phoebe Chadwick from Queensland, Chelsea Ulbrich from New South Wales, Julia Grocott from the ACT, Lily Houston from Queensland, Katie Bray from Queensland, and Jasmine Crabb from South Australia. That's how they'll read. Not in that hip number order, though. Again, just want to stress that, just so I can make the point that that wasn't read out in hip number order. That was seed time order, I believe. So in the starters' hands now. And that high jump, once they get started, we might even go down to Nick Wall, see if there's an update at that high jump. Not quite yet, but once this race begins, we'll throw it down to Nick, who I think it's fair to say between us, Nick, I'll let you ponder this. I know you've already always been a fan of the high jump. I've fallen in love with it thanks to Air Baden this year, but it's been probably one of our favourite events to cover this weekend. So it's great that the under-18 women, the best field of high jump in front of us here. So we'll let this race start and we'll throw straight down to Nick Wall as they sort themselves out. 5,000 metres. A long way to be walking around the athletics track. In fact, 12 and a half laps to be exact. So we're away in our women's under 18 5,000 metre race walk championship of Australia. And as they go around, Nick Wall, I'll throw down to you for an update of the high jump.
Thanks, Mitch. Third attempts here in the under 18. So 4 jumpers left. Vanessa Opel's going to come out next at her third attempt in the under 18 women. And I did a disservice to Zoe Peacock before. She jumped 182 at the Open Under 20 Championships just last week up here, Mitch. So we've got 3 of the ladies here who've been over 180, not just 2. So it's an incredible field here. And Vanessa here will be a third attempt. Nice clearance. So Appel gets over, so it leaves 4 women in this high jump competition in the under 18s. We're still deciding the medal in the under 17s closest to you, with Jones on the high jump run up at the moment. I saw a nice clutch dump from Dorothy Dew just before her. But the under 18 women continue to raise the bar, with 4 ladies moving the height onto 176, which is that Commonwealth Youth Games qualifying standard. The under 17s, meanwhile, at 172, Mitch, second attempt.
So, stick with Nick Wall down there, 172, and plenty of jumping in the women's under 18 high jump as well. And about to get the hip numbers delivered to me, but I don't need the hip numbers to tell you that that's Daisy Braithwaite of South Australia out in front. I mentioned that she has the fastest time in this field, 25.26 to her name, the South Australian. So I'm going to assume that that's Braithwaite. Very talented, that South Australian walking stable, getting stronger and stronger. A lot coached by none other than Jared Talent. So could be a product of that. Daisy Braithwaite, the Victorian behind. I'll go ahead and say it's Madison Nash. Maybe Pinches there. And possibly Amber Norton of Queensland. But again, I'll wait for the hip numbers officially to tell me where we're at. And out in front from South Australia, Daisy Braithwaite. Just putting a bit of distance into this field. So the fastest seed time belongs to Daisy Braithwaite. Gap back to a group of 2. 5 metres spotted to the next competitor. And then a string of them behind there. So it's Braithwaite, the South Australian, leading it out here. Victoria, New South Wales behind. It in fact could even be another of our New South Wales competitors just sitting a little further off that chase pack, we'll call them. But what they're after at the moment is our competitor from South Australia in this women under 18 5,000 metre race walk. So Daisy Braithwaite leading it out. Sitting in behind there. From New South Wales and Victoria will go down into the field while they sort themselves out. Nick Wall.
So we've just completed this under 17 competition here, Mitch, and it's Danielle Jones who ended up taking the victory. The first time a clearance at that 169, so she's going to take the victory from Dorothy Dew, who had some terrific jumps in there, and Sienna Cox of Queensland in the bronze medal position. Interestingly, down here at the moment, the under 18 ladies with some of the longer run-ups are having to manage their preparation through the walks at the same time. So there's a little bit of a pause motion to make sure, because the walk is unlike a distance event, they're quite spread out around the track. So you've really got to pick your moment to tackle your jumping. The breeze is not really too relevant, but, you know, you might just wait for that windsock to totally die before you come down and attempt. So the ladies got a few things here they're managing in this under 18 high jump as the bar goes to that 176 Commonwealth Youth Games height. And at the moment, it's a first-time miss for Peacock, Stolberg and Appel. So 3 first-time misses so far. So Lewis and Rowe at the moment.
All the way down there.
So Lewis and Rowe is on the runway, ready to take her first attempt at 76. But at the moment, the other 3 competitors first-time misses. So this is a big chance for Lewis and Rowe to take the virtual lead in the competition, Mitch.
So we'll keep a mindful eye down there at the high jump. We'll throw back to Nick sporadically. In fact, sorry to cut you off there, Nick. We'll see exactly what you're talking about. Has to wait now for a group of our walkers to come through. So briefly, I'll update you here. It's still Daisy Braithwaite in total control from South Australia, and Victoria, New South Wales behind there. And we'll get a bit of a look on who this is. And I think sitting there, Madison Nash of Victoria, New South Wales on her inside. Nick, I'll throw back to you. We've had a clearance.
Yeah, so Lewis and Rowe over at the first attempt. So takes the lead in the competition with that 176 first height, a clearance. So now the other ladies, you've got Zoe Peacock at the moment here. As I said, 182 only 10 days ago. And she's up and over, so 176. Second time a clearance for Zoe Peacock. Up and over. Now puts the pressure on Stolberg and also Appel. So we've got 2 New South Welsh women, 2 Queenslanders. Toby here with her second attempt now. Toby Stolberg, she's been over 180 plus this season, so looking here for that 176 second attempt. She's over 2, Mitch. The ladies are in hot form down here. Vanessa Appel now. She's the next one to come through. You'll see her standing there with the official, just the officials, the high jump ref here helping out of when's an appropriate time to find a gap in these walkers. Not one of the problems that I thought we'd be encountering today. I've certainly seen it at tracks before, maybe with some very unusually long high jump run-ups and the 400 metre hurdles. You don't often see those events trying to clash too often. But the walks, because of the spread, as we talked about, the high jumpers, it's just an extra thing for them to focus on, Mitch. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's good for them to not have to be thinking about the bar too much when they're worried about when I'm going to go, and then they just take the bar with ease, which so far the ladies have been doing. So Vanessa Appel, she's fast on her approach. Sights it early, not that one, so she gets one more attempt. So at the moment she's 4th in the competition on count back. But she's got one more attempt. So 3 ladies over, Mitch. One more attempt for Appel, the New South Welsh woman. Mitch, I might go back to you for the walk while Vanessa just goes back and chats to her coach.
Well, thanks very much there, Nick. Leading it out still is Daisy Braithwaite. That hasn't been broken up whatsoever. Ava Pinches of New South Wales. She currently sits in that second spot. So the 1-2 fastest times will sit in the 1-2 positions. And Madison Nash of Victoria, she sits in that 3rd spot. So a little bit further back now from Pinches sits Nash. But they've got 60 metres to catch up for the South Australians. So really class race walking here by Daisy Braithwaite. We'll get a good split as she comes around to this start-finish line. We'll get a little stopwatch on just how fast she's going per lap here, the South Australian. Behind there, I mentioned, is Pinches. Nash not far away. Boger's, well, she's only 15 years of age. She was in that under-16 3,000 metre walk. Well, now she's in the under-18 5,000 metre event. So keep an eye out for the Western Australian in Katie Bogers, because she's not in a medal position per se, but much younger than some of these competitors out ahead of her. So it is still going to be Braithwaite leading it out from Pinches. Not done with yet is Madison Nash, the Victorian. Just maybe happy to spot a little bit of meterage. And Nick, I'll throw down to you. We've had a miss at the high jump.
So Mitch, we are left with 3 jumpers here at the high jump. So Vanessa Appel, really good competition there. But 3rd time miss at 176. So it leaves our 3 Youth Commonwealth Games qualified athletes to tackle the next height of 179. So that'll be Toby Stolberg of Queensland. Isabel Lewison-Rowe, who currently leads with a full clean sheet through. Oh, sorry, 178 we're going to move to, not 179, I apologise. 178. And Toby Stolberg's currently in 2nd with Zoe Peacock in 3rd in the competition at the moment on countback. So our high jump officials here doing their absolute meticulous best and checking our heights. Obviously very important. We're talking about qualifying for international teams. Mitch and the three ladies all have sought some advice from their coaches. They go that 178. It seems like such a small incremental increase, doesn't it? 2 centimetres, Mitch, but it's going to be the make or break difference between potentially these ladies making a team of their first international team for most of them. So Zoe Peacock now, she's going to be the first to go in the competition. It's currently in third. First time here would really help not to be on that time. So first time miss for Peacock. Not quite as fast through the runway as a couple of the girls we've seen so far. Isabel has decided to pass
Nick,
at 178,
looked a bit
Mitch.
rushed there, even the lead up.
A little bit. But the interesting one here is I've just heard, so Isabel has decided to pass this height at 178. So she's going to wait for the next height. So Toby Stolberg here has decided she's going to, if she gets a first time of clearance here, she puts the pressure on Isabel. So Toby Stolberg just going to wait for these walkers. She's going to go first time attempt at 178. She's the tallest of the three jumpers. So that little pitter patter now, fast approach, the arms go, she leans in, she's over. So over at the first time, so the new leader in the competition now, Toby Stolberg with a first time of clearance at 178. But again, reminder, Isabel Lewison-Rowe, clean sheet, but decided to pass this height. But at the moment, Toby Stolberg becomes your leader in the competition. This is going to be absolute ripper here, Mitch. I hope we can stay with this for as long as possible. As we cut back to you to the walks, while your second jumper here is going to be Zoe Peacock.
Thank you, Nick. We'll keep a close eye on that down there. We'll be back to you very shortly. We heard yesterday from Nara Nang. Her start in international athletics came from this Youth Olympic, or Commonwealth Games team, I should say, up and hits. So another miss there at this height. Also important, getting over them on that first attempt, or at least ahead of your competitors. So plenty of action down there at the high jump. Out in front here in the race walk, it hasn't changed all that much. Daisy Braithwaite still leading it out. Ava Pincher's not far away. Madison Nash, the Victorian. They're your 1, 2, 3 in the medals at the moment. And Nick, these other little elements of this high jump, you've called them so well, biding your time between the other events out on the track and the race walk, which is difficult in and of itself. But outside of the fact it's in a beautiful part of the country, it's an important team to make if you can get there.
Again, please, Robbie. Yeah, Mitch. So Zoe Peacock just getting some technical advice here from her coach over at the fence. So the use of the iPad this week, you've seen it in front of us there. We had Vin Pascoe filming every race of the championships in front of us, but these technical coaches particularly really using technology to their advantage. I don't know what they used to do when they were doing the before the Fosbury flop and they were running straight in the bar into sand pits with that technology, how they gave feedback. But now these high jump coaches giving great advice. And I think Zoe Peacock's made the decision to pass her third attempt, so she has. So Peacock's realised she can't, this height clearance wouldn't actually help her progress in the medal standings. So she's chasing that trip, that team. She's guaranteed the bronze. So she's decided if she can get a first time clearance at the new height, which would be 180, then suddenly she goes back into potentially into the gold medal position. So she's bronze at the moment. The 78 doesn't help her. So she's going to come back into the competition at 1 metre 80 as we have. And the order will be, again, Zoe Peacock, who will have only one attempt remaining, Toby Stolberg and Isabel Lewison-Rowe. This is edgy as seat stuff down here, Mitch. Love it.
So plenty happening down there at the high jump. On the track, it's worth mentioning, so Daisy Braithwaite's been out here by herself in this women's under-18 5,000 metres. Always very hard to do, but it was a good 60, 70 metres ahead of Ava Pincher's, and that's been brought back to, I'm going to call it 30 metres ahead of me here. So watch this space. They'll come down with 4 laps to go soon. Pincher's, she's done well to drop off the Victorian and Madison Nash, but don't be surprised if we see this New South Wales athlete work their way up the track. Nick, another attempt here ahead of us in the high jump though.
Well, that's the end of Zoe Peacock. She raised the bar up to that 1 metre 80, so she missed 2 attempts at 178. So she actually leaves the competition as a 176 clearance, despite the bar now being at 180. But she'll take the bronze medal. She should be very happy with that one. I mean, look, it's a World Youth qualifier, but unfortunately, she's third. And what an incredible depth we have in this event. Some events here, we haven't had any qualifiers for the whole summer. Here we've got 3 ladies doing it in the same competition in the qualifying event. So Toby Stolberg's going to be the next on the runway. She's the second of the 2 Queenslanders. We saw how fast she attacked the last one. She's got that little pitter-patter first couple of steps. Then she really launches into it with a strong arm drive. So Stolberg, she'll be next on the runway. But Mitch, I'll give you an update as we move to 1 metre 80. First attempts for both Stolberg and Lewis and Rowe.
The technical side of the high jump is so fascinating, obviously, these countbacks and being able to move up heights without a clearance and really take the competition on is always amazing to me. Is in this race walking event, I told you a matter of 200 metres ago that the lead is starting to be chipped away at by our New South Wales athlete in Pinches, and Madison Nash of Victoria. Well, she was 10 metres off Pinches. She's now right on the shoulder. They're chasing Braithwaite. It was 60 metres. I called it at 30 nearly a lap ago. It's about 15 to 20 now. So they are closing in. And in fact, Pinches was clutching at the abdominal area. Maybe a stitch for the young New South Wales athlete there. So Pinches, she'll be sitting in the bronze and walking up the track. She was off the back of Pinches. She was nowhere near Braithwaite. But all of a sudden, in the matter of 400 metres, Victoria's Madison Nash is going to put herself in with a chance for the gold. Nick, down there at the high jump.
Yeah, so Isabel Lewis and Rowe's gone over at the first attempt at 1 metre 80, so she continues to remain in that gold medal position now. So Toby Stolberg, second attempt coming up, but Isabel Lewis and Rowe, and just so smooth and probably a lot more power than what we've seen from some of the other high jumpers. A lot of them have got a rhythm and some beautiful technical, but just absolute brute power from Isabel Lewis and Rowe there. Unsurprising, as we said, Mum's the coach and also supposedly an S&C expert. I'll hopefully try and reach out to her during this high jump. Mitch, as we get the bar a little bit higher, I'm going to try and find her on the fence. But Toby Stolberg's going to be the next one to attempt. I think she's going to wait for a couple of the next handful of walkers. As our walkers move to keep using that drink station down the back straight, I might make my way across there shortly too and hydrate. It is getting very, very warm, and as I said, no wind and no breeze really to relieve us. But Stolberg, she's probably going to be attempting this in the next couple of seconds.
Nick, I'm going to jump in here because this is really changing up. The Victorian, well, I've been calling it in drips and drabs between this elite high jumping event that we have going on down there. Nick, you're calling so beautifully, but Madison Nash of Victoria, she's moved from the bronze. We were a good 15 metres off our New South Wales athlete in Pinches. She moved right around the shoulder there. They could sense that Braithwaite was starting to get a little bit tired out in front of the South Australian. She's been brave, but the Victorian now will launch it herself from bronze to gold. So it's Madison Nash of Victoria leading it out. Daisy Braithwaite and Avia Pinches now just sitting, as I said, in that bronze position, but might even go around Daisy Braithwaite here. Will Pinches was clutching at the abdominal area maybe for a stitch a little earlier, but seems to have found a second wind here. So they've got a kilometre left to race. 20.03 through 4 kilometres there. That's for Madison Nash. Pinches not far away. Braithwaite going to try and get on the back of the New South Wales athlete if she can, but being brave out in front the entire way here. So out in front, the Victorian Madison Nash. She'll be on a personal best pace here in this National Under-18 Women's Final. It's Nash, the Victorian. A good gap then back to Pinches. And Daisy Braithwaite sitting in that bronze medal position. So under a kilometre of racing here in the Women's Under-18 5,000 metre Race Walk Championship of Australia. Nick, down there at the high jump though, we want some rhythm.
Let's get the whole crowd behind her here. She's asked for the clap. Toby Stolberg up and over. And the support you've already seen Isabel Lewison-Rowe over, and she was one of the loudest here clapping in her competitor there. I love it down here at the high jump. They just want to see each other keep going higher. And they certainly are going high. 180, so a third time a clearance for Toby Stolberg to stay in the competition. 182 the bar's going to move to Isabel Lewison-Rowe. Clean sheet so far over 180, but a clutch jump there from Toby Stolberg. And I love the crowd support and the other competitors getting behind her. But Mitch, back to that walk, as the action is all about field and track.
Certainly is, Nick. Can't be left unsaid. That battle down there at the high jump. So over 180 for both on different clearances, but battling it out, not just for the gold medal, but to see who can jump that highest for that Youth Commonwealth Games team. Both have the qualifiers down there, so the gold, an added little bonus to that. So back to the track briefly here for the race walk. And plenty happening in this women's under-18 5,000 metre event. It's still the Victorian leading it out there, Madison Nash. And Ava Pinches, I mentioned she might have found a second wind a little bit earlier. She's just really putting her foot on the accelerator to try and bridge that gap to the Victorian. So Victoria, New South Wales, South Australia is how it'll read. Braithwaite sitting in that bronze position. So I've said, did a lot of that work early, just went up the track and said, come and catch me if you can. So we might have a new race leader here. Is Ava Pinches of New South Wales has put her head down and found a little bit of speed. So she goes right around the Victorian there in Madison Nash, who will have to lift to try and get on the back of our New South Wales competitor, but going to leave plenty of work to do here. Has picked her moment, has Pinches. Here's the bell. Nash gets it now too. And she's asked the crowd just how far. She's walking her way up this track to a commanding lead at the moment. So the bronze medalist in Daisy Braithwaite will hear the bell here too. And Nick, down there at the high jump, a miss.
So we saw the excitement of the third height clearance or third attempt clearance at 180 for Toby. Came back there, just probably rushed that one a little bit. But still, I think definitely there's more heights in her. But Isabel Lewison-Rowe now is going to be the next competitor to go. She's only going to be a couple of seconds away here, Mitch, if you can stay with us. This is huge. This is to get us up to over 182. As we said, still the virtual leader in the competition. But first time attempt here at 182 for the New South Wales athlete. We might let that walk continue to go, Mitch. They're just going to wait for these walkers on the back straight.
So we'll get back down to that high jump shortly, but what a performance this has been from Ava Pinches, the New South Wales athlete. 150 metres to go to be crowned the national champion. She's been in every medal position throughout this 5,000 metre event. She sat there in second, dropped back to third, and with 500 metres to go, she decided to make her move. So Pinches of New South Wales comes down this home straight now. It's been a dominant final lap here from the New South Wales athlete. She'll be just a touch over that 25-minute marker. It's been brave racing from Ava Pinches. She'll take it out, though. The under-18 5,000 metre race walk champion of Australia, Ava Pinches, just over 25. The Victorian now comes down, Madison Nash. She'll take home the silver. Walked up the track and made a race of it and comes home now with some hardware herself. And the bronze medalist here will be Daisy Braithwaite of South Australia. Down to the high jump now, Nick.
And, oh, we got the clap going for Isabel Lewison-Rowe. First miss in the competition, but it was a very close attempt. 182 and beyond, not going to be beyond her reach today. Likewise still for Toby Stolberg, who's up next. These ladies are jumping massive heights. We talked about it earlier, what the inspiration they have in the national stage now in these open ranks. Australian women now jumping 2 metres regularly and being world championship and Olympic medalists. It's what our sport needs, those incredible aspiring role models. So Stolberg just siding the bar, visualising what she needs to do. It's that aggressive left arm up fast. She walks back to the start of our run-up. So the Queenslander looking to add 2 centimetres to her 180 clearance that she's already had today. She jumped 181 back in November. And since then has a plethora of clearances over that 180 height. So she's added that today. Can she get to 182?
So as we wait for that high jump, just as competitors roll through here in the walk, that gold, silver and bronze of Pinches, Nash and Braithwaite confirmed. And back down to that high jump now.
Oh, the clap was behind her. The crowd really getting involved now here, Mitch. This is what we need on day 4 of these Chemist Warehouse Australian Junior Athletics Championships. I'm going to make sure I don't wander too far into this infield because behind me the hammer is launching as well. Up over that 45-metre mark in the hammer. It's actually quite a difficult place here to avoid some form of injury. You've got remote control cars, hammers, cameramen. It's a busy, action-packed infield. But Isabel Lewis-Rowe now at the top of her mark. 184 she jumped in Sydney about a month ago. It was in part of this Chemist Warehouse tour. It was, in fact. She jumped it that night. She was superb at the Sydney Track Classic. Mitch, I reckon you were on the mic that night down like me here, offering plenty of entertainment. So the clap's behind it. Let's see if you can keep it going in the crowd stand as well. We've got noise down here. Follow the clap in here of Isabel. Oh, just leans in early.
So we'll get back down to Nick Wall soon, as our women's under 18 5,000 metre race walk continues to finish off here at day number 4 of the Australian Junior Athletic Championships, all brought to you by Chemist Warehouse. Been some great racing out here on the track. Can't stress enough how hard these conditions are. Just nothing but heat beaming down here in Brisbane on this beautiful Sunday. And so we'll throw back down to you, Nick. Look pretty comfortable down there on that high jump mat.
I'm not feeling any pressure at all here, Mitch. It's very comfy here on this mat. But Toby Stolberg's at the top of the run-up here. 3rd attempt at 182. She's going to ask for some crowd support again. She's going to wait for her 2 Queensland compatriots walking past her. And then we're going to try to clap her in to get over this 182. We're 6 centimetres beyond that Youth Commonwealth standard. Here we go. The slow clap begins. It's going to speed up with her aggressive run-up. Toby Stolberg, Queensland, 182, 3rd attempt. Great competition for Toby Stolberg. She's going to exit at 180. But now comes down to Isabel Lewis-Rowe. Can she get over this 182 and take the bar a little bit higher? We promised you some 180 clearances. We've had 2 ladies over it. Can we stretch it a little bit higher here? But a great competition again. Well done, Toby Stolberg, Queensland, silver medalist in the under-18 women's high jump.
Some great jumping down there. Thanks very much, Nick. Some of our final competitors making their way around here in the women's under-18 5,000 metre race walk. And keep a focus on that high jump. We're not going too far away. In fact, Nick, we'll go back to you now.
So this is our third attempt. Let's get behind Isabel here. She wants the crowd noise. She loves it. She knows she can perform under pressure. She did at the Sydney Track Classic. What can we go here? Oh, not to be on this occasion, but that is your gold medalist in the under-18 women's high jump. Absolute class we've seen here. Zoe Peacock was superb. She'll be your bronze medalist. Toby Stolberg of Queensland, the silver medalist. And great jump in there. So Isabel Lewis-Rowe takes the victory in a Youth Commonwealth qualifying standard again of 1.80 metre. But what a morning here at the high jump, Mitch.
An absolute cracker, Nick. Great work down there. Congratulations to our competitors in that high jump. We'll take a quick break up here in the commentary box. And when we come back, there'll be plenty of track and field action to round out day number 4 of the Australian Junior Track and Field Championships.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
So we're back here. Told you, don't go too far. We've got plenty of track and field, field and track, however you want to call it, action, whatever it is. It's going to be all good here this afternoon. Up shortly. And I believe we'll have Nick Wall up in the box for this one. It's the women's 100 metre hurdles, under 18 and under 17 events. Then they'll go into the men's, followed by some under 17 and under 18 1500s. Some 100 prelims into 100 finals this afternoon. Some more 1500s from there, as well as the back end of our heptathlon and para 100s. It's all happening here on day number 4. As I see Nick now walking across the track. So it's been a cracking few days. I mean, how good was it yesterday to listen to the likes of Nara Nang? Can't be stressed just how great an athlete she is, not just in the state of Queensland, but on a global scale. 7th best 100 metre runner of all time in Australian history is Nara Nang. Transitioned from the long jump and had some great words of advice and pearls of wisdom, you could even call it, for the viewers yesterday. So we've got the hammer throw going on out there. It's the men's under 17 hammer throw. Nick mentioned he needed to be careful. We've got a 56 metre throw up out there. And we've our final competitor in the women's race walk. So great walking and great to finish it off down here. I know you can't see it, but Jasmine Crabb, want to give you your moment in the sun. You deserve it. So Crabb will finish it off here from South Australia. Great walking from her, and on your screen it is our men's under 17 hammer throw. And as I said, there are some big throwers here in this field. some out over that 56-metre marker. So our South Australian rolls in there now. So we'll see just how far he can launch this hammer. The hurdle's coming out onto the track. South Australian grips it, rips it. Jeepers. That's around the 50-metre mark. Didn't like it, though. Steps out the front. So probably wasn't a fact of not liking it. It was more, I think, the trajectory of the young man just propelled him over the front of the box. And we have our Queenslander now walking in there. So that was Shoaf. And jumping in now, I believe, is Wang. So lets it rip. Just out over 35. Probably not that 40-metre mark. But we'll wait and see. Could this be Lachlan McGowan, maybe? The Victorian. 48.50 his best. I've been telling you that there's someone who can throw over 56. Well, that's Kai Garrett of New South Wales. So 37.17 there. Victorian into the ring. One of the cooler events to watch, the hammer throw. Just how fast and strong they need to be. It's a lethal combination. In the ring now. The Victorian, clips the side of the cage on the way through. He'll let it play, though. He steps out the back of the ring. He'll allow that one to remain next to his name for this competition. So Queenslander in the ring now. So apologies, that was Sandlin. So this is Connor Hopgood. This is the under-18 men's hammer throw. I apologise here. 2 sheets in front of me. That's Hopgood. Just launched that thing. So Sandlin, who I was just talking about, he can throw 64 metres. And Connor Hopgood, well, he's capable of getting it out over 60 metres. Kai Taylor of New South Wales looks on here in our combined under 18 and 17 hammer throw. We'll await the official distance there for the Queenslander. Now, officials doing great work out in the infield. The hurdle's up next on the track. Sri Saran, I think it is, of New South Wales, and I apologise if I haven't nailed the pronunciation of that last name, but capable of getting into those 40-metre markers and beyond. And so we'll await So into the ring now. What can he do here in the men's under 18 hammer throw? So the man in New South Wales, it's a rip, just overextends in the ring. That'll go straight into the netting.
So our hammer throwers pushing that hammer out over that 50-metre mark. Nice rotation there again around that 50-metre mark for our New South Wales competitor. It's great to see the hammer throwers in the main stadium here at Cusack. So often they don't get to feature in the main stadium. Our hurdlers now are also warming up for their finals. Start list is on your screen. This one's going to be an absolute ripper. Sienna Maltese of WA. Tarlan Parkey of New South Wales. Isabel Palmer, Queensland. Amali Butcher, Victoria. Jacinta Lamprey, New South Wales. Delta Amadovsky next to her from New South Wales. Shamaka Ekoicha, Queensland. And Maya Tedder, New South Wales. So lane 6 and 7 here have qualifying standards for that Youth Commonwealth Games trip. We just talked about the high jump where there was 3 ladies with it. We've got 2 here with the qualifier. Delta also has a long jump gold medal in a qualifier yesterday in that same age group. So you imagine here if she repeats the feat, there's no doubt she's going to be booking herself a trip to the Caribbean. Shot put in the ring. It's the Tasmanian Monday. Tasmanians have been superb again. We've talked about this week in every type of event. That left arm put up just under the 13-metre mark. So the national record here held in this under-18 women's hurdles, of course, is none other than Sally McClellan. Of course, those who are unaware, Sally Pearson. Didn't she become one of the brightest absolute stars of Australian athletics? Of course, still involved. Coaching this season, coaching Hannah Jones, sub-13 second New South Wales athlete. And also on the screens, I believe, up here in Queensland Sport regularly on the news. Sally Pearson, what a superstar she was. Her 13-14 here. These ladies, I don't think they can go 13-14, but they are going to go quite fast. Get down around that mark. So our field being announced to the crowd. We've gone through already on our start sheets here. So Delta has run 13.42 before, and she's run the qualifier 3 times. Jacinta Lamprey has run it twice, and her PB is 13.52. Emily Butcher is on the rise. She was the bronze medalist at the All Schools in this event. Obviously, Delta and Jacinta, the gold and silver medalists last year, both at the Junior Championships and also at the All Schools in Adelaide. The interesting athlete here too is also Isabel Palmer of Queensland, running up an age group. She's the 90-metre hurdles champ from the All Schools in Adelaide. So chosen here to take on the best of the best outside her age group, which in some events doesn't surprise this weekend, but in a technical event like the hurdles where she's had to learn a new distance, good on her. It's going to set up very well, obviously, going forward for following years. So away in the under-18 women's hurdles final, we've already got 2 qualifiers, and they are Delta Amadovsky out wide, Jacinta Lamprey chasing her, and behind them Palmer and also Butcher. But it's Amadovsky. She won the gold medal in the long jump yesterday. 13.03 on the 7+ coverage here. We're just talking about the national record. It's 13.14 of the old famous Sally Pearson. Delta's just taken it. Yesterday we saw back-to-back national records from Gout and Isaac Beecroft in the 200 and the walk. Every time I've been on the microphone the last 12 hours, there's been a national record. 13.02, waiting for the wind gauge to come up. It's a plus 1.8. Delta, you have just taken Sally Pearson's under-18 national record. Unbelievable running. Gold medalist in the long jump yesterday. A world under-20 representative last year. She can't believe it herself. She knew she was quick, but that was absolutely flying. She got it. She blasted from the blocks. Proud of that one, Delta Amazowski. 13.02. We said she'd had 3 qualifying standards already for that World Youth qualifying team, for that World Youth Commonwealth Games. 13.42 she came in with. She's gone 13.02. I think the Queensland track is fast. Very, very fast. Congratulations, our under-18 winner, 13.02. And Jacinta Lamprey, she runs another qualifier again, 13.49. And Amelie Butcher matches that bronze medal from the All Schools in 3rd. Well, wow. Wow. I've called about 6 races, I reckon, since late yesterday afternoon. And three of them are national records. Unbelievable from Delta. Results on our screen now, 13.02. Jacinta Lamprey, she was absolutely destroyed by Delta there, but Jacinta's run the World Youth Standard again. And if I'm correct, I reckon she's run a personal best as well. She went 13.52 to qualify previously. She's just gone 13.49. And Amalie Butcher, 13.63 in 3rd. And she's inside the qualifying standard also, the Victorian. Oh, Blackman goes in the shot put ring for me. Just get my breath back. Yesterday I'd lost my breath as I was running up and down the steep stairs here at Cusack. Today it's from the excitement of national records. Mitch is going to be shattered when he returns to the box and realises what's just gone on. Hope I did it justice like the same way Mitch would, because that was phenomenal. Our under-17 ladies now behind the blocks. They'll be inspired by what they just saw in front of them. Rihanna Di Giuseppe from WA on the inside. Elizabeth Godwin, New South Wales in 3. Isabella Wing, our heptathlon gold medalist from Tasmania. You can see there in lane 4. Oh, Isabel Lewis and Rowe, straight from the high jump across here. Sarah Ann Coote from New South Wales. Sienna Ormond, Queensland. Lily Stewart, New South Wales. And Sovereignty Sarah May. We've seen that Sarah May name this weekend already, the Queenslander, in lane 9. So Rowe here, or Lewis and Rowe, apologies, looking to go back-to-back gold medals within the hour. So they'll stand up again. Just a little bit of unsteadiness there at the blocks. Oh, the Queenslander just making a last-minute adjustment there. Oh. I feel like we need Nah to come back from yesterday. I think she would have shared in the excitement there. Seeing a fellow Queenslander's national record taken down. Sally Pearson, if you're out there watching on the stream, text in. Let us know what you thought of Delta. I'm sure you've been watching her over the last couple of years very closely. So under 17 hurdles final away. It was a strong start from Isabel Wing. So you've got the heptathlon gold medalist racing the high jump gold medalist. It's going to be Isabel Lewison-Rowe. Isabel Lewison-Rowe, New South Wales. She just won the high jump at 180. Now she takes the hurdles. Wing, it's going to be from Tasmania, the heptathlete, superb. I'll check there. I think it might have been Ormond from Queensland in 3rd. I'll wait for confirmation. But Isabel Lewison-Rowe just spent an hour and a half out in the sun at the high jump, taking the gold medal with a World Youth qualifying performance. A world incredible standard there. 14.04 for Isabel Lewison-Rowe. That's a big personal best. Isabella Wing, the Tasmanian, adds to her collection for the weekend with 14.42. And Sienna Ormond, it was 14.49, just getting the 3rd from Sarah Ann Coote of New South Wales. Great running there. How amazing to see these multi-talented athletes. Isabel Lewison-Rowe, not even sure if she's had time to go and get her medal yet from the high jump. She might just stand the dais now and collect 2 gold at once. And behind her, what a massive weekend it's been, or 4 days it's been for Isabella Wing, the Tasmanian. We said how strong she was in the heptathlon. And, of course, that heptathlon started with the day 1 hurdles victory. She's just collected silver in individual under 17 women's 100-metre hurdles. So, results now on our screen. Isabella Lewison-Rowe, the high jumper, bang, 14.04. Isabella Wing, she was so good in the heptathlon. Sienna Orman, very close behind her. And Sarah Ann Coote, she was strong right through, but just won't get on the podium on this occasion. But, Mitch, wowee.
Mr. Midas over here.
Oh.
From national records to dual gold medals. Mate, you've got the touch.
I wish it had anything to do with me, Mitch. Even as a coach, it has very little to do with you. Not dissing those coaches out there, but as you know, the athlete has to get out there and produce the performance. And wow, Delta Amazowski, I know you're going to go back and rewind in a minute on the 7+ coverage to have a look at it, because you just missed that as you're getting yourself some food. But 13.02, Sally Pearson.
It's going to say not a bad record to go. So hurling in Australia, Nick, are we in a real resurgence at the moment? I don't know if I call it a resurgence, like it's been sustained.
I would say since Sally's come onto the scene, it hasn't dropped away. So Sally came onto the scene, then Shelley Jenicky. Now, interestingly, Shelley, when she first came on, yes, she was a world under 20 athlete, but she was gaining just as much notoriety for her dancing antics. And when I say antics, they were fun. She's a fun athlete behind the blocks. And now she's become absolute world class. Then the dominant athlete of the 22 season was Liz Clay, who then had that awful fall in Eugene.
Yep.
I know you were there live for that. And she's on the comeback. She's in great shape. Hannah Jones, who's coached by Sally Pearson. She's a sub-13 second runner. As we go back to the shot put just for a minute here, Williams of Queensland lets loose.
Good throw.
And then the one I've left out, we talked a couple of times about in the stream this weekend, is Celeste Mucci, the heptathlete, like that we just saw there, Isabella Wing. The Tasmanian does, doing the double. The hurdlers often do, or the heptathletes often will do the individual hurdles events. Celeste Mucci's that sub-13 as well. And that's leaving out the likes of Abby Tadeo, who's been around that 13-second mark for such a long time, and such a competitive athlete. And there's a whole lot now coming through. And Delta's going to be the one now. Now she's gone back here to our 76 centimetre height. So she went to the World Under 20s and ran at 84, which is the same height as Shelley and Liz, etc., and Celeste. But she's come back here to 76, which is unusual. A lot of athletes don't like going back, but she obviously loves competing in her age group at the under 18 level.
Clearly, I mean,
and she's as we said, she's won the gold in the long jump.
The adjustments need to be made as well, though, as you're mentioning, from the higher heights down to those lower heights.
Well, it's just you can get complacent, and she's no complacency there. Yeah. So look, let's see what she's going to. I'll be intrigued to see. This will probably be her Trinidad and Tobago trip will be the last time she ever hurdles over 76. Obviously.
Maybe goes out with a bang.
Well, unless she goes to all schools at the end of the year, I suppose. She still has that in her. But I would imagine she's going to absolutely launch. She's going to absolutely launch next season over the full height hurdles and just add to that extensive array of Australian superstar female hurdlers. Oh.
What a list to join, though.
And I'm only talking about Delta. Behind her, we had 2 qualifiers, Mitch. You missed that.
Yeah.
So Lamprey she ran another personal best and ran her 3rd qualifier of the summer. And I reckon a distant relative of yours got up and ran a qualifier as well.
Butcher
got up. So the bronze medalist at the All Schools, who was a real breakthrough run for her, she had a fantastic run in Adelaide, has come through there and dipped under the 13.67 also.
Wow. Marley Butcher.
The names are just added to that list of qualifiers as Monday comes into the circle again, the shot putter.
So big shout out to the Butcher clan, who I know are watching down around the Geelong area in Victoria. And yet, your distant relative, I think we worked it out with my parents. I think second cousin, Amali Butcher, to me. So clearly the far superior athlete, Amali Butcher. You go under that time and sit in third. Similar to what we saw in that high jump, Nick. Obviously, you can only take so many, but when so many get under that qualifier in one event, it really gets worked out for you.
Oh, fantastic. And look, these men are going to see those times down there and gone, wow, they're going to run fast. So the two here that are trying to chase the men's qualifying standard, Billy Blair has it. So he's actually run the time previously.
Billy Blair.
The New South Wales athlete.
What a great name.
But the athlete that I love in this field here is William Wong. I've watched him come through the age groups. He progressed through COVID, obviously, was really tough for the Victorian hurdlers particularly because they just didn't get to race very much at all. And it was in that period where pretty much he just jumped hurdle heights. He just, after missing multiple years of competition, he just returned and suddenly the hurdles were 110 metres and higher.
Just bigger for him.
So he was the gold medalist at the All Schools and at the juniors. While Billy Blair was the under-16 gold medalist. So we just talked about athletes jumping up a height. Billy Blair has decided to go straight to the under-18 age group here after last year being the gold medalist in the 100-metre hurdles under 16. So Wong, she lets loose in the shot put. Mitch, if you worked out, we've still got plenty of action to come. What's your event highlight so far of the championships?
Of the whole thing?
It's only Sunday morning, so we still have 4 hours of action, but what's really grabbed your attention?
It's hard to pick a favourite, to be honest. I mean, we've been calling it non-stop for 3 straight days. I'll be completely honest with you, it almost becomes a blur by day number 4. Just in terms of how many highlights there have been and just how much junior excellence we've seen out here. I mean, Woodbury on day number 2, the Tasmanian.
You know what? You said it's a blur. He was day 1. He was my highlight, and I've just forgotten about him.
He was just phenomenal.
Wow.
I found in that distance event.
Running down.
I mean, Gout yesterday, 28.7. That was super impressive. Novak as well. She was ultra impressive in that under 14 800. So I'm probably looking more at the track, but the field has just been outstanding as well. So
for me, yesterday morning,
throw a blanket over it.
With the athlete who was talking about Delta 621 in the long jump. Here we are. So we've got the Frenchman in lane 2 here. I'd love to know a bit more about Vadim Strugar. He's going to be chasing actually here the national record of Sasha Zoya, the West Australian turned Frenchman. Jacob Eddington in Western Australia in 3. Cameron Davies, New South Wales 4. William Wong, one of the athletes I talked about pre-race for Victoria here in 5. Billy Blair, New South Wales in 6. Joel Drew of Queensland in 7. Kunal Menon of New South Wales in 8. And Harrison Purcell, Queensland in 9. I've got a feeling here Wong and Blair are going to be having a ding-dong battle out in front with a whole pack chasing the bronze. And one small mistake here, anything could happen.
That's always the nerve-wracking part of the hurdles, Nick. A lot of parents whose kids do this event don't watch, so your voice will be crucial to get them home. We're in the hands of the starters. Nick Wall will call these through his pet event. William Wong, he said, and Blair, New South Welshman, on his outside, the 2 to watch in the middle of the track.
Expect anything though. You've got Davies, Drew. So away in the under-18 men's 110-metre hurdles, Billy Blair looking to add to that World Commonwealth qualifying standard, but William Wong's put the pressure on. So last year's champion, Blair's going to come back at him. Wong, Blair, it's going to be William Wong. Take it, 13.74. He dips. Very close. We're going to have to wait to see how close that is officially to the qualifying standard. Billy Blair came in as the fastest. Billy Blair last year's under 16 90-metre hurdles champ. William Wong was last year's under 17 hurdles champ. He's missed it by 0.02 of a second, the qualifier, but he's taken the gold medal. William Wong of Victoria, last year's under 17 champ, becomes the under 18 champ. Billy Blair stepping up an age group, 13.92 in second. He already has the Commonwealth Youth qualifier, and he was last year's under 16 gold medalist. And Jacob Eddington on the line has gone 14.11 for the bronze. So William Wong, Billy Blair, Jacob Eddington, men's under 18, 110-metre hurdles.
So Impressive racing there. Wong just outside 0.02, but ultra impressive in the middle there. Billy Blair just clipped a few hurdles towards the middle stages of that, and as you said, that's the danger of this hurdle event. You just can never really know what to expect until you get to that finish line. It's always a tough one. Parents can open their eyes now.
Look at that.
Nervously watching.
I'm just having a look at the results, Mitch. Right down to 8th there, 14.85. Personal best galore through that field. Didn't highlight him through. We had the Frenchman in there, Vadim Strugar. So William Wong takes the victory. I think he's very, very happy with that. 13.74 as he should be. Billy Blair 92, Eddington 14.11. Purcell just outside at the Queenslander 14.32. Oh, the action continues.
Next one up, Nick.
On day 4.
Next one up. He called it well with Wong. He said it'd be a ding-dong battle. Just Blair, he was coming back, but clipped that hurdle late as well, which didn't do wonders for his rhythm, but impressive to stay that close to Wong, given how many he did clip.
Interesting, Mitch. I still argue, I reckon it's one of those events where the hurdles are actually almost too low for the fastest athletes in that age group.
Based on the size.
They get to because these guys are so fast now.
Yeah.
They get to them so quickly, whereas when the hurdle, so this is the old 3-foot height. These hurdles, 91 centimetres, they're actually the same height as the men's open 400-metre hurdles.
Oh.
So when you think about, so they're actually, I reckon for a lot of the taller, faster athletes, the height creates actually problems of how quickly they get onto it, and especially today with a slight tail breeze, that might have been the problems that Billy Blair encountered. Watch him though, as the hurdles go to 99. I don't think Billy Blair's going to have a problem when they go up to the next height. Though ironically, he's actually got another 18 months if he wants to just stay at this height.
Well, how is it that we've seen so many juniors go for this junior Commonwealth Games team? You know what I mean? So many stepping up in age to really just show themselves.
And I keep putting the word world in front of it accidentally when I'm talking about the World Youth Commonwealth Standard.
Commonwealth.
But it is, well, it's a world event. So it's the world.
You're not far off.
But it's a Youth Commonwealth Standard we're looking at.
Well, I mean, just to touch on that, I know we're going to see him a little bit later on, but Gout, one of those, he's, Nick, 15.
But wait, every athlete that's qualified in the 100 and 200
is
underage.
Yeah.
So
ultra impressive.
Josiah John and also Andrew Mayenda. And those two yesterday, they can almost claim Gout's national record.
Well,
because
you called well. They were on the inside and the outside and just started to drag him through. And then
Josiah John
has that final 50 acceleration already. Once he was in that position, he was primed to go.
If you actually were going to break the race into 60-metre segments, you'd say Mayenda took the first 60. John took the middle 60. John took the middle 60. And then Gout just went, hold on. It's about time I own one. So start list on our screen. So Ethan Stegius of Victoria in 2. Callum Cheng, New South Wales in 3. Hudson McKay, the favourite here, the Victorian Peter Benefer coached athlete in 4. Ethan Williams, New South Wales 5. Grayson Alafali of Victoria in 6. Joshua Osborne, Queensland 7. Janik McErlane, New South Wales 8. And Cooper Jenner, ACT in 9. So most of these boys going up to this height for the first time. So they've only been really hurdling over this distance and height for the last 3 months. So Hudson McKay very fast out of the blocks, and next to him was Callum Chung of New South Wales. Out wide, the capped runner is Joshua Osborne, the decathlete. But all out in front, it's going to be a Victorian win again. 2 races in a row. It's going to be Hudson McKay, the winner. On his outside, it'll be the tall athlete Ethan Williams. Joshua Osborne in the cap. We've seen that cap go around in about 15 events this weekend, the decathlete. And he'll probably be through for 3rd. But Hudson McKay, Victoria, continues the Peter Benefer dominance of hurdles events on the national level. 14.17. Just watching our replay up here. Ethan Williams was through in 2nd. Beautiful hurdling. And Joshua Osborne, strong through in 3rd. Just outdipped the Victorian Stegius, who was on the inside lane. Hudson McKay, that's a name to watch for the future. I'm going to have to check with Benefer whether that's a McKay or a Mackay. It's the old, as a Carlton supporter, we've had Andy Mackay in the past and Harry Mackay. What are we? Are we Mackay and Mackay? We'll have to check that one. But there's no doubt what he is. That's a national gold medalist, under 17, 110-metre hurdles. So action continuing in the shot put. So Mitch, the Victorians went back-to-back there in the hurdles. We said that, I said last night, it hadn't been as strong a championships as I expected, possibly from the Victorians. Queensland and New South Wales have been very good. But they're just grabbing some important medals here in the last morning.
Yeah, well, unhindered Hudson McKay really in that race, wasn't he, in the middle of the track?
I like that you went with McKay. I changed my mind halfway through the race. Mackay.
I know, well, Mackay is where I live. But
Oh.
I have a feeling it was Mackay. And you're right, these Victorians on day number 4, they're really starting to come out of their shells a little bit here. So we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we've got some 100 prelims, some 1500s, a little bit of everything. We'll be coming at you on the track here. Don't go anyway, we'll be right back.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
So we're back here, plenty of action coming up. It's 1500 final time. They'll make their way around the back straight. So we're just sorting ourselves out to be all prepared for this afternoon, because it's going to be a huge afternoon of racing. It's the men's under 17 1500 metres. That's going to be up next. Meant to go off in just a few minutes' time. Should be a great field as well. 11 men in it. And a couple, I dare say, might try and sneak under that 4-minute mark. Conditions obviously warm, we've mentioned. No wind, though, which is... I know you're probably thinking distance running. How much can that really change things up? Well, be prepared for everybody to sit back and wait for one of the taller competitors to get to the front and break the wind for them all. So that men's under 17, 1500, making their way around to the back straight. Hurdles being cleared off the track. Some long jump in front of us here. Plenty of track and field action ahead of you.
I hope I didn't interrupt too much with the over the loudspeaker.
So, plenty happening down here on day number 4. Been a big few days of athletics. Amazingly, Nick and I have somehow managed to keep our voices against the odds. I think a lot of people were betting against us after day 2. Just about blew the speakers off the joint between Wolsey and I. So he'll go off, get a well-earned feed. Hopefully some big hot chips for everybody involved here in the commentary booth. They're going to go through their run-throughs along this back straight. As they get closer to start time, we'll call them out. So it's 2-time finals here in this 1500. That many in it. They've decided to go with the time finals. A couple under that 4-minute marker I mentioned in the second, but in the first, plenty of talent in here. Oh, Isaac, I'll get to him later. There's some great storylines in this though. But on the track now, section number 1 of 2 in the men's under 17 1500 metre time finals. They're about to get behind the line here. We'll read them out as they jump up onto the screen. But some good names amongst it here. We'll call them out now. So station number 1 will be Toby Rule of Queensland. Station number 2, Asher Tomiyasu of New South Wales. Station number 3 from the ACT, it's Alexander Skeffington. Station number 4 from Western Australia, Caleb DeToro. Number 5 from South Australia, it's James McManus. Number 6 from Queensland, Kyan Blue. Number 7 from Victoria, Kalen Luong. Number 8 from New South Wales, Jasper Scamps Margot. Number 9 from South Australia, it's Tyler Gridley. Number 10 from Tasmania, it's Oliver Thiessen. And rounding it out from New South Wales, hip number 11, it's Cohen Morgan. That's how they'll read here from inside out. Time final number 1 of 2 here in the men's under 17 1500. If you're wondering why we have time finals, well, there's 15 in the next one. So rather than having the heats, we go to the time finals. And rather than cramming 26 young men onto an athletics track, we split it in 2. Men's under 17 1500 metre championship of Australia, time final 1 of 2. So they'll sort themselves out here along the back straight. Rule on the inside from Queensland. Keen to get out in front and push the pace. So time final 1 of 2. Very important how quick they can go. Some of our faster competitors in the next. So they'll be watching on intently to figure out just how fast they need to be in a gold, silver and bronze position. It's Toby Rule sitting on the inside from Queensland. Fellow statesman a little wider than that in Kyan Blue. These two North Queensland products now get to the front of this race. A little bit of speed in it, but everybody seems to be relatively handling it okay. Thiessen at the back there from Tasmania. They'll be the bookends with Toby Rule out in front. Sitting behind there, Tomiyasu now a little bit wider is Scamps Margot. And that'll be your top 4. So Queensland, New South Wales. Add one more to the list there. And that's going to be Cohen Morgan of New South Wales as well. So they'll go 3 wide to find themselves comfortable. Blue on the outside of Rule. 66 seconds it is through the first 400. So fast without it being deadly. The Prince of Mackay, Toby Rule on the inside there. Blue just tucked in nicely on his shoulder. 1 out, 1 back. The New South Welshman there, Tomiyasu. And it's really bunched up here now. So the pack not interested in going around the 2 Queenslanders here. They're just going to give them as much space and time as they like. It's Rule still leading it out there. On his outside shoulder, Kyan Blue. New South Wales just sitting behind. And Kalen Luong of Victoria, one of the only to make a move from that pack. So he now finds himself on the outside of lane number 1. The ideal position, the Victorian. It's Rule on the inside, Blue on the outside. Luong sitting on the shoulder there of Scamps Margot. A little bit further back is Morgan. And at the back of the field is McManus of South Australia. So starting to put a little bit of length into it out in front is the Queenslanders. It's still Rule and Blue. Luong maybe up this back straight will be the only one to overtake them. These two, though, have been unhindered out in front. 2:15 through the first 800 metres. So pretty evenly paced. A little bit slower there in lap number 2. And you'll find now over this next 200 metres there might be some movement in the middle of this field. So out in front it's Blue. Rule now on the inside. Luong just sitting nicely. Scamps Margot of New South Wales has sat beautifully in that 4th position. It'll be Cohen Morgan just following that move. And here we go in the middle of the track. That's going to be Tyler Gridley of South Australia. So Gridley now doesn't want to move or miss the move when it happens. Luong, the Victorian, just goes on the shoulder of Rule. It's Blue out in front. New South Wales now just starting to push. And that's going to be Scamps Margot. So Scamps Margot wants to be there at the bell. He will be. He gets around Blue. Here he moves now. Tyler Gridley. I mentioned him a little while ago. 3:07 on the clock. Gridley not going to waste any time now. So Gridley, he moved from about 7th position. Finds himself in front here with 350 metres to go. Going to go with him now is the New South Welshman in Scamps Margot. And they put a gap back to Luong. Blue being brave out in front. Finds himself in the 4th position. Quickly now into 3rd on the shoulder of Luong. But leading it out in front here time final number 1 of 2. It's all important how quickly they can get to this line. 3:37 on the clock. It's going to be out in front, the South Australian and Tyler Gridley. So Gridley in this position, 400 metres to go, nowhere near it. Now finds himself holding on to a provisional gold medal. The South Australian just wants to push out from this New South Wales competitor behind in Scamps Margot. So Gridley, the South Australian, Scamps Margot of New South Wales. Oh, these two are going to go at it now with 50 to go. Scamps Margot gets the best of him though. New South Wales, watch the clock. Very important. 4:08 for Scamps Margot. Gridley brave. Blue hangs on. Luong there too. Rule on the outside shoulder now of Tomiyasu. He'll get there. Thiessen of Tasmania. Well, he was good early. De Toro now will round it out. The Western Australian. So the times to keep in mind. 4:08.63 for Scamps Margot. Gridley 4:09.46. And Kyan Blue of Queensland, well, he holds on to a bronze at the moment at 4:10.57. So time final, 1 of 2 completed here in the men's under 17 1500. The second one, they'll get underway shortly. So results here. Take a screenshot of this because this is your gold, silver and bronze at the moment. 4:08.63, 4:09.46, 4:10.57. Now, in saying that, there was brave racing in time final 1 of 2, but it's this second time final that is going to be really, really interesting. And I dare say it'll be a quest of vindication for Jonah Hanakiri. He was disqualified a few days ago after taking an emphatic gold. So we're away here now. We'll read them out. It's Wiley, Curran, Knott, Helene, Goodwin, Hayden, Lecroque, Snide, Freese, Unthank, Hanakiri, Curran, Beecroft, Kesby, Lowe, O'Connell. So I didn't read 2 names twice. Twin brothers, the Currans. They'll come out of here elevated to a bronze. So they went silver, bronze, the 2 Currans in the 3,000 metre event. Hanakiri, as I mentioned, was done there. Unfortunately disqualified. And a name to watch, an interesting story, Isaac Beecroft. He broke the national record yesterday in the walk. Not only did he do that, he medalled in the 3,000 metres, and you wouldn't believe it, but the young man is on the GWS Academy list as well for football. So Beecroft, a really interesting case of an athlete, but Archie Knott out in front, the New South Welshman. So not a lot of pace in it early. They're going to back themselves for a kick by the looks of it. The championship affair, and it's 4:07 to 4:10. That's the gold through bronze from time final number 1. A little bit faster there, 65 it is. They've strung themselves out nicely. New South Wales, Archie Knott going to lead it out. South Australian right on his shoulder there, Lecroque Snade. Just wants to put himself in a comfortable position without having to use too much energy. Some of our athletes now will move out into lane number 2 to put themselves in that spot. So it's 5 metres, maybe even 10 from front to back. And they've slowed it right up here. So an interesting tactic when it's a timed final. They won't want to run around at this pace for too long because then they'll really have to fall on their kick. So out in front now, the New South Welshman, he just sits on that rail, and Queensland is now interested in getting into the mix. There's 2 Currans in this field. One's at the front, one sits at the back. Now starting to move into it is going to be Freese. And out a little bit wider, Jonah Hanakiri. He had that devastating kick in the 3,000 metres. Unfortunately, couldn't hold on to that medal. And Hanakiri, the Western Australian, he's got a little bit of yellow in that singlet, so he's noticeable out there. We'll take a look at it. A much slower lap that time around. That's a 69-second lap. So 2:14 on the clock, exactly the same time that we saw in time final number 1. And watch the kickers come from here. So you could see anybody fly from the back and get to the front, and that's exactly what they'll do now. Curran's leading it out in front. Freese now wants to make himself known. Unfortunately got clipped there, but did well to hold himself up. Hanakiri just going to follow him behind there, the 3,000 metre man. So Hanakiri of Western Australia, he's the first to pick it up from Freese. The Queenslander out in front. Now starting to move. This is a real injection of pace now. So if you miss the move, it's going to be hard to hold on to it. Curran's still in there as well. A little bit further back is his twin brother. Beecroft not far away either. Devastating kick. And guess what? He was the national record holder in the walk yesterday. So moving well here. Tyler Goodwin out in front. On his outside shoulder there is Harry Helene. And the Victorian's now going to fly from the back. So Hanakiri, the Western Australian, he sits one out from there. It's Goodwin and Helene out in front. Hanakiri behind him. Now they really start to move up this back straight. So the Queenslander and Taylor Goodwin, he wants to waste no time. Hanakiri, oh, we saw him launch in the 3,000, but they're spotting Goodwin. Plenty of distance out in front. So the Queenslander and Goodwin, 3:32 on the clock. Keep in mind, under a 4:07 gets you a national gold medal, and he'll leave nothing to chance here, Goodwin. So he went with 300. He went again at 200, and dare I say it, he'll go again with 100. So the Queenslander here, Taylor Goodwin, he saw his moment, he capitalised. He'll be well under the time from time final number 1. Here he is, Taylor Goodwin, your national champion. Salutes the crowd there. Hanakiri holds on. Helene as well. Gold, silver, bronze. So brave racing there from the Queenslander. The rest of this field now makes their way through. Notable here, Isaac Beecroft. As I mentioned, he broke the national record in the walk yesterday, the New South Welshman. He finishes it off, but what a performance there from Taylor Goodwin. Nick just saw his moment and executed.
It was perfectly executed. I thought Hanakiri was going to be that big threat, as you talked about here. That absolutely damaging kick in the 3,000.
He just spotted him too much room.
He did, but I think he was better anyway.
I was going to say, he pulled away.
So,
he missed that move, and then once he got around that bend, I mean, Harry Helene couldn't quite get there either, but Taylor Goodwin is a 3:57 guy, so unsurprising to see him drop a kick like that.
I like the fact that the boys also value the national medal so much that they weren't worried about the time. They were prioritising that national medal.
So it's always important to, I mean, they were on that time. So through the first 800, they followed the same time as section number 1, but section number 2 had the class in there. And Nick, 1 of 2 in the men's under 18 on the line now.
One of the national record holder here was at the track yesterday, Ryan Gregson. So yeah, this is section number 1 and 2. After this heat, I might talk through the qualifiers for this event as an under 18 level. But you, Mitch, go away with our field.
So here we are racing. It's Simpson, Richardson, Heffernan, Kuzner, Shepherd, Keats, Tague, Miller, Hines, Brooks, Marginet, Gardner, Camp, Littard, Gillard and Diggle on the outside there. So a good heat ahead of us. They're not going to waste any time. So they've been observant of what we just saw in the under-17 event, and they realise, you know what, if we all work together here out of the first time final, we might be able to post something quite respectable and just put the heat on the crew behind. So New South Wales, they're tasked with the job of pushing it out. Coming down to the line here will be Brooks. He's a little wide in lane number 1, but he's happy to set the pace with his fellow New South Welshman on the inside there. Out into lane number 3 to find a spot. Tasmanians working well. Not spotting each other much room either. But it's Hines and Brooks. They'll go through in 61. So not messing around at all. As I mentioned, they want to get out here and post a time that'll make section number 2 a little bit nervous. So New South Wales, New South Wales, New South Wales. Looks like Victoria now moving up on the inside as well. But out in front, it's Isaac Brooks. Hines just behind him there. Spotted marginal room. In fact, that's Marginet of Western Australia on the inside. Looking like he's in a really strong position to attack when he's called upon. Behind him there, Jacob Gardner, the Tasmanian. And fellow Western Australian following, that's Bailey Tague. So these young men are going to try and gap the field. Tasked with the job to get back there is Brooks. But out in front, it's Gillard. Leading it out from Hines. Behind there now moving is Tague. And so too from Western Australia, it's Marginet. So these young men will start to move up the back straight. We saw a 61. That goes out to a 65 now, so a little bit slower. A hard pace to maintain is 61. That gets you a 3:48. So that would be a blistering pace for the under-18 time final, number 1 of 2 here. But as they start to move now, it's going to be a hard kickers affair with the 61 first lap, but certainly an injection of pace happening here as they make their way around with 500 metres to go. So the time's also important here. It's section 1 of 2. New South Wales out in front. Tasmania slots in nicely there. That's Jacob Gardner, and he doesn't want to miss it. So Gardner now, he's just going to sit right behind Gillard. It's Gillard to Gardner. Looking really comfortable on the outside there is also Tague. So they get the bell. Watch the time. 2:56 on it, so they're under the 4-minute marker here at the moment. Leading it out really well here, though, is still going to be Gillard. Back to Gardner. And the rest of the field will sort themselves out. So up this back straight, this could change a lot. Out in front now is still going to be Gillard. It's Gardner behind him there. In fact, Gardner goes right around in the Tasmanian silks. So the man in grey, he's going to move up the track. Queensland stalking now, doesn't want to spot the room, and he'll absolutely get on the back of the Tasmanian. Gardner leading it out. 3:28 on the clock now. He really starts to string it out. It was a pack, and now it's all become a train. Gardner out in front leading it. It's stopping at no stations for the Tasmanian. He wants to get to this line first. So Gardner now, 100 metres to go, behind stalking Queensland. ACT not far away. That's your provisional gold, silver and bronze. Gardner needs to do a bit of work there on the inside and does. Just continues to move away from Heffernan. It's Gardner though. Watch the clock. 57-58 for Gardner. Heffernan there in second. And doing well was Brooks, I think. Maybe holding on. No, in fact, it's Camp Lydiard of the ACT. So brave racing there from the Tasmanian. Saw his moment and executed. Did Gardner. These are the times to keep in mind. 3:58.29 for Jacob Gardner. Heffernan 3:58.62 and Camp Lydiard 4 minutes, 0.42.
So, Mitch, we will keep an eye on those times, but the time to watch now also is 3:50.3. So that's the Commonwealth Youth Standard here. We have 4 qualifiers. Cam Myers is one of them. He's not here, and I don't think he'll travel to the Commonwealth Youth Championships. But Seth Marnie last week went that sub 350 at the under-20s. He was the silver medalist at the All Schools in Adelaide. Daniel Williams has the qualifier. He's running up an age group, and he won the 800. And Charles Barrett is running up an age group. He has the qualifying standard as well, and he was that 3,000-metre gold medalist at the All Schools. And ironically, broke a national record last year, an hour before Daniel Williams then broke it in a different state. That's ignoring Jade Kitchen, the under-17 gold medalist last year, Kai Hahir, who's incredible, and then Jamie Dean.
It's a stacked field here in time final number 2 of 2. As Nick mentioned, we have 4 young men who have got the qualifier. Cam Myers probably won't travel, but we can't speak for the young man. It's Mahoney, Asai, Dean, Gore, Williams, Steedman, Hare, Kitching, Neat, Egadawade, Donahue, Chippendale, Sevier, Barrett and Pugh. Geez, I read that well. So get ready. This is going to be an absolute corker of a race. So they make their way out here. They're not really interested in getting out and getting fast. We've mentioned, and I only said it a matter of seconds ago, 4 of them have the time. But they're going to let this be a championship race, at least early, unless somebody wants to get through. In fact, a New South Welshman says, I don't know how I found myself at the front of this race, but lads, I'm not interested at all. So Daniel Williams will move out. He's going to wait for somebody to pick up the running. Seth Mahoney on the inside of the track there. And Oliver Neat as well, just behind him. So Mahoney in the Queensland colours. Marnie is just going to sit on the back of the New South Welshman. So he wasn't too interested in being out in front. He moved out into lane number 2 to ask any of his competitors behind him there to take it out. But Daniel Williams tasked with the job. 62 seconds on the clock here for Williams. So nobody in the pack wants to move. A little bit of pushing and shoving. They get chipped and now start to make their way around. He moves back out into lane number 2, does Williams. Wants Marnie on the inside there.
to do the work, and the Queenslander, well, he's happy to wait for somebody to get up on his shoulder and help him out. So Marnie on the inside there, now going back, forced to it is Daniel Williams of New South Wales, and it's going to take one brave competitor to blow this pack apart, and we might be seeing it here. Just creeps out from that 4th position now. We'll try and get a look at him, but the tall timber there in Daniel Williams is sort of blocking the view from up here. So the Queenslanders now, they're going to sit 1 and 3. Williams tucked in between them there, so it's Queensland and New South Wales currently out in front, in control. Egadawade behind him there. On the outside, now I can confirm it's Chippendale. So Chippendale of Queensland slots himself into 3rd. Barrett running up. He did it in the 3K. He'll come back and do it in the 15. He's got that Youth Commonwealth Games qualifier as well. So Marnie on the inside from Queensland now. He's just going to go through the motions and shift through the gears up the back straight. They went through 63, 69 now. So, sorry, 66, 209 on the clock. So Marnie on the outside of him is still Daniel Williams. Charles Barrett now puts himself in a position. Chippendale sitting a little bit further behind there. Egadawade not far away. And they might try and move from the middle of this pack, because when the kick comes, it's going to be devastating. So Marnie out in front. Williams now behind is Barrett sitting in 3rd. Chippendale slots himself into 4th. He's going to sit right on the shoulder. Doesn't want to get boxed in if he can avoid it. So out in front is Marnie. He's all class. Barrett behind him there. Williams was in front. Didn't want to be. Now he's in his ideal position of 2nd. Barrett, the Victorian. He's going to want to get to that bell first. In fact, look at the gap they're putting on here. I said when the kick comes, don't miss it. And Barrett says, how about I just take it? So the young man from Victoria, 2:55 on the clock. He's going to have his work cut out for him. Williams and Marnie behind. They start to put a gap into the rest of this field. There's only one that can chase them down now, and he's going to try and bring the rest of the field along with him. So out in front now, it's going to be Charles Barrett. Daniel Williams now creeps back up on the shoulder. Marnie sitting in 3rd. Some flyers from the back of the pack here. Don't miss this final 200, because it's certainly not sorted out. So Williams now back out in front. The time he wanted to be there is now. Absolutely flying is Elliot Pugh, the New Zealander. So he's moved from 7th to 1st. 100 metres to go. The race is on. So I think Barrett might be done with it now. Pugh out in front. Marnie, the Queenslander. Williams moving. It's also going to be Steedman on the outside. So Williams, Marnie, Pugh on the inside. He's done. Williams didn't want it early. He's got it late. And there he is. The national champion goes the way of Daniel Williams of New South Wales. It wasn't the best tactics, but it's the winning tactics. So Daniel Williams, 3:52.47. Alfie Steedman of New Zealand, 3:52.68. Seth Marnie, 3:52.71. Elliot Pugh was brave, 52.79. And Kai Hare of Western Australia, 54.46. So as it stands, and I'm out of the bowl now, so I think they're going to be your top 3. But keep in mind, Steedman is from New Zealand. So your Australian medalists will be Daniel Williams, Seth Marnie, and Kai Hare. And I'll tell you what, Nick, we probably didn't have Daniel Williams winning that race, I don't think. I wouldn't. I would have had Marnie winning that one.
The 800.
I would have thought Marnie gets over the top.
Seth is a really strong athlete. Done a great job. But Daniel Williams, his last 12 months, what he did at the All Schools, and he wins races. So that's where I'm just not shocked. Not saying Seth doesn't, but Daniel Williams, I haven't seen him beaten.
I just haven't seen him beaten. Longer pedigree might come over the top there, and particularly.
But both boys can still go to that trip together, because
Absolutely they can.
Gold and silver both have the qualifying standard.
So maybe that 800 speed really showed out. I can understand now why he didn't want to be at the front of the race. He wanted to bide his time and wait for the right moment.
How good with the Kiwi challenges in there.
Steedman just came flying. Pugh made that final 300.
I'll tell you what, Charles Barrett, he put on the line. He's gone up an age group. He laid down the race to them. And in the end, they actually, after a reasonably controlled start, they come home for 3:52, Mitch. So that qualifier, the 3:50.3, it didn't matter to Marnie, Williams or Barrett, because they already have the standard. It was really only relevant for anyone outside of that.
Winning there.
So we have seen some phenomenal racing.
So you can hear it in our voices. I know I was bragging earlier that we haven't lost them.
Don't speak too soon. We
have sent me out on that race there.
We have 4 hours. We've got 4 hours to go. And, it's there's just so much more to talk about. So heat number one of the women's under 1700 metres now on your screen. Shari Herdman, the 400 metre medalist from this morning in lane 2. Nissa Kui, New South Wales in 3. Tasia, Queensland 4. Green, New South Wales 5. Kraus, what a weekend she's had. New South Wales 6. White, South Australia 7. And Jarks, ACT in 8. So they're away in this first women's under 1700 metre heat. It's Kraus. She's been dominant this weekend. Herdman, the 400 metre medalist, is in second, but Kraus, she took the 200. She was terrific in the long jump. 11.95 there for her in the first heat. Herdman will come through for second. Women's under 1700 metres.
So results on your screen there. Grace Kraus, Shari Herdman, and Anissa Q. They're 1, 2, 3. 11.95 for Grace Kraus. Great racing here in the women's under 17 100 metres. Shari Herdman, and then Anissa Q. Jacques not far behind either. And so heat number 2 is on the track. So this is the second of 4 heats. It's only the first athlete that goes through automatically. And then the next 4 times from there will join. So we'll read them out as they come ahead of you here. It's Amari Ward, Miller Coles, Alice Hollingsworth, Isabella Wing, we saw in the heptathlon, Abby Gibson, Nakia Talia, and Ebony Okongwo. That's how they'll read from inside to out. Only the first one goes through automatically. And then the 4 fastest times from there will join them. In the middle of the track, one to watch is Wing, the heptathlete. Abby Gibson of Queensland on the outside. Heat number 2 of 4. The women's under 17 100 metre. away. Jump well now towards the outside is Talia of New South Wales, but here comes Wing, the Tasmanian. So only one goes through automatically. It's Wing, Talia a little bit wider, Okongwu, but it'll be Wing. 12:22 on the clock there for the Tasmanian. Impressive racing. She'll go through automatically now to that final a little later on today.
Tough heats, Mitch. Only the first goes through automatically. Wing, fresh off a heptathlon and also a hurdles earlier. She takes the automatic spot. The rest will have to wait for times. 4 heats, so first in each heat, next 4 fastest.
So Okongwu gets up for second, 12:30. 12:40 back to Nakia Talia. And then Miller Cole. So, as we said, only the first one gets in automatically here. Then the next 4 fastest times follow from there. So on the track, we have heat number 3. And some good caliber athletes in this heat as well.
It's probably not as strong, obviously, our under-18 depth because a few athletes are obviously chasing that qualifying standard, but Kraus is probably the absolute exception that we saw in the first heat. The first one to go sub-12. We do have quality in this next heat here. Probably Michaela Webb might be the one I'm watching here, the Queenslander. And the final heat, you then got Charlotte McAuliffe, the gold medalist from the 400. So 2 impressive heats to come here. Charlotte, though, she's had a busy couple of weeks, the under-20 400-metre national champion.
Spent plenty of time in Brisbane. It's another year, 2 weeks
ago. She was one of my favourites, one of the stars of the Adelaide All Schools when the South Australian got up and came from a long way home. But here we have on our screen, you have Ifioma Ashawoku from South Australia, Tara Holyoke of New South Wales, the West Australian Lara Leone, New South Wales Brodie McCluskey, Michaela Webb, Queensland, Maya Madden Khan, New South Wales, and also Gray, Isabel Gray there, the Tasmanian. Away in heat number 3, the best starter there was the one that caught my eye was Madden Khan of New South Wales. Webb coming at her, and then 4 lanes inside her. It's going to be very close here. Or the West Australian won't quite get there for third. It'll be Michaela Webb's back end that pushed her through really quickly. Second half of that race, Michaela Webb was very impressive, Mitch. Takes the automatic spot there with 12.17 unofficial.
The pride of Mackay, Michaela Webb.
Oh,
She'll get through there first, so she really started to launch late.
yeah, not off the blocks, didn't call her early. I was trying to pick up apologies. I missed the West Australian there. Leone was the one that flew through in the middle. She'll get up for third, and it was the fast starting Madden Khan that's second in 12.23. So Michaela Webb, the winner of heat number 3, through to the final automatically.
12.17, flying Michaela Webb, the pride of Mackay. Written many a story on Michaela Webb. So anybody watching up there in Mactown, Michaela Webb will be in that women's under-18 100-metre final a little later on this afternoon. Heat number 4 up next. Tough qualifying to get through to the finals here.
Yeah, Mitch, it's cruel.
Only one.
You think they give us a couple extra lanes in the final, wouldn't you?
Rounded out to 10.
And just to clarify, we're not arguing with the Athletics Australia rules here. We just, want to see as many athletes have a crack as we can. But here, Michaela Webb, 12.17. Maya Madden Khan, 12.23. And Alara Leone, the one I apologise, didn't call through the race, 12.36. Holyoke, another one of our heptathletes, just coming back for more action. Gosh. They must
Remember Holyoke's
200.
Yes.
So, interesting, Mitch. The heptathletes used to have a separate multi-championship, so I suppose some of them are used to doing the individuals and the multis at different championships, and now they just cram it into a 4-day schedule.
So, heat number 4 in the women's under 17 100 metres. Nick Orr about to get up and call it himself. He says, Mitch.
I forgot we're on odds and evens, aren't we,
Get me
Mitch?
in on the action.
Odds and evens for these hundreds. You're going to get to do all the finals later.
So, Tattersall, Sweeney, Mandoust, Lanoy, Palmer, Hughes, and your 400-metre champion, Charlotte McAuliffe.
And Palmer, fresh off a nice PB in the hurdles earlier as well today.
So she'll go third from the left. McAuliffe closest to you on the screen. Heat 4 of 4. Palmer in the middle of the track jumped well, so too did Hughes, but it's Palmer getting into her running now, the Queenslander. So she'll try and stride away here and get that automatic spot on the inside of the track. Tattersall, though, Palmer will get it. 12:35 unofficially for the Queenslander. Tattersall not too far away either on the inside of the track from New South Wales. We'll wait for it to officially come up on our screens here, but...
The hurdler, fast out of the blocks. Gave too much there. McAuliffe was flying home in the outside in third, but left too much to do. And Tattersall in the inside, 12:44. So that's the slowest of the 4 heats. So I wouldn't imagine our fastest qualifiers will come from that one. But Isabella Palmer makes her way through to the final with a 12:37. Now we're right. So back on the paperwork in front of us. Back on regular scheduling for those wondering. We've got results to the screen there. For those that are home that are writing them down, you'll be able to tell us who those fastest 4 qualifiers are pretty quickly. I don't think Tattersall will have done enough there with 12:44. Isabel Palmer, though, very good. She's one of the athletes that ran up in the under-18 hurdles. She was 4th in that race, just outside the World Youth Qualifier as well.
Commonwealth Youth.
Well... It's a world event. You're correct, though, Mitch. Terminology is very important. It's like this is the Australian Junior Athletics Championships.
Yes. What I keep
you
saying,
like track and field.
Yeah, I keep saying
that's
track
okay.
and field. That's
but it's the Australian Youth. It's Australian Junior Athletics, AJAC.
AJAC. It's the American in me. Hey.
So we're going to move on here to the under-18 women. And, of course, what do we have here, Mitch? We have Commonwealth Youth Qualifying Standards.
Give it to us, Nick.
I think in the heats here, you might not be unsurprised to see some standards. Zara Hagen's obviously got the qualifier. She's a 16-year-old running up. The qualifying stand's 11:85. Dodds is 11:48. She ran in Perth in January. Insane. Hagen's got it 5 times. Holly Ray's run it. Chelsea's run it from Tasmania, and also Evelyn Jimmy's run it. So we've got 5 qualifiers. And Dodds just loves being on the gold medal podium. Lamprey was the silver medalist here last year. But
Go well, Nicholas.
Heat number 1. Schultz, Hoffer, Morrison, Amazovsky, Back, Goldsmith, Dodds and Cheshire. So Amazovsky versus Dodds. Dodds will get this one.
You've heard it here.
But athletics will be the winner.
Always is.
Heat number 1 away. It's the fast starting West Australian. Dodds racing Amazovsky. We've called that name a lot this weekend. So Dodds looking to add to her collection. Amazovsky also. And that back behind them, it's going to be the New Zealander Goldsmith. But 11:84. Olivia Dodds just adds to her collection of Commonwealth Youth Qualifying Standards. 11:83. It's been rounded down to. Delta Amazovsky goes sub 12 seconds in 11:97 in second. She'll be very happy with that. I reckon if these ladies run fast enough, hopefully we'll also get ourselves a 4x1 team for that Commonwealth Youth trip, Mitch, because we have got a talented plethora of under-18 women at the moment in this country.
So, Nick, you called that well. And Dodds comes over the top. Well, in fact, doesn't come over the top. Her start was blistering, and she just maintained from there. Amidovsky, good on the inside as well, but, I mean, Dodds is 11:83. I say this a bit when somebody runs a good heat, but have you seen an easier 11:83 than that?
Well, she's run 11:48, so probably unsurprising that she had a little bit left.
Well,
she would have been nervous with Amazovsky. She would have known how.
Well, and the fact that it's only 1 through, right?
And how the adrenaline of Amazovsky would have been coming in.
Yeah.
They'd know each other quite well, having competed against each other multiple times.
Heat number 2 or 4.
So this one here, Mitch,
Nick.
John Jimmy has the qualifying standard here, the West Australian.
Yeah, so she'll be third from the right of screen in the Western Australian colours. Evelyn John Jimmy. We'll get the results quickly up here. For heat number 1, Dodds, Amidovsky, Goldsmith. So the times to look out for will be Amidovsky, Goldsmith and Charisse. Or Cheshire, I should say. So, Nick, I'll give them to you. 11:97, 12:45, 12:47. And you can write 12:78 as well for Schultz, because it is only the first and then the next 4 fastest times. I'll give them to you here. It's Lamprey, McGregor, John Jimmy, who's got that qualifying marker, as Nick mentioned, from Western Australia, Whitty, Penfold, Araba and Campos. Quite a few names we've called plenty of times this week.
Lamprey, obviously the silver medalist in the hurdles, also silver medalist in this event last year behind Dodds. So
she'd be just outside that qualifying mark, Lamprey, which is what again, Nick?
11.85.
So she'll be trying to chase that and become just another athlete underneath it. And if she gets underneath that, geez, that would make this final very interesting if they make it through here. So got to get through the rounds, obviously, but the two to watch, Lamprey and John Jimmy, they're separated by McGregor on the inside.
So interestingly here also, Georgia Campos, he was the bronze medalist last year.
So Lamprey, John Jimmy, as we said, inside, separated by McGregor. Fast starter is the Western Australian, so watch out for her to make an impact early. So John Jimmy jumped well on the outside of the track. Campos of New South Wales as well getting into it. McGregor from Queensland doing her work now. So John Jimmy from Western Australia, she'll just get over the top, gets there. 11.98, Lamprey, Campos as well. We'll have to wait for the times. It was very close from second through fourth. Only the first goes through automatic, so John Jimmy, she ticks the box. She'll be in that final, and we'll now wait on the timing behind there, but heat number 2 of 4 goes the way of Western Australia's Evelyn, John Jimmy. And Nick, very impressive racing. I said she's a good starter, and she proved that. So Campos gets up there. Lamprey, 12.08, just didn't quite get the start, did she there, from New South Wales? Campos on the outside snuck up, 12.13.
So
You've got all the times
so Campos
down there.
As we said, the bronze medalist in this event last year. Right there, she's run very well. 12.07 to be now, at the moment, the second fastest non-qualifier through. Lamprey 12.08, McGregor 12.13, so they're going to have to wait. At the moment, you could have 3 through there, and even Araba 12.17 is going to just miss out the Victorian. But Evelyn, John Jimmy, no doubt about that, 12.00. It was added with a lovely 12 seconds flat for John Jimmy. She would love to go back down under that qualifier again of 11.85. So heat number 3 now getting behind their blocks. Grace Kelly on your screen here. She was the bronze medalist at the All Schools. She was the silver medalist last year at the Under-17 Junior Championships. So Grace Kelly with a PB of 11.86, which ironically is 0.01 outside the qualifying standard and is the 6th fastest in this field today, not in this heat, but in the field total. So Harrison of New South Wales will be in 2. She's gone sub-12 before. Grace Kelly of Victoria, 11.86 PB. Kabiyewa, New South Wales in 4. Xavier of the ACT in 5. Lim of WA in 6. Gibbons, the New Zealander, in 7. And Gillard, South Australia, in 8.
Nick.
Again, first only through the final.
Grace Kelly.
Grace Kelly and Summer Harrison, quick starter on the inside lane.
Grace Kelly was ultra impressive at the Victorian State Champs, Nick. She's my favourite in this one.
I agree, Mitch. You know, fantastic last year at the Nationals as well. I just mentioned she was the silver medalist in this event last year, the bronze medalist at the Australian All Schools.
Kelly stepped up to that open event in Victoria as well. But as you mentioned, on her inside shoulder, lane number 1, Harrison.
It's a stacked field again. Under 18 age group, 2 girls that have gone sub-12. So away from the inside, the fast starter, Summer Harrison, was very eye-catching. Grace Kelly's at her shoulder. Can she move past the Victorian? Kelly, Harrison, Kelly the Victorian. She'll take the victory. Harrison will be through for second. And the New Zealander Gibbons, 11.82. Grace Kelly, you've just got yourself a qualifier if legal. That World Youth Stand, 11.85. The wind has been hovering around the 2 metre per second mark.
11.80.
I've got a plus 0.9, 11.83. Grace Kelly adds herself to the name of 6 qualifiers. 6 qualifiers for that Commonwealth youth team. And Summer Harrison, just a little 0.01 PB there, 11.94 in second, with Gibbons, the New Zealander, 12.13. But Grace Kelly, our winner, heat number 3, women's under 18, 100 metres.
So very impressive there, Grace Kelly. I'm glad I got rewarded for what I was talking about for the race. So it wasn't just Victorian bias.
No, I think between us we were right. I said Harrison would start fast, and I said Kelly was a quality athlete.
But Grace Kelly, she was be stoked to get under that time, I think, and anything can happen in finals. So now you almost get rid of that, you check that off,
and
you adjust and go for gold.
11.94, 11.97, 12.07 and 12.08 are the times, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm going to back you in because you've been doing some good research there, Nick. The clear one to watch here, it's Zara Hagen of Queensland,
wow.
Isn't it?
Now, I'm intrigued. She bypassed the 200 metres, and she was the only qualifier previous to the championships in the 200. So she's put all the eggs in this basket.
I like it. Maybe it's a challenge, obviously.
Unless I'm wrong. Unless you remember Zara. I don't remember Zara Hagen running the 2.
I'd have to really think here. I have a feeling she might have.
No, maybe I'm wrong then.
But
here we are, though. This is game on.
Heat number 4 we see here, Grace Kelly takes it out. Summer Harrison, Georgia Gibson as well, or Gibbons, 12.13. Solana Kabuyawa, she rounded out in 12.39. So they won't go through on times, as we've said. But let me read them for you here as they come. Amber Sweeney out of lane number 2. Charlie Black from New South Wales, number 3. Zara Hagen, the one to watch from Queensland. She'll roll out of lane number 4. Katie Oliver from Victoria, lane number 5. Grace Ainsworth from lane number 6. Alex White, lane number 7. And Emily Burge of South Australia. She'll be out there in lane number 8, as Nick said.
No, she didn't. Hagen did not run the 200.
Not in that 200, got the qualifier. She'll just turn her attention to the 100. She's also got the qualifier in this, so she's gone, you know what? I'll put it all down to the 100. So
she's got it 5 times.
11.94, 11.97, 12.07, 12.08, we believe, are those times outside the automatic qualifiers. Only the first to go through. Zara Hagen will look to stamp her authority here in Heat 4 of 4. She'll be third from the right of screen in the hands of the starters. So Hagen jumped well there on the inside of the track. Further out wide is Burge and White, but it's all Zara Hagen here, the Queenslander. Watch the clock. She's looking at it here. She gaps away. Look at it here. 11.72 for Zara Hagen. Light work for the Queenslander. She'll take it out here in heat number 4. Only one goes through automatically. We'll now wait on these times and see who might be joining her. Unofficially, of course, until that is all decided. But one thing's for sure, Zara Hagen, she'll be in that final.
Grace Ainsworth, the West Australian, has probably just done enough at 12.03. I think that might sneak her in, but we'll have to wait officially for that. But Zara Hagen, 11.71, and it's legal. So another qualifier, 6 qualifiers for that Youth Commonwealth Games team for her. And gee, what a final it's going to be later. I believe Bree Masters is going to pop up here later on for some special comments with you, Mitch, for the 100-metre finals, and she's going to be excited about the depth of our under-18 100-metre runners, not just our open women. As we see our results now come to our board, here is Zara Hagen, 11.71, Grace Ainsworth, 12.03, Emily Burge, 12.13. But Mitch, under-18 female sprinting, they're absolute powerhouses.
Certainly are. Talent everywhere in the sprint distance, which is great to see, and that'll be really exciting to have Bree Masters up here a little bit later to share a lot more infinite wisdom than I have on the sprinting event. So don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a break up here. We'll be right back with all the action here at QSAC and on 7+.
We know it's important to stay hydrated. and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
So we move from the women's 100-metre heats to the men. It'll be the 17s first. Again, only one qualifier to go through from each heat. And the one here in heat number 1, you've got Ryan Knight of ACT, Kai Gale, WA, Bailey Roberts, New South Wales, Jackson Moore of New South Wales, Jacob Adams, Queensland, Xavier Hoff, Queensland, John McDonald, New South Wales, Corey Mason of Victoria, so it's Bailey Roberts, Lindmeyer. Real range of personal best times here. Kai Gale, though, and John McDonald are the only two to have previously gone sub 11. So Gale in lane 3 and McDonald in lane 8. Looks like no Mason, no Victorian in lane number 9. Explosive start on the outside from John McDonald in New South Wales. New South Wales teammate Jackson Moore chasing him, but here comes the West Australian. Kai Gale. Oh, Gale may have given up the finish right on the line to that fast starting McDonald. McDonald and Gale, I think they've alternated the lead twice during the race. It's going to be 11:07 unofficial. It will be John McDonald taking victory in the first heat. Just Gale's acceleration through the mid-section of the race was fantastic. McDonald found another wind and just takes it. The Queenslander was between them, Xavier Hoff. So McDonald 11:07 will progress. Gale will have to wait with 11:10. 11:16 for Hoff. And then Moore, the New South Welshman, 11:19 was in 4th. But John McDonald, fast out of the blocks and with a great finish, gets that middle phase right. He's going to be very hard to beat and will probably go another sub 11 second in the final. But the West will have to wait. But John McDonald, the winner of heat number 1, men's under 1700 metres. Results now on our screen. -0.1, so the wind, negligible there. We've had only 2 heats today where the wind has been illegal, so it's that +2 for those who are unaware. Some fast sprinting though from the 17 boys. The amazing thing in this age group is the fastest 3 boys in this age group are actually all running under 18, chasing that Trinidad and Tobago trip to the Caribbean. So it's a 3 medals up for grabs that some of these boys wouldn't have expected to be based on the national rankings because of those lads racing out of their age group. So heat number 2 now making their way back behind the blocks. Joe Volker, the Queenslander, in 2. Kai Peacock, Queensland, in 3. Blake Byers, Queensland, 4. Max Jurich, ACT, in 5. Liam Reardon, Queensland, 6. Shield Muir, the Victorian, in 7, and Benjamin Korotki, Tasmanian, in 8. Blake Byers, the only man here to have gone sub 11 seconds before. So again, winner only to go through. The times we saw in the first heat. Were 11.10, 11.16 and 11.19 for those athletes outside the winning standard. So Byers, very fast starter typically. Joe Volker, a very strong runner, the Queenslander as well. Actually, no Volker. Not on our screens, apologies. So away in heat number 2 of the under-17s, the 2 Queenslanders were Liam Reardon and Blake Byers. It looked quick, but it's all Blake Byers now. He's going to pull himself away here. He'll take out this automatic qualifying spot. He goes sub 10.88 unofficial. The Tasmanian Korotki was terrific there on the outside lane also. But Blake Byers, strong start, powerful finish. Automatic qualifying spot in 10.88 for him. Benjamin Korotki, he's 11.10, should put him in the frame to make it through to the final. And Peacock in 3rd there with 11.28. But Blake Byers, no doubt about your winner. Heat number 2, men's under 1700 metres. So now we have Korotki with 11.10, Gale with 11.10, Hoff with 11.16 and Mule with 11.19 as the non-automatic holders at the moment of those spots for the final. Fast second heat though, Byers, 10.88, laid it down. We thought the first heat was reasonably impressive with 11.0, but Blake Byers has now put his hand up to be the favourite for the final, but still with 2 heats to go. That could change here, and the man who could change that is Dylan Hall. So results to your screen now. Blake Byers, Korotki, as we mentioned, the Tasmanian. Kai Peacock of Queensland, 11.28. So next heat, we're making their way back behind their blocks. Your far right of screen, there's your Queenslander, Bailey Burns. Now, this is one of the unusual sightings we've had this week. There hasn't been, I've got to check the list, I think there was only 2 this weekend here, unfortunately, from the Northern Territory. We need to see more Northern Territory athletes, but here is one of them, and that's Trent Bonetta of the Northern Territory. Comes in with a seed time, 11.34. Let's hope he can run a personal best here and fly the flag of the Northern Territory. So start list on your screen now. Bailey Burns, Queensland. Trent Bonetta, Northern Territory. Dylan Hall, New South Wales, the favourite. Jake Brewster, Victoria. Jordan Hamilton, very impressive West Australian sprinter. Zion Great Onion, Victoria. And Dylan Illinga-to-Lake, New South Wales. No Hamilton, unfortunately, West Australian. I should look up before I announce these on the field. Apologies. So Jordan Hamilton, one of the sub 11 second runners in the field, missing here. But we still have Dylan Hall. Let's get Trent Bonetta up here, the Northern Territory athlete. So under 1700 metres, heat 3. Good start on the inside, Bailey Burns. Now the New South Wales, Dylan Hall gets into his stride. So Dylan Hall's going to take the automatic spot here. It'll be Burns just holding for second, 10.82 unofficial. Special mention in that one. We haven't seen many this weekend, but a Northern Territory athlete there. Trent Bonetta in lane 3. We'd love to see more of the Northern Territory athletes out here, but Trent Bonetta, he's going to be very close to his personal best there. He was the athlete, I think, in 5th in that heat, but no doubt about our winner, Dylan Hall, with a plus 1.3, goes 10.82. So 10.82, no one else will go through as a non-automatic qualifier from there. Bonetto's gone 11.32, so I hope that is inside his personal best. Well, I've got as 11.34, because I think it's the only Northern Territory athlete I've seen this weekend. I may have seen one other. I remember a start list, but I just can't see them remembering their uniform, Mitch.
Yeah, I haven't seen many. I think that might be the only one.
Well, I remember
there's been some, but
I think there was 2 on the start list, but it might have been a field athlete that I missed. But Trent Bonetta, look, you know, the Northern Territory has some unbelievably talented athletes, but their seasons just don't align always that well with our national titles. So we need to work something out. At the All Schools, we had a handful. We'll keep working. It was like the North Queensland athletes. They actually represented North Queensland, I loved, at the All Schools. So Dylan Hall there, he's now our fastest qualifier at the moment. So 10.82. No one there breaks into those top 4 fastest times at the moment, which is Karotki's 11.10, Gale's 11.10, Hoff 11.16, and Mule's 11.19. And this last heat, the athletes that'll be trying to do that are aplenty. There's a field of 8.
Nick, coolest name, Billy Blair. Billy Blair on the inside, Aubrey Watson, William Johnson, Taurus Traino, he's a 10.96 man. Oliver Souza, Caleb Kilpatrick, your 400-metre champion, Callum Chuang, and Elias Oldfield to round it out. Billy Blair. Did we not see Billy Blair somewhere else across
Billy Blair in the hurdles only about an hour and a half ago.
So
Commonwealth Youth Standard, he was just behind William Wong there. So those names you just read out have now come to our screens, Mitch.
Billy Blair, as I said.
And Caleb Kilpatrick, the 400-metre champ from this morning. 9 o'clock this morning, I know. And
he hasn't taken his sunnies off since, apparently. In fact, that might be Nick Walls. He's been missing his since Thursday.
No, Friday, someone took him.
So Caleb, he'll go,
I think it was you,
third
Mitch.
from the left. They're too big for my head, Nicholas. Only someone with your ego could cash that check. Billy Blair on the inside is one to watch. And Traino in the middle. Traino started really nicely there. Kilpatrick not too far away either. But Billy Blair on the inside of the track just wants to steam away. He'll do this so comfortably. Will Billy Blair? Look at the clock.
Wow.
10.80 for Billy Blair.
So that's your fastest qualifier, Mitch, for the final. They've progressively got quicker. We've gone 11.07, 10.88, 10.82, and now 10.78.
We'll drop the Blair. It's all about Billy Flair from New South Wales. 10.78. Unbelievable there. So he'll go through automatically in that 4th.
And Oldfield and Traino are going to be very close to sneaking. I think Oldfield definitely will, the Victorian. Traino will have to wait. Taurus Traino.
Well, on our screen, we've got a close-up of Billy Blair. He's not even out of breath. The young man has a cheeky smile, says, maybe I am. So he'll go through to that final. Billy Blair, what a performance that was there, Nick.
No, that was really impressive. And I love the fact that each heat just got progressively quicker. It's like they watched their opponents do something fast in the heat before them. And they thought, I'm going to go a little bit quicker.
All there, Billy Flair. He takes it out. 10.78, 11.08 for Elias Oldfield. Taurus Traino, he's a sub-11 man. He's gone 11.14, 11.33. Aubrey Watson, Callum Chung, 11.53. Caleb Kilpatrick, your 400-metre champion, 11.54. 11.69 the way of Johnson. And Oliver Souza rounds that heat out in 12.09. So that's it there for our men's under 17. And up next, Nicholas.
The under 18 men.
Woo! Now, this is the exciting. I'm picking up. We were just saying in this commentary box, we had a little bit of a drop in momentum.
So,
and now we're up.
Mitch, we've got 10.69 is the qualifying standard here.
Yep.
Again, we've got qualifiers, underage qualifiers running up here. You've got Gout with his 10.43.
Oh, boy.
5 times the qualifying standard, plus the Australian junior record holder. Andrew Mayenda running up, the South Australian, with the qualifying tice with 10.57.
Gout, resume.
Gout in this event last year, you won't believe it. Guess where he finished?
5th.
6th. No, sorry, in under 16.
I know.
Unbelievable.
And guess what? We've said it a few times. The young man's 15 years old.
As is Mayenda and also Josiah John, who I haven't even mentioned yet, who's going to go in heat number 1.
So
who led them for about 140 metres in the 200. So this, can Josiah put the same sort of pressure on? I reckon he's a ripping bend runner.
So Josiah, he'll be third from the right of screen from Western Australia. Nick mentioned in that 200 it was almost broken down into segments of 60s. And he thought John had the first of it. Assisted Gout realistically in that Australian record. So that race, the under-18 200, was an absolute pearl. You asked me about some of the favourite races across the weekend. I mentioned Gout's performance, but I like that we're giving the attention to Josiah John as well for his work in that race.
And here you've got Callum Gengis, who's going to challenge him here likewise. Josiah John wins it, but
talk me through second and third though.
I think Gow will start fast.
Because it's only first one through again.
And Gengis will be thereabouts. I'd love to know whether Taj Gordon is related to Jai or not, the Queenslander.
Yeah,
good to
that's
know.
a good question.
Another sprinter.
How do you like the Australian record for the under-18? It's only set last year by the sensation of Sebi Sultana.
10:27 now. I've made some outlandish statements in the past.
But, no, not you.
But with a +2 today.
There he is.
With a +2. Later on when we give you the microphone sitting next to the Great Bree Masters.
You think we could be calling home?
It's not beyond the realms of possibility. I definitely think he runs 10:30 something with the pressure that Josiah John and Andrew Mayenda are going to put on him. It is a big jump, but because look, we saw yesterday.
It's not unreasonable though.
And you saw what he did. He took 3/10 off his 200 time. Thereabouts.
Could be
20, so it took 24 100ths off.
Be one of the shortest standing sprinting national records, you'd think, if it gets
done
for Sultana. So start lists are going to come up here, Nick.
Alexandra Hanu of Victoria in 2, Aiden Gow of New South Wales in 3, Josiah John, the man we've talked a lot about here, WA. 4, New South Wales, Callum Gengis in 5, Taj Gordon, Queensland 6. The New Zealander, good runner here, Caden Taylor in 7, and Jean Murray of South Australia in 5, and Ashton Lemming, Queensland in 9. See the great Jared Keating just walking past there. He could sprint himself a bit in the day. So again, no lane 2 here. So Wayne, heat number 1 of the under-18s on this race to Trinidad and Tobago. And it is the man from Western Australia, Josiah John. He led them through 200 metres yesterday for 150 of it. He's gone 10:68 there. He's inside the youth Commonwealth standard again. So Josiah John, 10:67 officially. The New Zealander comes through in second, Caden Taylor. Caden Taylor, 10:75 for him. Very impressive. And Aiden Gow of New South Wales with a 10:94 in third. But Josiah John, he's going to give everyone something to chase later today in the 100-metre final as the first of our automatic qualifiers through.
10:67, very impressive from the Western Australian. He was fast out of the blocks and maintained there. So Josiah John, we said he was the informed man going into heat number 1. Nick, you called it beautifully. New Zealander got moving there in Caden Taylor on the outside of Josiah John. Heat number 2 of 4 up next. But before we get to that, we'll take a look at these results officially ahead of us. Josiah John, 10:67. Caden Taylor, 10:75. Aiden Gow, 10:94. And Callum Gengis, 11:07. So from 10:75 to 11:30 gets you into a final right now. But I have a feeling that will change over these next few heats. Heat number 2 up next. Our hurdles champion is going to go out of lane number 2. Willie Wong from Victoria. Logan Smythe of Tasmania. He's a sub-11 man. He'll be out of lane number 3. Liam Kepsalis from New South Wales. He's out of 4. Andrew Meenda from South Australia, who Nick has mentioned quite a few times from that 200. Well, he's even faster over the 1. He'll be out of lane number 5. Heath Chalker from New South Wales in number 6. Michael Alifaki of Queensland in number 7, Kalen Class of Queensland in number 8, and Josh Lotsu of New Zealand. He'll go out of number 9, but Nick, undeniably, we're all eyes on the man in red in Andrew Minder.
He's an explosive starter as well, Mitch. He was the one that took the stagger off Gout in that first 50 metres in the 200. Also was flying in the South Australian relay team as they got up for a medal. Silver, I reckon they were. They got up for silver in the under 18 4x1. They flew home.
They did fly home. They came from, I think, 4th.
Fair way back.
So he's the one to watch. He's not hard to miss, or he is hard to miss, because he's in that red silk in the middle of the track.
And we've also talked about the excitement of athletes riding the adrenaline of winning other events. And William Wong here, maybe he can go another PB here after a massive PB in the hurdles and a gold medal.
Well, and a national gold as well. What does that do for your confidence? I mean, you almost now come into it just, you know, no fear whatsoever. You've already got a national gold.
Look at the absolute pocket rocket, the power of Logan Smythe here, the Tasmanian. He's gone sub-11 before as well, the smallest man in the field.
So Smythe came flying home from memory as well in that 4x100 yesterday. Obviously, Tasmanians didn't medal, but Smythe going to put himself in with a chance to do it here in the under 1800 in the hands of the starter, man in red to watch. So Mander and Smythe, the two to watch. It's Capsalis in between them from New South Wales, though the best to jump, even wider than that from his Lotsu. But here comes Mander. Oh, he just had to get into his running. He's got there. 10.70. Liam Capsalis as well, who's run a great race from New South Wales. And the New Zealander on the outside, and Josh Lotsu should creep under that 11-second marker. 10.69 officially on the clock there for Andrew Minder. He was impressive in that 200. He's even better in the 100.
Mitch, I'm surprised. He actually back in there was so fast, because in the 200 he was the quickest man around the first 50. So he's showing that he can do it both ways. His back end there was really strong. If he gets that start in the final, who knows how quick he can go. He just adds another qualifier to that list of qualifiers where he has.
So very quick heat as well. It's Lotsu 10.77. Liam Capsalis, can't confirm it, but feel confident. That might be his first time under 11, 10.86. And Logan Smythe, the Tasmanian, he goes 10.91. So a very fast second heat there for the men's under 18 100 metres. And we'll see a few of them around that qualifying time marker. Obviously, it's only the first one that goes through automatically, and then times from there. Heat number 3 will be loaded on the track shortly, but it is going to be the South Australian who takes heat number 2.
So meanwhile, Mitch Deary's on the runway here in the javelin. Let's go. A good throw there, just around the 30-metre mark. At the moment, 10.91 is what you need to make that 100-metre final. I think that's going to be a lot quicker than that by the time we're finished. At the moment, you've got Taylor from the first heat with his 10.75. You've got Lotsu with 10.77, Capsalis 10.86, and Smythe 10.91. There's our results on the screen. Plus 2.4 for Mander, so not an official qualifier. That's not a legal one, but it's irrelevant because he already has the standard. It's about how quick he can go. In the final, can he match Gout and the man Josiah John that we've already seen in the first one? And then also, not to be ignored, in the final heat, I reckon the one that could go very quick when you call them there is going to be Cody Hassler, or Hazler.
The Hayes dog.
He was terrific last year. He was the All-Schools champ, the Under-17 All-Schools champ in Adelaide. And so he's legitimately the fastest of those athletes born in 2007.
2006.
Whereas Gout, etc., are the 2007 born. Just confused my 16s and 17s and 2006s and 2007s. So our shot put continues. After these 100 heats, Mitch, I'm going to go for a good wander and give us some more field updates. Our cameramen have been doing great work down there. We're going to give you some great coverage, hopefully, from the field. Our triple jumpers, women under 17, 18 is probably the one that I'll hopefully highlight for you while you're down there. You'll then have a couple of 1,500 metre finals before I come back up for the 400 metre hurdle finals. So it's It's going to be a busy afternoon. You're mostly going to have the dulcet tones of Mitch Dyer for the rest of the afternoon, apart from some hurdles. I can't let those four 400-metre hurdle finals go without a fun call, Mitch. But I'm going to leave you to be the expert over those 1500s. You've absolutely drilled the circular events this weekend, and now you've become the sprint expert as well.
Certainly no expert. I think they've just stuck me with it, or you've been stuck with me with it, and it's good to have Nick Wall doing our 400-metre hurdles. Wallsy, as a former 400-metre hurdler, had a World Junior qualifier back in the day. Did Nick Wall.
Long time
you would
ago.
have
It was a bit soft
seen some photos of him with a bandana on and a shaved leg.
Things were a bit soft then, but anyway, moving on. To get to race the mighty Peter Bate, who was a World Junior bronze medalist, who now coaches at the mighty Whitehorse Colts in Melbourne.
Did you dust him?
Never. No, never near him. Could seldom even get myself on the camera for the first 200. Try as hard as I could just to lead for a little bit, like the old Superman that tries to lead at the start of a fun run. I'd try to do that for the first 200 in the hurdles, just to get the commentator's call.
Well, Nick, I was the same in distance running. I actually
you led a national final?
No, state open final as a junior.
State open final.
And actually, it was you. With 200 metres to go, I'm in the absolute throes of the lactic monster, and Nick Wall, as a 17-year-old young man having a crack, he calls out and he goes, "Well, Dyer looks like he's just standing still out there." And then they all just went bang and went around me. I think I came 8th or 9th. I got absolutely dusted.
You had a massive year that season. You dropped a lot of seconds very quickly. What was it? It was probably like a 10-second PB season.
Probably, yeah. It was PBs every day. And Nick, who cares about me when Gout's in the middle of the track?
So on the inside, you've got Madondo of New Zealand, Rat Van der Weevil of New South Wales, Forbes of the ACT, Sims of Queensland, Gout Queensland, Sam Norris WA, James Whitnell South Australia, Jacob Taylor New South Wales. So we saw that claw in action of Gout yesterday get going. Can he get a good start? So they're away in heat number 3. Gout gets the start he needs. Out wide is the New South Welshman in Taylor. Gout just claws his way through the second half. How close will it be to his national record? Not this time. Quite comfortable, 10.61. Madondo of New Zealand. Hopefully the New Zealanders might get himself a couple through to the final. But Gout, it's just pretty easy, Mitch, isn't it?
Oh, that is outrageous from the young man. That is just... The Queenslander, he's in his stride at the moment, Gout. And he just looked so comfortable and in control. So,
no.
10.61 it will be for Gout. Light work.
Madondo might be just outside the automatic times, unfortunately, I think there. 11.00. But no doubt about it, winner Gout. The start was good. I don't think he really pushed as hard through his acceleration mid-phase.
His reaction time to the gun, though, was unbelievable.
It was good. It was really good. I mean, I don't know if you've seen some of the images that have been shared on socials last night, but the amount of elevation he gets off the track coming off that slingshot of the 200, the stride length's insane. I actually would love to see how many strides he takes down 100.
Oh.
So results are on our screen now. Gout 10.61 with a plus 1.5. Just adds another qualifier to his impressive repertoire. Madondo 11.00. And Jacob Taylor was the New South Welshman in third with 11.08. So one heat to go here at the under 18 men's, Mitch, before we move on to, as we said, plenty of field action. Some 1,500 metre finals not far away also. The action never stops here at the Chemist Warehouse Australian Junior Athletics Championships.
Well, I've lost it over that. I'm sorry. I know you don't want to hype up juniors too much, but that is just insane what he's done. So 10.61, you can go faster. They can all go faster, obviously. They've got through the heats. The 4 that we really thought were the ones to watch, they've got through. We now wait on times. We're into number 4 here, so I'll read them out to you. It's Benjamin Kelly of New South Wales, Maxwell Van Balen of Queensland, Cody Hassler of New South Wales, Jake Hayter of New South Wales, Max Busuttil from Victoria, Barnabas Ronto from New South Wales, Alex Thompson and Sadhil Kumar. That's how they read from inside out. And in fact, we will be missing Jake Hayter. No? Max Busuttil of Victoria, he's out. So no Victorian. Busuttil will go missing. Watch Cody Hasler. So we're away here in racing heat number 4. Hasler of New South Wales. He's going to start to get into his running. Inside of his shoulder, though, is Van Beelen. But it will be the New South Welshman. He'll take it out. Watch the clock. 10.75 it is. So Cody Hasler, he'll take out heat number 4. He'll go through automatically. Only one does that. We'll wait on times. Nick Wall ferociously doing some quick math down here. So we might even have that final for you before it's official. But New South Wales, Cody Hasler, he'll get down there 10.75. So then it goes to Sadhil Kumar. He'll get through unofficially, of course, from New South Wales. Van Beelen of Queensland gets a 10.9. He might just miss out on that final in the men's under 18 100 metres. So that's how competitive it is.
So, Mitch, the 4 heats, you've had Josiah John go 10.67 to win the first, Mayenda 10.69 for the second, Gout 10.61 the third, and Hasler 10.75 for the fourth. So what a final we're going to have this afternoon. The men's under 18 100 metres. 1,500 metres now away here. Mitch, I'll make way down to the field and be back with you shortly.
So just wait. So Nick Wall's going to go down to the field. We'll let him go do his business. That means you're stuck with me for these 1500s. Got some absolute crackers coming up here in the midst of that. So our women's under 17 will go first. It's similar to what we saw earlier in our men's. It's 2-time finals. So always make it very interesting. Found the men interesting. They didn't really get after it in terms of going super quick, but they clearly did enough to get themselves over the line. You'll see our javelin event still going on out there at the moment. But making their way out around the track now. Section 1 of 2 in the women's under 17 1500 metre championship of Australia. Now, if you happen to have lost a pink pair of Nike spikes in a white Nike bag, they've been found in the women's bathroom here in the grandstand. So pink Nike spikes, white Nike bag. If they're yours, we have them up here in the broadcasting, well, box, I suppose we'll call it. Size 9. So if you lost a size 9 pair of pink Nike spikes and a white bag in the women's toilet, they are up here in the broadcasting box. And if you don't claim them, Nick Wall will run home in them. So section number 1 of 2 here in the women's under 17 1500. You'll see them on the track now. So it's Sophie Schultz, Celeste Carolyn, Beth Kilgallen, Zoe Honeybrook, Ali Brooks, Piper Devine, Audrey Ward, Sienna Hathrill, Sophia Slater, Poppy Healy, Madeline Taylor, Xanthi Pick, Gwen Watson, and Orla Shackloth. So Orla Shackloth from Loretto, coached by Tommy Watson, who'll be watching. Hello, Thomas. Spent a bit of time up north for a little while before this event. So times are the most important thing here. Section 1 of 2. How fast can you go? So a little uneasy on the line there. I'm surprised they didn't get called back, but the officials will let them slide. Get a good indication of who's taking that out early. And I always say this, but it's all about finding that positioning early. It's the ACT Zoe Honeybrook, one of the faster in this field, got there early. Now just making her way around is the Queenslander. That might be Gwen Watson. So I think it might be Watson. Devine behind there. Then it goes back to Zoe Honeybrook. She's going to sit in the 3rd position. So it is going to be Watson. Watson leading it out there from Devine. Honeybrook tucked in on the rail. Looking really comfortable through this opening 300 metres as this group out in front. So it'll be Queenslander Watson leading out from fellow stateswoman Devine. Honeybrook on that railing. Just keeping herself out of trouble here at the moment. So 70 seconds exactly on the clock there through the first 400 metres. It's been strung out, but at the front of it, it's a pack of 8. Only 2 forced out from the rail at the moment. Out in front, it's Gwen Watson. Back to Piper Devine. And then Zoe Honeybrook of the ACT. So that top 3 won't change. The group behind now might just find themselves in positions that are a little bit more comfortable. The back end of these 1500s are always about picking that moment to start your run home. So leading it out here, it's Queensland 1-2. That goes the way of Watson and Devine. Honeybrook now just getting up on the shoulder, so not happy to sit on the rail now. Just wants to get right in and amongst the action. It's Ali Brooks behind there, the Victorian, who now slots into the 4th position. And will look to get on the back of these Queenslanders. So wasting no time now to get to the front. It's going to be Zoe Honeybrook, or Honeybrook, I should say, of the ACT. Still sitting there behind now will be Watson and Devine. So that's how they'll stand here at the moment in the section 1 of 2 in the women's under 17 1500. It is all Zoe Honeybrook leading it out. It's still going to be the Queenslanders in the 1-2 punch position as Watson leading out Devine. Got a little bit of work to do the rest of this field. They're a little bit away from the running, so I think it might come down to these 3. At the moment, leading it out, though, is Honeybrook. Wouldn't count out Gwen Watson or Piper Devine for that matter. Celeste Carolyn as well of New South Wales came in with the faster seed time. So did Sophie Schultz, but out in front, wasting no time. Made her move 400 metres ago in this position, Zoe Honeybrook. and now just wants to get as far away as possible. So time, the most important thing, and also being in that top 3, obviously, for the medal positions, equally as important with that. So behind there from Honeybrook is Watson. Sitting behind further is Devine. And the pack moving now will be Sophie Schultz, just rounding on the shoulder there of Ali Brooks. Out in front at the moment, though, section number 1 of 2. It goes the way of the nation's capital, and that's Zoe Honeybrook out in front. Just looking to move up this back straight for the last time and stamp her authority on section number 1 of 2. Behind there is still Gwen Watson, Piper Devine, just following a stateswoman here in 3rd position. A little bit of movement further back in the field. Making a clear move from New South Wales is Sophie Schultz, but they've got a fair bit of work to do to get up to that bronze medal position. So out in front at the moment now, it's Zoe Honeybrook. She did it 800 metres ago and made the move. She's just extending away here with 150 to go. So time and place, the most important things. Honeybrook, the best suited to it. It's Gwen Watson sitting behind there. Finding a little bit of momentum is Piper Devine in 3rd. And it'll be Schultz, I believe, who's just slipping back a little bit into the 5th position. But down this home straight here in section number 1 of 2, it's Zoe Honeybrook of the ACT. She has blown this race apart over the final 800 metres. And watch the clock here. It's going to be under 4:40, 4:37 it is. So 4:37 currently leads it out. Brave running there from Watson. Now coming through was Devine. Poppy Healy of New Zealand gets up for 4th as it stands. As the rest of the field makes their way down now. It'll be Sienna Hathrell. And so too Celeste Carolyn. So Carolyn comes down to the line now. One more competitor out here for section number 1 of 2 in the women's under-17 1500 metres. A big round of applause for all competitors here. Down to the line is Xanthi Pick of the ACT. She'll finish off her campaign in the under-17 women's 1500. And the times to watch, 4:37 for Zoe Honeybrook, Gwen Watson 4:43, and Piper Devine 4:44.98. Down to the shot put now with Nick Wall.
Thanks, Mitch. It's a action-packed shot put here in the last round. We have 8 throwers remaining here, and we've just had 2 of them in this final round. Currently in 3rd place, and she's only 4 throwers away from entering the circle, is going to be Susanna Kennelly, the New Zealander, and her best put was 14.85 in the 3rd round. Currently in 2nd is Alira Takau of Queensland with a 15.08 in her 2nd round. And the leader, though, she's dominant at the moment with 16.78, is Eileen Beale of Victoria. Mitch, back to your 1500.
And underway, Victoria's Rachel White.
So thanks very much for that, Nick. We'll get into it here. So out in front, he's blessed with the presence of Lockie Morehouse for a moment there, one of the harder working men of Athletics Australia. Now let's get into it. It's Rachel White, Sarah Baker, Claire Spicknell, Aspen Lambert. Then it's Williams, Whitsed, Mika, Miller, Ritchie, Scahill, Anderson, Hill, Smith and McLeod. That's how they'll read. And they're going to get out and waste no sort of time. So 4:37.75, 4:43.79 and 4:44.98. That's gold, silver and bronze at the moment. So out in front early, it's going to be Claudia Mika of New South Wales. Just on her shoulder now moving through is Ritchie. So Mika to Ritchie. Back there in the pack is White. So Mika, Ritchie. A little further back, Rachel White. But Bo Ritchie of New Zealand will get out in front. Take over from Claudia Mika of New South Wales. It's Rachel White on the inside shoulder there. It was 70 flat through the first lap in section number 1. Well, section number 2 will go 69.8. So not all that much faster, but these women will start to ramp it up over this middle lap of the 1500. So out in front, it's the New Zealander in Bo Ritchie. She'll try and string this field out and really assess who the dangers are behind her there. Sitting really comfortably in that 2nd position is Claudia Mika. Rachel White, the Victorian, just starting to slip back into this pack a little bit, find a good spot for herself. But it's Bo Ritchie, the New Zealander, out in front. So, as I said, 4:37, 4:43, 4:44 currently is that gold, silver and bronze position. We've had a fall in the pack there. So I think that might be our Tasmanian. Out in front, though, it's still Bo Ritchie leading there from Claudia Mika. Behind is now Whitsed, and moving around nicely is Sarah Baker of New South Wales. So that's how they'll read here. We'll get a good indication at 800 metres just how fast they're going. They went 69 for the first lap, and they'll come through relatively the same there for the second. So it's a pack of 7 out in front. They've put a gap to the rest of the field now. Bo Ritchie, the New Zealander, well, she's going to drag the Australian counterparts behind her through for a fast time. So Ritchie out in front. Claudia Mika hasn't moved at all. Sarah Baker tucked in nicely there from New South Wales. It'll be either Kai Anderson or Danielle Hills. We'll get a good understanding of that as they make their way around here. The Queenslander just putting herself in the 4th position at the moment. So Bo Ritchie wasn't happy with just bringing through 7. Now she really wants to put her foot down. Behind her there is Claudia Mika of New South Wales. These two will start to stream away from the pack behind. It's headed by another New South Wales athlete, but they've got a bit of work to do to bring it back to these front two. So out in front, Bo Ritchie. Behind her there, Claudia Mika. Now starting to move into it is Danielle Hills of Queensland, and behind her there is Sarah Baker. So out in front, though, it's Bo Ritchie leading out Claudia Mika. Now sitting in that 3rd position will be Danielle Hills, and a little bit further back there, Sarah Baker. So these two out in front. Maybe who can get there is going to be Danielle Hills of Queensland. A little bit of work to do up this back straight. Bo Ritchie, if she's got anything to say about it, she won't let anybody else into it. Mika's enough, and Mika is right on the shoulder. So Bo Ritchie of New Zealand leads out Mika from New South Wales. Queensland's Danielle now just sitting in that bronze medal position. We're going to keep our eye on the times. They should be under it. 37, 43, 44. That'll get you a medal here in the women's under 17 1500. So out in front now, makes the move. Claudia Mika, she's been sitting behind Bo Ritchie, who isn't happy not to be at the front of the race. 150 metres to go now. It is going to be Claudia Mika of New South Wales. Bo Ritchie just gets right up on the shoulder of the New Zealander. In fact, she goes right around. So Bo Ritchie momentarily not in front, now snatches it back. But here comes Claudia Mika. Mika on the outside. Ritchie will go down in front. So the New Zealander takes it out there, Bo Ritchie. Mika here. The battle for the bronze. Sarah Baker on the outside of Hills will get it. Sarah Baker, Hills, and then back to Miller. And it was New Zealand out in front. So keep that in mind. There'll be another medal in there. And they're under that time. I'll give it to you now. Bo Ritchie will be the champion, 4:27. Claudia Mika, the Australian champion, in 4:28. It'll go Sarah Baker from New South Wales, 4:31. And Danielle Hills of Queensland, 4:31.51. So Bo Ritchie, the New Zealander, takes it out. The Australian medalists will be Claudia Mika, the gold, Sarah Baker, the silver, and Danielle Hills, the bronze. That's how it'll be in your women's under 17 1500. What a race that was that we just saw. We'll go down to Nick now. He's got more shot put for us, Nicholas.
Yes, thanks, Mitch. We've just wrapped up the under-18 women's shot put here, and Zai Levine Beale of Victoria has sealed victory in the final round. She went 16.78 in round 3 and then 16.40 in round 4, but she's going to be a champ here. Undisputed under-18 women's shot put champion of Australia.
Thank you very much for that, Nick. So our women's under 18 1500 is on the track now, and this is the one, this is the race where you can qualify for that Youth Commonwealth Games selection. We saw Fleur Cooper, she's got the qualifier. She was your 800-metre champion the other day. We've also got Graham running up here, and also Sudholz, Daisy, of that variety. Well, she was your under 17 champion. So it'll go Sudholz, Lascales, Conley, Greentree, Daybritt, Stevens, Papadoulis, Peterson, Thornwaite, Baburn, Uring, Sakana, Hoggett, Hughes, May, McCabe, Walker, Graham, and Fleur Cooper. She's got the qualifier. She won the 800. Pedestrian out here at the moment, though. So they're going to let this one settle. Sometimes it becomes a game of impatience. Somebody in here will go, you know what, my kick's actually not the best, and I'm going to make the running. So down in front, it's Daisy Sudholz. On the outside shoulder of her is Graham. Just sitting behind there, too, is going to be May. And looking really comfortable, it's going to be Fleur Cooper, your 800-metre champion. So she's got a Youth Commonwealth Games qualifier, does Cooper. She was your 800-metre champion here across these championships, and it is a slow affair to kick things off through the first 400 metres. So 77 seconds through the first 400 to keep that in mind. Pedestrian out here at the moment. They're all happy to go wide and enjoy not having to put the pace on too much, but playing into the hands of some of these kickers, and the best of them, Fleur Cooper. She was your 800-metre champion. I've mentioned it a few times. She sits towards the front of this pack. So out in front, still looking comfortable, Daisy Saltholz. Not far away is Graham Cooper. And so too Amelia May of New South Wales. So this is it. There's no time finals. It's only one. There can only be one champion. Can Cooper do the double? Or will we see a fresh 1,500-metre champion? Daisy Saltholz was the under-17 champion last year. Now getting around on the shoulder from South Australia will be Sarah Uring. So the pace just starting to pick up a little bit here. A few beginning to drop off. It's Uring on the outside shoulder there of Danielle Graham, the Western Australian. Inside there is Amelia May. And out wider is Fleur Cooper. Queenslander tucked in the middle too. Could be Ruby Hughes. So they make their way around this bend. It was 77 seconds to kick things off. They'll go a little bit faster here. And now they form out into a straight line. So out in front still will be Danielle Graham. It's Uring behind her there, sitting in the second position, the South Australian. Not far away is Cooper. Queenslanders now starting to move up, and there'll be some movement in this secondary pack. They do not want to miss this kick because it will be ferocious in the final 400 metres. So the Western Australians stayed out of trouble there in Danielle Graham. She's running up an age group to try and get herself on this team. So Danielle Graham, the Western Australian, here we go now. Now it's winding up. So Danielle Graham has had enough. She said, it's my time to make the pace, and if you want to get on board, now's your moment. So Graham going to lead it out. Cooper not too far away, the 800-metre champion. She's going to be the first to react. She's just going to get right on the shoulder here. Nose can't spot too much room. So Graham out in front, leads it from Cooper. They're going to get the bell now. Inside of the lane there is May. And now really starting to move is Daisy Saltholz, the Victorian. She puts herself up into fourth position now. So out in front, though, it is going to be Danielle Graham. I mentioned that she's running up and she wants to run away with it. So Graham now. Daisy Saltholz is going to bring a few through with her, and one of them will be Amelia May. So Amelia May on the back of it here. Saltholz chasing after Graham. Been brave. Last year's champion was Saltholz. Knows how to win these national finals. Behind her there is May. They're going to go after the Western Australian. 4 minutes on the clock now. So here we go. They're winding up with 180 to go. Graham was brave to break up the pack. Saltholz quickest to react. May just got on the back of the momentum, and she could be the best suited of them all. 100 metres to go now to find a national champion. It's Graham on the inside. Daisy Saltholz on the outside. Here comes May. I said she read momentum. She wants to get on the inside rail. Graham now the Western Australian. Saltholz on the outside. She's brave. She's young. She's the national champ. Can't believe it, the Western Australian. We'll have to wait for the clock. I think it's around 4:34. Saltholz made the running. May behind there. 4:33.32 for Graham. A phenomenal performance there. Amelia May, Daisy Saltholz, they're second and third. But the young Western Australian, she gets up, and she's your national champion for the women's under-18 1500 as the rest of our field comes down now. Grace Stevens of South Australia, and also Papadoulis of Western Australia. She'll round it out. That's your women's under-18 1500 metres. So we're down here, the triple jump with Nick Wall. Nick, how do we see it?
Thanks, Mitch. Well, you won't be shocked here. Isabel Lewison-Rowe is back in medal contention. 12.70 in round 1 to lead all comers in the under-17 women's triple jump. And in second place at the moment with 11.92 is Gina Davey of the Victorian. And in third place, another name familiar to us, Grace Krause, 11.84. So at the moment, after 2 rounds, your leader is the high jump, already the high jump under-18 champion and the under-17 hurdles champion, Isabel Lewison-Rowe. And in second place at the moment, it is Grace Krause, who obviously jumped so well and ran the 200 metres already so well in 11.84. So back to you, and we've got Coco Espy, our favourite wheelie from the championships, on the track at the moment, Mitch.
Thank you, Nick. It is Coco Espy out here in the 1500. She'll make her way around the track. So Coco Espy comes into this home straight now. So Espy in the straight. We'll have 3 laps to go here, Coco Espy. So the clap underway down here at the triple jump, Nick. I'll leave it to you.
It's your under-18 high jump gold medalist, your under-17 hurdles gold medalist, and now she's seeking a 3rd gold medal in the last 2 hours. That is Isabel Lewison-Rowe in the triple jump. Round 1, she's your leader. And let's see if she's extended on that. I don't think it'll be extended on her round 1 jump, but what an afternoon it's been for Isabel Lewison-Rowe. No, 1.242, so 12.42 doesn't extend her lead, but stays in that gold medal position, Mitch.
Well, thank you, Nick. Coco Espy up this back straight. 143.6 through the first 400. Making her way around the track now, so triple jump action underway. High jumpers warming up. And Coco Espy around the athletics track now, so Espy will be racing the clock here. Looking comfortable at the moment through the opening stages of this 1500. Espy moving through into this home straight. So Coco Espy now coming down to it. So Coco Espy will have 800 metres to go when she comes through this start-finish line. So Espy now, some good momentum into this bend. 800 to go, 3:07 on the clock. So it was 143.6 through the first 400 metres. We'll get the split through 800. And a 3:26 will show that it's been very consistent here in the first 800 metres. So around that marker, should be just out of it. So only a little bit slower than what we saw through the first 400 metres here for Coco Espy. So impressive, the level of consistency. And seems to be picking up the pace a little bit up this back straight as well. So Espy makes her way up this back straight. So our high jumpers continue to go through their motions. Triple jump down there as well. But Coco Espy making her way around. She'll have 600 metres to go now. Will Coco Espy in this under 17 1500 power event. It's Espy moving around here. 500 to go now for Coco Espy. This will be the second last time she's in this home straight. And Nick down at the triple jump as well. A bit of action.
There certainly is, Mitch. Gina Davey of Victoria's had 2 jumps now over 12 metres, so 12.16 and 12.04. That's had her in second position at the moment, behind Isabel Lewison-Rowe and the Queenslander. Sarah May, 11.43 best, and a Lily Smart of South Australia doesn't improve in the third round there with a 10.59. But at the moment, 12 metres looks like is what you needed to get up into the medals. Third place Kraus at the moment still. Well, actually, no, 11.84 in third at the moment, Mitch. So 11.84 for third at the moment. But our leader at the moment is Isabel Lewison-Rowe with 12.70. From Gina Davey of Victoria, 12.16. As Coco Espy makes her way down that back straight again in that beautiful pink chair. She's at, as I said, Mitch, it's been hard work when she's had the 8 and the 1500. She's had to do those ones solo, but she's done a wonderful job as she races the clock. And of course, her result will still be compared against, I did make a mistake the other day, she'll still be compared against our para-athletes who will go around shortly in the 1500 to follow.
So, Coco Espy, thanks very much for that, Nick. Will come down with 150 metres to go in this para under 17s 1500 metre event. So, Coco Espy now, for the final time, will make her way around this bend and into the home straight. Just over 6 minutes on the clock. Coco Espy will come down here in the women's under 17 para 1500. And it'll be a matter of points, percentages and time down here for Coco Espy. Some great racing here in the women's under 17 para 1500. It's Espy who's been so strong. She'll just go over the 6 minute 30 marker. Well done to Coco Espy. That'll be just a touch over 6:30 here in the under 17 para 1500. And that is 6:30.95 for the athlete from New South Wales. Coco Espy there, number 1 of 2 in the under 17 para 1500. So we're off and racing up here on the back straight. Charlie Gardner-Hall of New Zealand will contest this women's under 17 para 1500. Nick, I'll go down to you though.
Thanks, Mitch. Well, it was just saw Kraus then again of New South Wales. I turned around, I just blinked. The speed she hits the runway with. There's no real height to her 3 phases, but wow, she's fast. So 11.52 for Kraus, doesn't improve in the third round, but wow, incredible speed. We talked about the power of Lewison-Rowe in the triple jump and the high jump earlier, but it's all speed for Kraus. It's very interesting watching these triple jumpers. They all come from very different backgrounds. As the New Zealander, Gardner-Hall makes her way down past me down the front straight for the first time in the para under 17 1500.
Thanks, Nick, for that. Charlie Gardner-Hall down this home straight, the New Zealander in the women's under 17 para 1500. So we just watched Coco Espy go off in final number 1 of 2. It's now Charlie Gardner-Hall of New Zealand. She'll make her way around here. So Gardner-Hall of New Zealand, she's 350 metres into this 1500 metre event. And looking pretty comfortable at the moment at the beginning of this 1500. So Charlie Gardner-Hall of New Zealand, get a good split at the 400 marker. See exactly where we're at here. And Charlie Gardner-Hall will go 1 minute 50.1 through the first 400. Nick, I'll let you call through one of these jumps down here at the triple jump. It's Charlie Gardner-Hall leading it out here in the women's under 17 para 1500, heat number 2.
Look, Mitch, nothing's changed in the order currently down here. We're just getting close to the end of the third round, so I should be able to give you an update shortly in this under 17 triple jump. I'm going to actually make my way across while they just work out what this order is in these last 3 jumps and give you an update from the under 18 triple jump, Mitch, if you don't mind. So if you don't mind talking amongst yourself up there as the hurdles get set up on the track, I'm going to check in with the under 18 triple jump and then come back and give you the top 8 qualifiers for under a 17 triple jump.
Thanks very much for that, Nick. So Charlie Gardner-Hall of New Zealand, she's through 550, borderline 600 metres now of her para under 17 1500. Gardner-Hall just getting into her work now. She was a minute 50.1, I believe, through the first 400 metres was Gardner-Hall. As the official set up some of our hurdles for our men's, women's 400 metre hurdle finals. Nick Wall will be taking you through those, which should be special, which I'm genuine about. That sounded like I was sarcastic, but it'll be a treat to have Nick Wall take us through here. 3-time national silver medalist, Nick Wall. As Charlie Gardner-Hall of New Zealand, it's coming down here on your screen. She'll be through 700 metres. 3:37 on the clock for Charlie Gardner-Hall. As Nick makes his way over to that under 18 triple jump. It looks like they're in the 4th round. I can see an 11:23 for somebody up on that board. But Charlie Gardner-Hall just making her way around. She'll get to the 800 marker. Some very happy fans down here, I'll tell you what, for one of our presentations. And Nick, I'll cross to you.
Jump. Yes, thanks, Mitch. So great timing. The under 18 women's triple jump, we currently have Molly Fraser at the end of 3 rounds. So we're just reversed the order. So the under 17 triple jump, the under 18 triple jump, almost at identical stages. So Molly Fraser on the back straight leads the Victorian with 12:30. She's gone 12:16, 12:15 and 12:30, sort of consistent series from her. Likewise, the series 1 centimetre behind at the moment is Zoe Chester, who's gone 12:28 and 12:29 with her last 2 jumps to be only behind by 1 centimetre. And then in third, not so far with just 1 big jump in the first round, the 12:05, was Rafaela Idris. So she's in third at the moment. Others to go through and get an extra jump will be the Queenslander, Teresa Anthony. Tasiah Haggie of Victoria with 11:66 is currently in 5th. Charlotte Goldsmith, 11:59, the New Zealander. We've seen that name this weekend a few times. Mia Devlin, the South Australian, will also progress through to round 4, and likewise will Ashley Cardi of Victoria. So your top 8 are led currently by Molly Fraser, 1 centimetre in front of Zoe Chester. And then in third, that's Rafaela Idris. So top 3 all over that 12-metre distance. And they look the most likely medalists with 1 round to go in the under 18 women's triple jump. We'll keep an eye on that board on the back straight, Mitch, to see if anyone else can hit that 12-metre mark.
Thanks for that, Nick. To get yourself ready to come up here to call some 400-metre hurdles soon as well. So on the track at the moment, it's Charlie Gardner-Hall. This is the second last time we'll see her in this home straight as a part of the women's under 17 para 1500. So Gardner-Hall has hit the rhythm here. She'll have 400 metres to go when she comes through this start-finish line. So New Zealand's Charlie Gardner-Hall will hear the sweet sound of the bell. So it'll be about 6:10 on the clock. Just under it here for Gardner-Hall. 400 metres to go now, and a pep in the step of the New Zealander. Starts to pick it up here with 3:50 to go. So we can see these hurdles getting ready for the 400-metre finals. Triple jump still underway. And it's Charlie Gardner-Hall. So you saw Coco Espy before this. She was just over 6 minutes, but it all comes down to points, percentages, and everything in between in these para events. And so we'll wait on them from our officials and the professionals that we have here in Athletics Australia. The best to do it. They will decide this after the race is done. So coming down here still is Charlie Gardner-Hall. Looking really good out there as a New Zealander now. Just found her rhythm after that first lap and was able to slot into something that looked and felt quite comfortable for the New Zealander. It was 200 metres to go now, only half a lap separating her from the finish line. And as we've mentioned, the next track event will be the 400-metre hurdles, the baby of Nicholas Wall. So we'll see his bald head bobbing around here somewhere soon, I'm sure of it. 150 metres to go now, though. It's Charlie Gardner Hall of New Zealand. She'll round the bend here. 130 to go for Gardner Hall. And she's been great here, the New Zealander. So Charlie Gardner Hall it is. She will come into this home straight. She's been brave. She's been on her own. It's not an easy way to run a 1500, but Gardner Hall has put her head down and done her best. She'll be over that 8-minute marker. She'll creep under that 8:20 point for sure. And Charlie Gardner Hall, she'll come down here, 8:10 on the clock. She'll get under the 8:20, and Charlie Gardner Hall will see this out in final number 2 of 2 in the women's under 17 para 1500 metre event. It was 8:18, and while I catch my breath and take a break, Nick Wall doing the same next to me here, so I'll keep filling some time for Nick, as we mentioned it quite a few times. It's out there now. The young men getting out there now. It's 400-metre hurdle time.
There's only about 4 jumpers to go, so I might get you to give me a quick update and maybe bring it back up here. But very quickly in the under 17, still progressing at the moment, it's going to be Isabel Lewison-Rowe, Gina Davey, and then Grace Krause. But while we get these 400-metre hurdles set up on the track and the triple jump action in the 17s and 18s gets exciting, we're going to throw to a break here on 7+.
We know it's important to stay hydrated, and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
So we're back here at Cusack for the last 2 hours of Superb Sunday. Family day at the races, as many would say. It's the 400-metre hurdles getting prepared for. Mitch is going to grab that action from the back straight under 18 women's triple jump and also the front straight under 17 women's triple jump. Some 12-metre action on both competitions. Again, that Isabel Lewison-Rowe, the leader across both age groups at the moment. And she's in the under 17 age group. On the back straight, 3 jumpers up over the 12-metre mark. But this is our final. Our first of 4 400-metre hurdle finals. Kobe Blake, the Queenslander, in 2. Kaylin Klass of Queensland in 3. Matthew Hunt, New South Wales in 4. Jack Love, he was superb in the heats. Looking to go close to that youth Commonwealth Youth Standard. He went 53.02 in the heat, qualified, I believe he's 52.2. Max Franklin of Victoria outside of him. Jacob Eddington, the WA athlete, expect him to go out aggressively hard. James Harden, New South Wales, and Joel Drew of Queenslander, who's already been in the sprint hurdles final today, the 110 hurdles, that is. So, Mitch mentioned it earlier, certainly my passionate event, this one. Probably had even more fun coaching this event through the years, in recent years. Shout out to a couple of my favourite athletes, Dilly De Silva and Matt Harcourt, who shone at this age group with national silver medals. So from the inside, the Queenslander Blake, then you've got class of Queensland, Hunt, the New South Wales athlete, Jack Love, who was so impressive in the heats, Franklin of Victoria, Eddington WA, Harden of New South Wales, and Joel Drew off his sprint hurdles final earlier. It's the New South Wales athlete, though, moving very well in Hunt at the moment. So Hunt goes up and puts some pressure on Jack Love. So Jack Love, he was the under-17 champion in this event last year, and he's laid it down now through flight number 6. So Love trying to move away from Hunt. They're the only two challenges at the moment. The Victorian on their outside, Franklin. But through flight number 8, Hunt gets a little bit sideways off that one, but the pressure remains on Love. Love, Hunt, this is going to be incredibly last hurdle. They both take it with their right leg. Love, Hunt gets to his shoulder. Love responds. He responds hugely. 51.62, Love, if you haven't seen that. The arms go up. Both boys have gone nearly 2 seconds inside their personal bests. Jack Love, he had the pressure on him early from Matthew Hunt. He responded. He got back to the lead. Hunt had one last go off the 10th flight. Jack Love, that's the new national record. Jack Love, Australian record, takes it down. Sasha Alexenko from 2008, the 51.75 disappears. 4 national records in the last 24 hours here at the Chemist Warehouse Australian Junior Athletics Championships. Unbelievable. I wasn't looking at the clock for that one. I thought if he could go inside the 52.38, which was the Commonwealth standard, we'd be wrapped. But to take the national record, Jack Love, something special. Back-to-back titles. Matthew Hunt, 51.75. He equals the old record in second. And they both could find themselves off to the Caribbean in the not-too-distant future. So the crowd's just told me here that we're going to leave Mitch out of the box for the afternoon, because that's 4 national records in about the last 8 races I've called. Absolutely insane behaviour from these junior athletes. That was not one I expected. I did have a couple of Queensland coaches in Jaden Russ and Lloyd Knight telling me how impressive he was earlier in the heats, and I believed it. I knew he could go quick, and I thought he'd get the qualifying stand. I thought he might go 52 low. 52 low. He just went 51.6 national record. What are they going to do in the next one? Just got a couple of my phone is going hot here with with messages from those watching 7 Sport or the Athletics Australia YouTube. So rightly so impressed with the hurdling there of our athlete, Jack Love. Hughes now on the runway in the under-17 triple jump final. It's happened again, Mitch. Australian record. He's just wandered back into the box. Jack. No, Mitch is coming back for Gout final. It might be his last chance this weekend. But
how do you keep doing this?
Mitch, it was actually, like, Jack Love was superb. He was phenomenal. But again, Hunt of New South Wales 3 times put the pressure on him, and he actually equalled the old Australian record in second.
So they both broke it?
Well, he equalled it. So
Jesus.
And I no disrespect to Hunt. but I had him thought maybe he could run a 53 seconds. He's gone 51.75. I thought Love could go the 52.3 and qualify for the youth games. And he absolutely did qualify.
This is just getting ridiculous, Nick. And it's not even just anytime you get on the mic, it's anytime I leave.
I know. So anyway, our next one on the screen is our under 17 400-metre hurdle final. Now we have 9 starters here. Leo Brown of New South Wales in 1, Charlie Sullivan, WA in 2, Bailey Dean Latanis of New South Wales in 3, Parker Bowman, New South Wales 4, Oliver Corcoran, the Queenslander in 5, Christian Cotis, New South Wales in 6, Nicholas Pavia, South Australia in 7, Cooper Jenner, ACT in 8, Ethan Steeghouse, Victoria in 9. Mitch, I'm going to need you to confirm for me. How have you been calling Ethan's name at the Vic Champs?
Who? Steakhouse.
So from the outside this time, you've got Staguis, Jenner, Pavia, Coaches, Corcoran, Bowman, Latanis, Sullivan and Brown. It's the New South Wales athlete there in Bowman who's probably been the most aggressive in the middle lanes. And the South Australian also, Pavia, looks pretty good out wide. Pavia is now going to be joined by Cotis. So Cotis of New South Wales. The under-17 lads, many of them doing this event for the first time in the last 3 months, really stepping up a distance. The former 200-metre hurdlers now having a crack over the 1 lap. They've just seen Jack Love go fast. What will they do here? I love the acceleration right there through of our New South Wales competitor. It was terrific, and that was Cotis. Cotis made a real effort to accelerate into hurdle number 7. He's now at hurdle number 9, Cotis, but they're coming in at him. They're going to come at him from all angles. Jenner of the ACT. Cotis is going to go down. On their inside, it's the New South Wales Bowman. So Bowman's going to take the title. So Bowman of New South Wales, the South Australians through next in Pavia. He was terrific. And the Queenslander Corcoran. I feel sorry there for our man from New South Wales, Cotis. He was terrific around the bend. It was a brave run. He's tripped the last one, but he'll be back for plenty more. He showed some real class through the first 355 metres. But your winner, no doubt about your winner there. Parker Bowman, New South Wales, 55.88. Pavia, 56.72. And Oliver Corcoran, Queensland, 57.50. Men's under 17 400-metre hurdles. It was excitement of a totally different type there, Mitch, from the race before. It was... As I said, it's a pretty new race for most of these guys. They wouldn't have raced more than 3 or 4 times, most of them. So the fall's unsurprising, but still action-packed.
So it's Davey on the runway now.
Now Davey in the silver medal position. So can she jump over? No board for us there, so can she get over 12 metres?
Can't believe you called another Australian record. It's getting ridiculous now.
It's pretty exciting. 2 New South Wales, 2 Queensland. For those following home.
So, Nick, a few more hours left here of the Australian Junior Athletic Championships, brought to you by Chemist Warehouse, the 100th edition of these championships.
And Mitch, what a championships they've been.
Oh, they've been sensational, Nick.
I'll tell you what, there'll be a big argument to never leave Brisbane again.
Not after something like this. Absolutely not.
Not with the performances and the weather. It really does make it for the athletes, doesn't it, when they get to enjoy this sort of standard competition. There's been happy coaches, happy parents. Oh, it's big. So she's off the 11-metre board, so we'll wait to see what that jump was there. Parker Bowen, 55.88, confirmed. Unfortunately, it was Cotis the fall, but as I said, look for him later in the year. I imagine it's a name we'll be seeing at the All Schools. He'll be back there right amongst the top finishers as the ladies now come to the track. So, Mitch, I just had Dan Martin go past me and say, how good was that at one of Australia's leading hurdle coaches, former record holder himself, junior record holder over the under 20 200 metres, under 19 200 metres. 21-0 man as a junior, pretty impressive. But he just said, how good was that, talking about Jack Love?
Well, mightily impressive. Good to get the recognition from some past legends of junior athletics.
And right here, the reason Dan Martin's made his well at the top of the stand, he coaches here Sienna Farrell, who is in lane 5, one of the favourites for this. And Sienna Farrell is also an absolute future star of AFLW. So hopefully we can keep her in both at the same time. And the thing I like about AFLW at the moment, athletes are multi-sport, but you've got Aveline Tandog, Georgia Phillips, Emily Butcher, you're going to be cheering her on, Sienna Farrell, Erin Foley, Sophie Hancock, Talan Parkey and Nevaeh Hill. So from the inside, Tandog of New South Wales, Phillips, New South Wales, Butcher, the Victorian, back again. Sienna Farrell, the under-17 champ from last year. Erin Foley, Victoria. Sophie Hancock of New Zealand. Parkey of New South Wales, and out wide, Nevaeh Hill, last year's bronze medalist at both the All-Schools and the Junior Championships. But at the moment, the tall figure in the middle lanes, Farrell, looks really strong. So Farrell, an aspiring AFLW player also, and she's now going to do some work there to catch those outside runners. It looks to be the New Zealander, Hancock, moving very well. And also on her outside, Parkey of New South Wales. So the New Zealander, she's laid down the challenge to Sienna Farrell. So it's New Zealand's going to hit the straight in front. Sophie Hancock. Can Hancock hold off the fast finishing Farrell? So Hancock, Farrell's now winding up with 50 metres to go. Hancock's led for a long way. Little stutter over the last. Hits it, but recovers. Farrell gets to her shoulder. Farrell, Hancock. It's going to be Sienna Farrell, 62-31. Hancock through for second. The Victorian will get third. That was Erin Foley. But Sienna Farrell, back-to-back national champion over the 400-metre hurdles. And what a great fight was put up by Sophie Hancock in the early stages and right through to the last flight there. But 62-32 for Sienna Farrell. Sophie Hancock of New Zealand, 62-47. Erin Foley, 64-13. And Talan Parkey, I apologise, 65-33 will get the Australian bronze medal. But your winner, the under-18 women's 400-metre hurdles, no doubt about it, Sienna Farrell, Victoria.
Very impressive, Nick. Back-to-back, not easy to do.
Look, she was, hasn't had the preparation she wanted coming in. It's been an interrupted season, so she'll be happy to take the national title. I don't think they were hunting that standard of 60 seconds flat. It's a reasonably tough standard for the 18-year-olds. Not far off the old under-20 standard, in fact. So I think she was very happy with the gold medal around her neck. I liked her, as I said, I mentioned Dan before. I was chatting to Dan the last couple of days, and she's going to spend some time focusing on athletics this winter, just play school footy. So,
which we love.
Yeah, which is good. So, still keeping her finger in both pies rather than letting one go, which we know is a tough decision for all these talented athletes. And then Hill there for the first time. So Hill was the bronze medalist last year twice. She's just outside, and Butcher, she's had a big day. Mitch, the family group chat will be going off.
Unfortunately, not in any Butcher family group chats, but probably some of the Butcher family probably don't even know that we're related, but we are. And Amali, she's had a big day, so a great competitor is Amali Butcher, second cousin of mine. And a big shout out to the Butcher clan, wherever you are. I know a lot based down in that Geelong area, so big shout out to you guys. Now, Nick, I'm going to step out of the box again briefly. So for all you watching, keep in mind, this could mean that there's an Australian record on the way. It'll be very brief.
Thanks, Mitch.
But if the omen shows anything, someone here might break a national record. And if that happens, then there's something going on in the universe.
Well, I don't think... I'm going to check this one, but I reckon the national record here, I probably imagine, is a Pittman record, and I don't think the favourites here are going to take down... We have seen a Sally Pearson record go today, so I never say never, but I don't think Yana Pittman's 56.23 is going to go here, considering the under-18 girls ran 56... I think they ran 56.1 for the 400. No, they didn't. They went 54. So maybe we'll just stick a couple 10 hurdles in and see if they can go 56. But yeah, as I said, we saw a Sally Pearson record go earlier. This one's a Johanna Pittman record, a phenomenal record, 56.23. Of course, she won the double in her day at a World Youth level. She won the under-18 400 and 400 metre hurdles. So after this race, we're also going to be thrown down for a short announcement, but on your start screen, you can now see the under-17 400 metre hurdles final start list. And it's a quality final. Ellie Barnett, New South Wales in 2. Caitlin Brennan, New South Wales 3. Shakira Harding, Victoria in 4. Madison Naish, WA in 5. Lily Bella Hilly, Victoria in 6. Jamison Lander, Victoria 7. Miller Roberts, Queensland in 8. And Alicia Mustapik, New South Wales in 9. Some good genetics in the Harding family here. Of course, mother Sonia Brito, Commonwealth Games finalist twice over the 400 metre hurdles. So from the inside, Barnett, Brennan, Harding, Naish, Hilly, Lander, Roberts and Mustapich. Out wide, it looks to be Miller Roberts, who's taken the stagger quickly on the outside runner. And the one inside moving very quickly, Shakira Harding. So Shakira Harding, the Victorian. She's putting the pressure now on her Victorian teammate in Hilly. In between them, you've got the West Australian in Naish. So Naish was impressive in her heat, so was Harding. And at the moment, they're going to go 1-2 through flight number 5 with the tall figure of Hilly, the main threat to these two. But it's Harding. She's now put 8 metres on the field. Harding gets to flight number 7. She looks terrific. Naish chasing hard from WA and the tall Hilly. But they've got work to do to catch. Harding to Victoria. So she has a little stumble at hurdle 9. Naish is going to come at her one more time. Hilly's in 3rd. But Shakira Harding's going to hold it off. Her mother, Sonia, was a 2-time Commonwealth Games finalist, and Shakira Harding goes 61.97. Oh, flown home for 3rd. There's going to be Roberts, I think, just getting Hilly on the line. The Brisbane Athletics stable get excited. But out in front, Shakira Harding, some awesome genetics in that family. Of course, as I said, the daughter, Sonia Brito, Commonwealth Games finalist twice over that same race, and she's been a victor there in 61.96. Madison Naish 2nd, 63.24 from WA. And Miller Roberts has stolen the bronze on the line with a 65.44 to take it from Hilly by 0.02 of a second. So, incredible action there. We saw Shakira Harding. She actually, for the first time this weekend, had me lose my voice. So I apologise for that. I went croaky on hurdle number 9. It was bound to happen. Shakira Harding, 61.96, the winner. Madison Naish, gutsy 63.24. And Miller Roberts, very new to the event. Probably more a distance runner, but stepping down to the full hurdle, 65.44. And very shortly here on the screen, we're going to be throwing down to. So we're going to throw down now to Brian Rowe, who is trackside, for a special announcement.
You're going to speak about me.
ladies and gentlemen, just past the finish line, you will see Brian Rowe and some special guests, and he has a special presentation, so I'll throw it down to Brian.
The performance witnessed from our Australian athletes, coaches and officials in 2022 highlight just how bright the future of our sport is. What was particularly exciting was the plethora of incredible moments for our judging panel to reflect upon when selecting the recipients for the Athletics Australia Awards for 2022. It is very clear that we currently have a strong cohort of athletes, coaches and officials, and we are confident that each group is only going to lift further over the next decade as we make our way from Bathurst earlier this year to Brisbane 2032 via Ballarat in 2026. Athletics Australia congratulates each of our winners on their achievements, and we look forward to seeing what can and will be achieved as we look forward to another international season in 2023, punctuated by the World Athletics Championships in Budapest and the World Para Championships in Paris. We are honoured today to have three of the recipients of the 2022 Athletics Australia Awards with us. One of the brightest stars of global junior athletics, Caleb Law, was a bronze medalist in the World Under-20 Championships in Cali, Colombia last August in the 200 metres. Without question, the highest quality event contested at those championships. In doing so, Caleb claimed his first global medal at the youthful age of 18, just a few days after making his Australian senior team debut at the World Championships in Oregon, a worthy recipient of the Male Junior Athlete of the Year. Caleb may not have reached such heights at an early age without the guidance and support of his coach, Andrew Iceland, who also joins us here today as the recipient of the award for Coach of the Year for Junior Athletes. Andrew is rightly celebrated for lifting Caleb to such an impressive level so early in his career. Kelsey Lee Barber has claimed the crown for Able-Bodied Female Athlete of the Year for the second time, winning the Marjorie Jackson Award, having first claimed the honour in 2019 after her surprise victory in the javelin at the World Championships in Doha. It was way less of a surprise when she became the first woman in athletics history to win consecutive javelin titles at those same championships in Eugene last year. Supplemented by her come-from-behind victory over teammate Mackenzie Little in the Commonwealth Games at Birmingham 2 weeks later, one of the few athletes to achieve that double in 2022. Kelsey was adjudged the winner in the most closely contested category of this edition of the Athletics Australia Awards. The winners of all categories will be announced by media release this afternoon, highlighted by the revelation of the recipient of what is emerging as the most prestigious accolade within the awards, the Bruce McAvaney Award for Performance of the Year 2022.
So congratulations to our winners here of the Athletics Australia Awards, and Brian Rowe for presenting as well. So up the back straight, it is our men's Para 1500. 6 men will go off, 7 men will go off in this field. We'll have those names for you shortly. They'll pop up on the screen. But once we roll through these 1500s, we'll then get into some 100-metre finals. And we will bring that to you very shortly. So a special guest in the commentary box will introduce after these Para 1500s. And this will bring towards the end of our Australian Junior Athletic Championships. So, men's under 17 para 1500 on the track here. I'll read them out to you as they go, and I'll introduce our special guest after this 1500. They're on the line. Names on the screen now: Leopold Reeve, Archie Dixon, William Short, Kai Davenport, Hayden White, Nick Kane, and Dominic Baker. This will be your men's under 17 para event. The important thing to note, we've said it all these 4 days, is that with the paras, it's an accumulation of points and percentages that dictate these medals. So whoever's first across the line doesn't necessarily mean they will be the champion. And we will read those out as they make their way through this 1500 metre event. So pretty hot out on the track here. There's no wind. It's just pure heat. It's pure Brisbane heat, which just hits different realistically. If you're from these southern states, you're not used to this sort of nice weather this time of the year. It really can catch you off guard. Quite a few here from Victoria, the ACT, New South Wales, a couple of Queenslanders who I'm sure will take advantage of this. But our under 17 men's para 1500, some big waves to the crowd from the other side of the track. Ambitious to the parents and coaches in the grandstands. Here we go. So away now in the men's under 17 para 1500 championship of Australia. We'll let them sort themselves out along this back straight. The 7-man field will make their way around this 3 3/4 lap event. So the men's para under 17, 1500, they'll string themselves out. The top 3 will give themselves plenty of real estate to find a good position. 3 behind now are just going to jump on this pace. It's the Queenslander, the first to do it. And maybe Nick Kane, who's going to follow Hayden White. So out in front here, it's Archie Dixon of the ACT, closely followed by Kai Davenport, the Victorian. Behind him, his fellow statesman and William Short. And then in the middle of it all will be Nick Kane. Behind once more is Hayden White. And also from Victoria, it's Leopold Reeve. So also making his way into this home straight for the first time, it's Dominic Baker from New South Wales. But out in front from the nation's capital, he's our man in Archie Dixon. So we'll get the split through the first 400. 72 it is. So 3-minute K pace here, or just a fraction over if we want to deal in the minors. In this home straight here too as well from New South Wales, it's Dominic Baker. So Baker will come down here. Out in front though from the ACT, it's Archie Dixon. Behind him now moving are these Victorians. They'll work together here, William Short and Kai Davenport. So they're going to get on the back here of Archie Dixon. It's Dixon, Davenport, Short. Further back, it's the 2 Queenslanders in White and Kane. And so Archie Dixon it is that leads it out. Behind him there, right on the shoulder, is the Victorian in William Short. Davenport not too far away behind him there either. It's Kane from Queensland. Then it goes White. Further back, Reeve. Through 400, or nearly through 400 here is our New South Welshman in Dominic Baker. So Baker hits the clock through 400. That's 2:24. for his opening lap. Coming around the back straight now, though, the Victorians had enough. So it's William Short. He's just going to go right around the ACT man there. In Archie Dixon. Now it's Kai Davenport. He's going to get on the shoulder of Dixon and maybe even just move past him here. So Nick Kane, Hayden White, then back to Leopold, Reeve. And through 400 from New South Wales, it's Dominic Baker. So Baker, a 10.38. He's in the realm of possibility of getting under that here for the 1500. But out in front, he had enough of sitting behind there. It's William Short of Victoria. He's got the fastest time, only by a matter of seconds, ahead of Leopold Reeve, who's a little bit further back here. And the man making the biggest move, his fellow statesman in Kai Davenport. So Davenport, he's going to open up a little slot there on the inside. The first to take it is Nick Kane. So Nick Kane now moves his way into it. It's William Short gets the bell. Kane then followed by Davenport. A little further back there is Dixon. Now starting to move there is Reeve. And he's just going to get on the shoulder of White. So around through 600 metres into this race as well is Dominic Baker. As I said, a 10.38 to his name. So we'll keep a close eye on Baker. But up this back straight, nothing disputing the fact that William Short is out in front. The man chasing, though, and man chasing with passion is Nick Kane, the Queenslander. So Kane was a fair way back. He's now brought himself into 20 metres off the front. Obviously, this goes down to percentages as well. But these two up the back straight, it's going to be Short. Dominic Baker in this home straight here at the moment from New South Wales. He'll have 800 metres to go. But with 200 now, it is going to be William Short of Victoria. Done a lot of work, the Queenslander, and Nick Kane as well. He came from a bit further back in the field, but now he starts to lift. So Kane, the Queenslander, behind the Victorian in Short. It comes down to percentages, obviously, at the end of this. But the Victorian is going to go down and give himself the best possible chance of being the national champion. So William Short of Victoria, he'll come down and hit the line first. Watch the clock. This will be a personal best. 4:41 on it there. It's Nick Kane now too, a personal best. Moving through quickly is Kai Davenport. So Davenport it is, takes it there in third. We'll wait on the percentages. Leopold Reeve was bold to get to the line. Hayden White now, and behind him, Archie Dixon. So that's 6 through. Dominic Baker of New South Wales out here. And he will have 700 metres to go. Will Dominic Baker of New South Wales. So, again, this comes down to percentages, and that's worked out by our officials after this race. But up the back straight, it's all Dominic Baker. As I mentioned, we'll roll into some 100-metre finals after this with somebody who knows a lot more about sprinting than me joining us in the commentary booth. So up this back straight, it's Dominic Baker from New South Wales. He's got a 10.38 time to his name here, Dominic Baker, as we mentioned. And I keep saying it, I'm really hyping it up. It's like a present on Christmas Day to a kid. It's, don't go anywhere because there's something special about to come onto the commentary, I promise. I've been here for 4 days. I'm telling you, they're sick of listening to me. They're going, please get this bloke off the stream, for God's sake. Dominic Baker from New South Wales, though. It's important to note how fast this young man is going for himself. It's 6:26 on the clock. Dominic Baker is in the T37 category here. And he's a 10.38, 1,500-metre runner. So I think, this is just quick math, doesn't mean it's correct math, but I think Baker is on track to get around that time. This is his second last time he'll round into the bend for Dominic Baker of New South Wales. So second last time we'll see him in here. As I mentioned, he's a 10.38, 1,500-metre runner, and on the naked eye, I think he's on track for that at the moment. So Dominic Baker, you'll see him come around one more time after this. He started to find his rhythm probably about 500 metres ago, did Baker, and he's going to want to continue on with it here. So our T37 athlete out there, Dominic Baker, fighting on strongly. So 10.38, keep in mind, is his time coming into this event. Dominic Baker now, he'll hear the sound of the bell. So let's dress it up here. 10:38 is his personal best. He's got 3 minutes and 6 seconds to get under that, does Dominic Baker. So he'll have 380 metres to go here. Our man from New South Wales. We've got high jump going on, javelin, 100-metre finals. Not far away either. It won't just be me here calling those home. We'll wait and see who's jumping in. But Dominic Baker, he's got 350 to go now. So Dominic Baker, 300 metres to go. 8:27 on the clock for Baker. Under 17 men's para 1500. And a bit of pace now up the back straight from Dominic Baker. So he's heard the call. 8:41 it is at the moment on the clock. 10:38 runner is Dominic Baker. Men's high jump in full swing at the moment out there. So too the women's javelin, men's shot put. It's all happening. But 200 metres to go now. 9 minutes on the clock for Dominic Baker. He's right around that 10:38 marker, I think. I wouldn't want to be wrong. A Tasmanian clear down there in the high jump. Happy with it too. So Dominic Baker, 180 metres to go. Our T37 athlete from New South Wales will get a good reading on Dominic Baker with 150s around the water jump now, the steeplechase water jump, that is. And he will come into this home straight for the last time, will Dominic Baker. So T37 athlete Dominic Baker, 9:47 it is on the clock. I've been saying it throughout this race. 10:38 is his time to beat. So Dominic Baker now from New South Wales. A big round of applause. Oh, that 10:38. He's going to make a mess of it, is Dominic Baker. So Dominic Baker of New South Wales, he'll come down and he will smash that 10:38. 10:10 it is for the young man. So we'll wait on the points and the percentages here to find our national winner. It salutes the crowd who's behind him there. Dominic Baker it is. The men's under 17 para 1500. You can see the blocks being set up. The 100-metre finals are up next. And these are going to be some show-stopping 100-metre finals at that. So we'll take a quick break here. After this, we have the first of our 100-metre finals. And I'm joined by a very special guest. Don't go anywhere. You're going to have to come back after the break to find out who it is. We'll throw to it now. Don't go anywhere here on 7+.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
So we're back here for the 100-metre finals. I promised you a little bit of something, and I said you don't have to listen to me as much anymore because we've got a 100-metre expert sitting right here next to me. Pre-Masters, good afternoon to you.
Hello everyone, it's good to be here.
How are we feeling here? How does it feel to be on the other side of the 100 now? You actually just get to watch and observe. That's got to be a nice feeling, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's interesting. I actually really like watching. As much as I get the itch to be out there, it's really cool to be on the other side of it.
We had Nah here yesterday. You two know each other quite well, and she was talking about just how it is a little bit difficult to be so competitive and have to watch on the sidelines, but she gave us some very valuable insight yesterday. I'm sure you'll have the same here on the track. Our women's under 17 100 metres, and how important is this age group in the development of these young women moving forward?
Yeah, quite important. I guess this is the age group where it's like you're going on to the senior levels next, so you've really got to step it up. So put your best out on the track.
Wants to watch. Isabella Wing won the heptathlon. She's going to go out of lane number 5. Grace Krause has been unstoppable here. She's on her outside shoulder in number 6. The Pride of Mackay, Michaela Webb, she's out at number 7. And Isabel Palmer out of number 4. Geez, you look all across the track, it's talent. In the hands of the starters, women's under 17, 100 metres. So we're away here. Krause did well. Webb now trying to get into it, but it's all Krause in the middle of the track there. So it's Grace Krause now starting to move away. How fast can she go? Krause will hit it. 11.90. So Grace Krause it was. We'll wait for the adjustment there. But the under-17 national championship will go the way of Grace Krause. 11.91 officially on the clock. Shari Herdman of New South Wales takes the silver in 12.11. And the bronze medalist, Michaela Webb of Queensland, 12.11 as well. So very close to finish there. Bree, what did you make of that?
She executed that race amazingly right from the beginning. Excellent start. Stayed strong through the middle and really, really held her own at the end, right to the finish line. It was really impressive.
So Grace Krause just going from strength to strength, and look at the battle for the medals behind there. On the outside did so well was Shari Herdman, and Michaela Webb comes through for the bronze. So 11.91 flying here in the women's under 1700. So results ahead of us here. So Grace Krause 11.91, Shari Herdman 12.11, Michaela Webb 12.11 as well. Goes down to the thousands, and Ebony Onkongwu, well, she'll be 4th there with a 12.14. So on the track next, our women's under 18 100, and plenty of talent in this one. So okay, cool. We're not in the bowl now. It's hard to tell sometimes when we're over the stadium and not, but plenty in here. Women's under 18, Grace Kelly, Zara Hagan, Evelyn John Jimmy. So a couple of these girls have the qualifier for the Youth Commonwealth Games team a little bit later this year. I don't know if you've watched any of these ladies compete at all, Bree, but the starting pace of Evelyn John Jimmy and Grace Kelly in 5 and 7 is going to be devastating. And for these girls, I suppose, how important is it to execute the best part of your race, or is it more important to improve on the worst part of your race?
Oh, that's a tricky one. For me, the worst part of my race is definitely my start, and it's something I definitely put a lot of focus on because I know that that's where I can improve the most, but then I don't want to pull away too much from my strengths, which is my top end, so I still want to put a lot of focus into that. So I think it's easy to get lost in not focusing on your strengths and then focusing too much on your weaknesses and then losing your strengths. So it's hard to kind of put it all together, but you've got to focus on both just as much.
Bit of a catch-22 then, isn't it? I mean,
yeah.
The start list is up here. So Grace Ainsworth will go out of lane number 2. Georgia Campos, New South Wales, number 3. Olivia Dodds, number 4. Grace Kelly, we mentioned, out of number 5. Zara Hagan out of number 6. Evelyn John Jimmy out of number 7. Summer Harrison out of number 8. And Delta Amidovsky out of 9. Delta Amidovsky just broke the Australian record in the hurdles as well earlier.
That was impressive. I did see that on social media.
Unbelievable racing.
Really good.
And what's the thought process heading into a national sprint final? What do you think will be going through the minds of our young women out there now?
I think right now they're just going to try and focus on what they need to do and how to perfectly execute their race, because in the end it is 100 metres. It all happens so quickly because you can make one mistake and the race is kind of over. So
blink your eyes and you'll miss it. I could not even tell you who to look at here. There's just talent everywhere. But through the middle of the track, Dodds, Kelly, Hagan, John Jimmy, Harrison. John Jimmy probably the best starter. The next one, Zara Hagan. All in on the 100, pulled out of the 2. All jumped really well there, did Summer Harrison. Now John Jimmy trying to get into it. Zara Hagan from Queensland starting to move, and Olivia Dodds on the inside now. So here comes Zara Hagan, all in on the 100. Watch the clock. 11.75 for the Queenslander. Zara Hagan, 11.75. And most importantly, she's a national champion. Well, that has been adjusted to 11.60. So a big adjustment there from the clock, but officially 11.60 for Zara Hagan. Silver medal goes the way of Olivia Dodds, 11.72, and Grace Kelly of Victoria, 11.74, is the bronze medalist. So under that youth Commonwealth Games qualifier again at the front of the field, Zara Hagan, your national champion for the under-18 100 metres. You look here, Bree, just a perfectly executed race there by Hagan. Amazing.
She's so strong through the middle and even at the end. Excellent top end, super, super impressive. I can't wait to see what the future holds for her.
So Olivia Dodds, the Western Australian, probably the best to jump on the inside there, and nearly pulled off the victory there from Hagan.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's, the first to jump isn't always necessarily the last to finish, the first to finish, sorry. So, yeah, it can really change.
So great racing there from our women's 100. We're back here purely on the stream. God, 100s just amaze me. That top end speed is just seriously something else. Blows my mind every time. Zara Hagan, 11.75 hit the clock. It's been rounded down to 11.6, plus 1.1 wins, so not bad running there. 11.72 in silver for Dodds. Grace Kelly, the Victorian, 11.74, so right on that qualifier as well. Selectors have their work cut out for them to head over to the Youth Commonwealth Games. Bree, what was your first Australian team that you made?
In track and field?
Yeah.
The World Championships for a major level. I did race at the Oceania Championships just before that, but yeah, World Championships was my first.
That's not last year?
Yes.
Truly, Eugene?
Yes, so for those who don't know, I used to be in surf lifesaving, and I've only been in the sport for 3 and a bit years, so I'm very new to athletics still, even though I feel like I've been here forever. Yes, so that was my first team, and then on to the Commonwealth Games a few weeks later.
Wow, that's what an incredible 2022 you had then. How did you find that adjustment really from the beach sprinting into the track? Is it incredibly difficult? Were there a lot of similarities? Sort of, what was it really like?
Yeah, definitely a lot of similarities. I think in my training, I was still training on the track or the grass, even though I was competing on the beach. But what I found most difficult, and still difficult, is just changing my technique to suit the track better. Now I've got a track to work with bounce. I can use the ground as force, where on the beach it's completely soft. It's knees up, stay on top, and skim across the sand. So as much as it looks very similar, it is very different. And yeah, for me, as I said, my block start isn't the strength of my race, and I'm still trying to learn how to use the ground as force and change my angles from what I'm used to on the beach.
When you talk about changing your angles, what exactly do you mean by that?
Look, I couldn't even tell you. I'm about to get into the biomech lab downstairs tomorrow and work on those weaknesses. But yeah, I've got lots of great professionals around me to help me with that.
Now, obviously coming from that beach running background, you're just mentioning it's very different. You're at Stall last week. Is it similar on that grass to beach running? Is that close or not really?
No, there's nothing that compares to sand.
Yeah,
it is like hard work the entire way. It is lactic. It is, you just don't hit the top end that you hit on the track. And now I love the speed that I get on the track, because I never felt that on the beach. But
it's got to be refreshing, doesn't it?
Yeah. But grass it sits in between, and it's funny because last weekend I found myself complaining about how soft the grass was because it was wet. But I was like, I used to run on beach. Why am I complaining about soft grass? But now I'm so used to the track. It's definitely different.
Oh, what a transition that is. Was there a moment? Was it like did you do Little Lass growing up, or you just wanted to get back into it? What was the defining factor that separated you or moved you across?
Yeah, so I did Little Lass from when I was 6 years old, I think, down at Port Hacking in Sydney. So I'm originally from Sydney. I did lots of sports when I was a kid, surf lifesaving being one of them, dancing, so forth. And then I just decided to pursue surf lifesaving. I think I had better friends. I enjoyed the beach. But I still competed in school right up until the end of year 12. And then moved up to Gold Coast to pursue it competitively. And then in end of 2019, I met my partner, Matt Rizzo, and he's in track and field, and he convinced me to come up here and do a track race, and that's where it all started.
Wow.
I ran 11:63, and I was like, let's go.
So we're going to thank Matt Rizzo out there for bringing Bree Masters to athletics.
That's correct.
So, Matty, thank you very much. He competed. He was pretty delighted with himself at Stall the other week.
Yeah.
I heard him on the interview say he wasn't expecting to get through to the final, but a previous winner, obviously, he knows how to go through the motions at Stall.
Yeah, exactly. It was his
how
fourth
important's
final.
Matt for you, obviously?
Yeah, super, super important. He's like my number one supporter. And it's so good to have him by my side. And we do the same thing, so we just kind of push each other through it. But yeah, he's the best.
Athletics power couple, I'm calling it here. Matty Rizzo and Bree Masters. Hey, next up on the track is our men's under 17 100. We're about to see the start list ahead of us here. Now, this is my favourite name in athletics, Bree, Billy Blair. I just can't get over that. I've been calling him Billy Flair, so I hope his family doesn't mind. But Kai Gale's going to go out of lane number 2. Taurus Triano, or Traino, I should say, out of lane number 3. John McDonald out of lane number 4. There he is, Billy Flair out of lane number 5. Dylan Hall, number 6. Blake Byers, number 7. Benjamin this one always gets me. Korotki out of number 8. And Elias Oldfield from Victoria out of lane number 9. So these young men can seriously get moving here. Billy Blair of New South Wales. He was the most impressive, I would say, out of the heats. It was one of those ones where it was 4 heats, so only the first person got through. The next 4 fastest times followed from there. And, geez, Billy Blair absolutely annihilated his field. And I know you don't know these athletes the best, Bree, but if you had to pick one off lane position and seed time, who do you think's going to take this one home?
Look, that's really difficult because I don't know what the wins were in the semis. All I can see is times. So, look, it's gonna be between lanes 5, 6, and 7 for sure.
So Billy Blair, Hall, and Byers. Watch out for Traino as well. He just didn't run his best, I don't think, in that heat. So he's going to try and get out there and do something special. He's going to go second from the inside of the track. I'll give it to you one more time. It's Gale, Traino, McDonald, Billy Blair, Dylan Hall, Blake Byers, Benjamin Korotki, and Elias Oldfield in that order from inside out. So away, Billy Blair got there well. So too did Blake Byers, the Queenslander, though. But here goes Billy Blair, the New South Welshman. He's outside shoulder, though, starting to get there. Hall, 10.80. Dylan Hall gets over the top of Billy Blair. And what a performance that was over the closing stages of the 100. 10.80 on the clock. And that's official. Dylan Hall, 10.80. Billy Blair there in second, 10.89. And Blake Byers of Queensland, 10.94. That'll be your gold, silver and bronze. But Bree, we look at the replay here. What a run.
Again, top end, amazing. Stayed super composed and just right through to the finish line with the dip. Incredible run.
He's very impressive in his heats there as well. He now executes and becomes the national champion for the men's under 17 100. It's Dylan Hall, your national champion. So, Bree, you were right. You said out of 5, 6, and 7. You know what? You've gone 1, 2, and 3. You've done better than Nash. You only picked one for us. You've done the trifecta. But what a run. Dylan Hall. You were talking about, not necessarily you saying you're not the best starter. Dylan Hall, not the best starter. And that top-end speed, we were just talking about it, executed and did it well. So 10.8 to 10.89 to 10.94. Here in the men's under 17, 100 metres.
The wind is really all over the place today, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's
we had a +3, a +1, and now a 0. So
is that pretty common here? People talk about a swirling wind sometimes down at Cusack.
No. Yeah.
Has a mind of its own. Well, this next race, you could talk about until the cows come home, because out of lane number 5, it's Gout, the 15-year-old. So I'm not sure if you caught it yesterday. Of course you did. Everybody in athletics caught what happened yesterday. 20.87 in the 200. He's just something special.
He's absolutely flying.
Just ridiculous. So 10, and this Nick Wall on here earlier, I'm going to put this back out there, said that Sebastian Sultana's 10.27 of last year could very well be under threat in this race. And not just from Gout. Andrew Manita of South Australia was so impressive in the 200. His 100 heat was just absolutely outrageous. Josiah John of Western Australia as well. The outside of Gout got flying, and Cody Hazler, 10.75 as well. So everywhere you look, it's talent. But this is the man that people probably tune in to see here this afternoon, Gout. And his stride length, Bree, is just something of... You couldn't teach it. Like, it's just ridiculous. How beneficial is that in the world of sprinting?
Yeah, definitely super beneficial. I mean, his knee lift as well is also insane. And just the power that he gets from the track is incredible.
So Gout, it's not like he's just an overnight success either. He was 6th in the national final last year. So he's worked his way into the position that he's in. At 15 years of age, he's got the under 16, under 17, under 18 national record in the 200. National records in the 100. If he can break this, I feel for Sebastian Sultana. He probably thought it would last longer than a year, potentially, if it gets done here. But between Gout and Meander and Josiah John, you could seriously go down here. Hey, I was asking yesterday, Bree, I know you're new to athletics, so you might not have an answer, but if you could swap from doing sprinting to any event on the track or in the field, do you have one? What would it be?
Pole vault.
said the same thing. What is it about the pole vault that's so appealing?
I used to be a dancer, so I've had multiple lives within sport. Went to Performing Arts High School, thought I was going to be a full-time dance.
What type of dance? Any in particular?
I did all of it, like jazz, contemporary, ballet, everything, but I was really passionate about contemporary.
Yeah.
And ended up back in running. But I used to do acrobatics as part of my dancing career.
Okay.
And, yeah, I can still backflip, you name it.
Standing backflip?
Yep.
No way.
I can do lots of little tricks that no one's ever seen
before.
before.
You've got little party tricks everywhere. Okay.
So, yeah, that's why pole vault intrigues me, because it reminds me of my acrobatics life.
Maybe. Could that be the next step, or sprinting's it?
Oh, I'm getting a little bit older now, so I don't know if I have time to fit in pole vault, but maybe in another life.
Maybe in another life. Okay. Contemporary dance. That would be very cool. I was saying yesterday, I regret not learning how to dance as a younger man. I'm not old, though. I keep saying that. I'm not old. I'm 27. I'm still young. I've got time, but...
Can still start now.
Yeah, I can still start now. If you hear a thud here, it's because Bree's trying to teach me to do a backflip, and I've landed on my back. So
I'll give you a spot down in the grandstand.
Oh, my God. I'm so unathletic. It'd actually be tragic. I'd probably tear a muscle. So they're on the track here now. I'd love to know the psyche of the call room of a sprint final. Is it the same as distance? Like, we've all got time in the race, so it's almost like everybody's talking to one another. Do you think there's much conversation going on down there, or just locked in?
Honestly, it really depends. For the open girls at the moment,
yeah,
we're all very chatty. I mean, some each to their own. Some like to be in their own bubble, focus, no talking. But a lot of us we're all really close friends, and the call room is just friendly.
Do you have a call room favourite? Is there a favourite athlete you go in the call room, you're like, oh, thank God, or just anybody?
No, not really, to be honest. All of them.
You just all get around each other?
Yeah.
Oh, that's lovely. Well, the athletic community is in beautiful hands. Everybody loves everybody down there. So I'll read it to you again. They're going to flash up on your screen. It's Maxwell Van Balen from Queensland. He'll be in lane number 1. Liam Kapsalis from New South Wales in number 2. Sadhil Kumar from New South Wales in number 3. Out of number 4, Cody Hazler of New South Wales. Gout, the Queenslander, in number 5. Josiah John from WA in number 6. Andrew Meander from South Australia in number 7. Josh Lotsu of New Zealand in number 8. And Caden Taylor, the other New Zealander, he'll go out of lane number 9. I feel it's important to say that the national record is 10.27. It was set only last year, in fact, only 5 months ago, by Sebastian Sultana, 10.27. And I'm not game to say it's not in the realm of possibility, so I'm game to call it that it could be. Selection potentially for the Youth Commonwealth Games on the line as well. Only 17 will get picked. I think we have now over 30 athletes who have hit a qualifying marker, so not the worst position to be in as an athletics fan to know we've got so many athletes, but as a selector, I certainly wouldn't want that job. So a couple in here with that time. I think John Meander, Gout, and Hazler maybe in the men. But the starter has them now. 10.69 is the time. Meander, John, Gout all have the time. 10.69 it is. 10.27, the national record. Queenslanders Gout goes in the middle. John, Meander. It's finals time. Jump well, Gout, John and Meander on his outside here, so the Western Australian and John the best to do it. Here comes Gout though, the Queenslander streams away, 1-2 double, 10.55, he's only 15. 10.50, Gout, the 1-2 double. Oh goodness, it's strength to strength for the young man. So, Sebastian Sultana's record stays safe, but 10.50, Bree. Watch this back.
He's just so strong through the middle, and the finish, it is incredible. Again, his stride length, his power off the track, incredible.
He's just a very unique athlete, Gout, and we're privileged to watch him rise through the sprinting ranks, not just of Australia, but possibly on a global scale. So Gout takes it out. He does the 1-2 double here for the men's under 18 100 metres. So we're into some para 100s now. But I'm always mesmerised every time Gout runs on an athletics track. So that's going to take me a second to get over. As I said, Sultana, his record stays. Here it is officially. Look at those times. 10.5 to 10.68 to 10.71. 78, 78, 79, 81. So throw a blanket over a few of those. 10.93, 11.02. Very impressive.
It's impressive to see them all under 11 seconds, pretty much. That's
ridiculous. Very impressive. 10.5 for Gout. Absolutely outrageous. It is. So, up next shortly, I think it's the men's under 15 para 100. As our high jumpers still out there at the moment. Wow. Amazing. Nick Wall back in the booth here as well. Surprised I didn't hear him from wherever he was standing, to be honest. Doesn't need a microphone, Nicholas, as he starts to pack up. Still a pretty busy crowd out here. It's a cool stadium, Bree. I quite like this Brisbane Stadium. This is my second time ever being here. It's quite unique. So, high jump update, 199 it is at the moment. Second attempts, the Victorian on it now. The Tasmanian is over, Doyle, at 199. If I could ever do another event, it'd be the high jump, for sure.
Yeah, interesting. Why?
It just looks cool. Every time I watch Joel Baden jump, I get obsessed with Air Baden, and I'm just like, ah. Oh. And then it's assumed that you can dunk a basketball, and I want people to think that I can dunk a basketball. Like, just that knowledge of me walking around, they're like, oh, he can dunk. Like that.
That would be cool for me. So the high jump, it's a party event.
Yep, I see that.
Something in it.
I was
Nick,
never...
what would you do if you could do an alternative event? Oh, here we go.
An alternative event, that makes out that I could actually be still capable of doing something these days.
Well, no, just back in your day when you were shaving
I had one
leg.
go at the decathlon.
Oh, God, that would have gone well.
It was fun. But
that would have been good.
That was mad. 400-metre hurdlers, that's what
How'd you throw?
What's that?
How'd you go in the throws?
Terribly throws. Pole vault was funny. I went over the wrong direction, supposedly.
How do you do that?
So, what's that?
How
Got
do you
to the
do
top
that?
and didn't invert.
Oh, it just went straight.
Straight through.
Straight into
Straight
it.
through, you know, Superman style.
Yeah, just the face
launched
plant
off
into the pole. Yeah.
No, look, 400-metre hurdles is for me. There was a reason 400-metre hurdles is for me.
Makes sense.
So that's where I'll stick. But look, I'm going to love you and leave you, Mitch. You're certainly much more capable of hands here with Bree sitting at the desk. And it's been an absolute pleasure, Mitch. Been an amazing championships. I know there's an hour left for you to absolutely dominate. You need Bree here for a maths, because yesterday it was all me that did all the decathlon results for you. So I'm not sure what you're going to do during
Bree,
the
hope you're
decathlon.
good with numbers. Swiftly shaking your head, no.
But Mitch,
This would be good.
An amazing championships. 75 minutes to go. Good luck calling the last few. Make sure you do those relays justice. Justice. Hopefully we can see.
Bree's going to call the relay.
Hopefully we can see the national record before we're out for you.
Well, I can't get it. I don't get national records. It's ridiculous. Nick, thank you so much for all that you have done here over the last few days. Go back and be with his young family now. So Nick Wall just brings the rah-rah, brings the energy to the commentary booth, that's for sure. Doesn't look a day over 55, Nick Wall, so he's been sensational here all weekend long. And I think on the track now, it's our men's para under 15 at 100 metres. 4x4s to end it off. Jeepers. I hope my voice holds up until then. It's in some dark areas right now. It is really struggling. It has been an amazing 4 days. But yeah, back to this stadium. It's honestly probably one of my favourites in Australia. I know it's enormous, so it's hard to fill, but it's pretty cool.
I would love to see it full.
Wouldn't that be amazing?
Yep. One day.
Yeah, one day. 2032.
Yep.
It'll be full. Yeah. Awesome. Or I don't know if we're planning on having any more nationals up in Brisbane. I've got no idea. They don't tell me anything, but it'd be cool if they did. Farewell to Nick Wall. He's been amazing. So, Bree, what does the rest of your year sort of look like, or immediately? Will you head over to the European summer, or what's the plans?
Yeah, so in a few weeks, we're competing at Oceania Relays on the Gold Coast at Somerset College. So I'll join my relay teammates there. And then I think it's about 2 weeks later, I'll head over to Japan for the Seiko Grand Prix for 100 metres. So I'm really excited about that one.
Have you been to Japan before?
Yeah, a few times in my surf lifesaving career.
Okay.
As funny as that sounds, there is beaches over in Japan.
I was going to say, I did not know there were beaches in Japan.
Yeah, that was always one of my favourite competitions in about June. And then I will look at going over to Europe maybe end of June. And then hopefully end up at the World Championships in Budapest.
What a place to hold a World Champs in Budapest. One of the most beautiful places in the world. Apparently, I've never been to Europe, but apparently it's amazing. Where do you sort of base this? Do you have anywhere you sort of set yourself up over in Europe, or
yeah,
just
still in planning.
Around?
Still in planning at the moment. Feels like it's going to be a bit late to the party there, but yeah, we've got a few locations in mind, but just trying to weigh up, cost, training facilities and so forth.
Depends on races a little bit as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, it'll be a crazy European summer because, as you mentioned, obviously the World Champs are in Europe towards, I think it's middle of August, is it not, or the end of August?
Yeah, middle to end.
Somewhere in there, so a lot of people just station themselves over there for as long as humanly possible. Worst places to be than Europe in the European summer, I'm sure, but it's very exciting.
Yeah,
Will Matt get over as well?
No, he won't be. I wish he was.
He's missed
out.
Yeah,
he'll stay at home and get to work for next season. Paris is his big goal, so
we love that. In the 100?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Jeez. That Olympic, there's nothing better than an Olympic cycle, to be honest with you. Like, everybody just ramps it up. And I'm so glad I'm on the other side of it in media and I can just sit there and eat donuts and confess how good everybody in Athletics Australia is. You guys have a series. Does the prep start now? It obviously started the last Olympic cycle, but
yeah, prep starts ages ago.
Yeah. When does it become? It sounds like a stupid question, but like that real moment where you're like, oh, now we're really in the window. Is it?
I feel like now, I guess the qualifying period opens up on the 1st of July. So when I head over to Europe, it's all starting.
Wow.
So yeah, it's here. It's very close.
It's a big qualifying period. So 1st of July.
see it there. But our men's under 15 para 100 is on the track. I'll read them out to you. It's Ryan Day, Jackson Kirkham, Thomas Mattinson, Zach Fraser, Sean Senbel Lynch, Alexander Evans, Michael Meadway, and Kane Kellett. The under 15 para event. And so just the para events going from strength to strength in Australia here. They'll go over to Paris. I think they're in July, their World Championships, but a real pathway for these young men to be able to move forward and get themselves on major teams. So you'll see here some wheelchair athletes or wheeling athletes, and others on the outside are in different categories. So there's a whole variety of different para categories. If you've never watched a para event before, they all compete against one another. It's then accumulated by points and percentages by the Athletic Australian judges, and that's how you get your medalists. So not necessarily who gets to the line first, it's on percentage. In the hands of the starter, Day, Kirkham, Madison, Fraser, Senbel, Lynch, Evans, Midway, Kellett, in that order, inside out. So we're away here. Jump really well did Meadway. Kellett on the outside. Evans too from New South Wales starting to move. Looking nice there is Senbel Lynch. But out in front here at the moment from Queensland, it's Michael Meadway. He'll hit it really fast. 12.69 on the clock. Kellett now comes through. Evans once more. It's Senbel, Lynch and Fraser as well coming down to the line. So these two will do battle. I think on the outside there it'll be Senbel, Lynch, then Fraser. Evans now going to come down and greet it to the fellow Queenslander. He gets there now. So great racing here on the inside from South Australia. It's Ryan Day. He'll come down. Look at the clock. It's 39 seconds on it. And Queenslander here in Jackson Kirkham. He'll move down to the line and greet it very shortly. So Kirkham it is here. He'll come down and get it just over his time, the Queenslander. But great racing here in the men's under 15 100 metre para championships of Australia. First to the line was Kane Kellett. We'll now wait for the percentages to be accumulated. And so he was flying on the outside there, Kane Kellett. He's coming with it. Well, this can't be his personal best, because if it is, he's blown it out of the waters. Oh, it's Michael Meadway, sorry. So Michael Meadway, they're in different lanes than I saw. So Michael Meadway, 12.69. He's broken his personal best, 13.09. Then it was Kellett, 14.77. Then Alexander Evans of New South Wales, 15.73. Senbel, Lynch, Mattinson, Fraser, Day and Kirkham in that order. And great racing there, and awesome to see so many people in the crowds for these para 100s as well.
Of course, and perfect conditions down here today as well.
Stunning. Stunning conditions in Brisbane. We haven't had a bad day yet. Actually, it got towards 20 degrees and I saw a lot of Queenslanders put jumpers on as though that was cold.
It's getting cold now.
There's never a cold day. I've just moved up north Queensland. I've never had a cold day in Queensland.
Well,
it's just like you sweat. It's just sweat.
You're up north?
Up north.
Well, Jake Doran thinks this is cold.
Yeah, and he's Townsville, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's further north than me.
How do you not think this is cold?
This is like, well, because I'm originally from Victoria. I'm a Melbourne boy. So, like, I was calling my dad the other day, and it was 27, I reckon. I'm in Mackay, and it was 10 degrees and raining in Melbourne on the same day. So this, to me, is just beautiful. This is perfect.
It's the place to be.
The place to be, the Sunshine State. All thanks to the Queensland government, obviously, and Queensland Tourism for putting this on, the 100th edition of the Australian Junior Athletics Championships. Been very lucky. Well, not lucky, because this is just Queensland weather. So we've been very blessed to experience this Queensland weather. And on the track here, it's our men's under 17 para 100 metre championships. Kai Davenport, Hussein Choker, Samuel Allen, Cooper Rob Jackson, Zach Harding, Liam Costello, Bailey Thompson, Hunter Laubschier, and Darcy Beckrich. These are your competitors in the men's under 17 para 100. So quite a few different categories here. So again, it all comes down to the percentage calculation at the end. We leave that in the hands of Athletics Australian officials. So they go through the introductions here. We only have an hour left on this stream for 4 days of athletics. We've been blessed. We'll go one more time. No time to sit down. There's men's under 17 para 100s to call. Davenport, Choker, Allen, Rob Jackson, Harding, Costello, Thompson, Laubscher, Beckrich. Fastest are Choker and Allen. They go out of lane 2 and 3. So a really good start there from Laubscher, second from the outside. Now starting to move is Choker of New South Wales. He just starts to move ahead ever so slightly. Beckrich of South Australia. Now it's Allen. It will be Choker though. 12.72. Samuel Allen on his outside shoulder. Well, they're the fastest in the men's under 17 para 100. We'll get the rest of the times now as they pop up officially on our screen. But there's no debating. It's Hussein Choker, 12.73. Samuel Allen, 12.80 of Queensland. 12.96 goes the way of Darcy Beckrich, the South Australian. Cooper Rob Jackson, 13.06. Hunter Laubscher, 13.22. Bailey Thompson, 13.55. But at the front of it was Choker, Allen, Beckrich. We'll wait on the points and percentages, but that's how we saw it in the men's under 17 para 100. So I don't. So not just commentating, we're handing out everything to spectators as well. This is what you get when you're out in the open. We've had a lot of people come through here over the last 4 days and share some thoughts, ask some questions, which is always fun. Haven't had anything too negative, which we love. So high jump's still going out there. It's over 2 metres. I'm just waiting for that board to flick around, but it looks like it's sailing over the 2 metre marker. There's such some serious high jumping out there. The Tasmanian, he's 80% legs out on the track. I understand that. He can dunk a basketball. I'll tell you that much for free. New South Wales on the mat next to them. 199 on that second mat. But I'm interested in this first one because our man here from Tasmania, he got over 199 earlier. So what does he have to do left? On the track, hundreds, heptathlon, 800s and 1500s, and then relays, and then you never have to hear my voice again. So 199 on it there. The Victorian comes steaming in here. Up, over. Oh, he loves it, the young man. Why wouldn't you? Pri, are you a celebrator? Do you have anything ever planned?
I have in the past, in my beach days, yes.
So not on the track?
I just haven't won anything recently to celebrate.
You came close a few weeks ago.
Yeah,
do you think about it though? Like if you win, you're gonna it's all spirit at the moment.
It's pure emotion. You don't go into a race planning how you're going to celebrate. You
say that. There's been a few here that have been definitely pre-planned.
You think? I think it's pure emotion. It's just, it's hard to describe. It's just you cross the line and it just happens.
It's the elation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Do you think? I'm just going to put this out there. Do you think we could ever see a backflip post-win?
Probably not.
Probably not.
No, I think this is a little bit extra.
That would blow the minds of athletics fans. I'll tell you that
spikes
much.
too, probably. OH&S.
That would be catastrophic. You wouldn't want anyone near you.
Yeah, exactly.
Like someone comes over to give you a hug and never doing that again.
Kick him in the face.
Yeah. Good. Bremaster spike to the face. Some people would kill for that. So, women's under 15 para 100 come out on the track. We've been talking about just how good Queensland sprinting is. It translates into the paras as well, because 4 of the 6 in this event are from Queensland. So Matilda Campling, Isabella Cormack-Gibbons, Mia Curtez. We've seen a lot of Mia Curtez over these championships. Taylor Chapman, Sophie Davis, and Sophia Vandermost. So again, a variety of different categories here on display, but plenty of Queensland talent. Well, there's your moment, Bree.
Connor Bond wants a shout out. Shout out to you, Connor Bond. Just ran past me.
I like he's in the stadium. Like he's not going to hear it.
Follow him on Instagram.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Connor Bond. Follow him on Instagram. If anybody else got any shout outs, text him through to Bree or myself now, because this is the time. This is where we're going to let him rip. Connor Bond. Follow him on Instagram. He's all muscle, Connor Bond. Jeepers, I don't want to stand next to him. Get nowhere near him. Young sprinting star in Australia. So not too many 100s left after this. As I said, we move into the heptathlon. Final events, 800 and 1500. Just carnage we saw out there a few days ago. There are a couple that needed to beat people by 20 to 30 seconds to get into the medals. They got up. Some people lost medals, some people lost points, some people didn't finish. It was absolutely hectic out there. So who knows what we're going to see.
Yeah, I don't know a whole lot about heptathlon and decathlon, but I know that last event really comes down to that. I watched Tennille Crace in the senior champs last 2 weekends ago now. And yeah, that last race was so fun to watch because she had to win, I think, from
it's
memory.
Just special in that heptathlon and decathlon. So, Mia Curtez apparently head off to the World Championship Dwarf Games in June, July. As I said, we saw her in a lot this week. She's been in the 200, she's been in the 400, she's in the 100 now. I think she might have even been in the field as well. I can't say that.
That's a lot of events.
What a
weapon.
Yeah, absolute legend is Curtez. Just flies down this straight. So, Cormack-Gibbons on her inside shoulder, Campling outside of Curtez is Chapman, Davis and Vandermost. Plenty of Queenslanders here. We're ready in the starters' hands. So we're away. Chapman of Queensland, the best to jump out of lane number 2. Campling now getting into the running, and she's even just going to go right up on the shoulder here. So Campling, the Queenslander, just starts to steam away. She does. Watch the clock. 14, I reckon, high there. Very impressive. Chapman, Cormack-Gibbons, now coming down Davis. It's going to be Vandermost, and behind her here, Mia Curtez as well. So 2 Queenslanders finish it off here. Mia Curtez just over that 30, I think. We'll have to wait for that to officially come through. 31.65, I think, might have been her fastest before the event. So we'll have to wait for it to officially come through. But that's how they came across the line in the women's under 15 para 100 metre championship. We'll now wait for our judges to do their percentages. So, still waiting here to get the official times. I'm sure they'll be available soon, but next up on the track is women's under 17 para 100. Okay, cool. Yep. I'm always trying to figure out when we're in the stadium, when we're not. So, high jump still going. New South Wales on the runway now. It's 199 clips. Got to imagine doing that 2-metre jump is always special. Another fan for Bree. So, high jump still going. Women's under 17 para 100 up next. So, we're nearly done through 4 days of athletics. I really take my hat off to anybody who's commentated or worked when it's a combined meet and it's like 6-7 days long. That would be hectic at the end of these 4 days.
That's a lot of talking.
It's a lot of talking. It is a lot of talking. Even I don't like the sound of my own voice now. It's just about gone. I think by the time we get to these sprints, or these, relays at the end, you'll probably just be hearing me gasping for air. I think so.
Do you just like not speak for a few days just to rest the vocals?
Yeah, I'm just gonna bury myself. Just gonna sit in a dark room,
watch Netflix, do nothing,
be alone with my thoughts, really reflect. So it's been amazing, and I feel like when I was an athlete, I didn't appreciate enough the amount of work that goes into meets like this, and particularly the amount of work our officials do. They all come up here and get amongst this because they just love the sport, and they're just the most beautiful people and do it as a thankless job. So if you are around meets in Australia, not necessarily just the nationals, always take time to thank the officials, because I know they really appreciate it, and they remember the athletes who are very, very kind to them. So hopefully more people get around our lovely officials out there.
Exactly. Without them, there wouldn't be an event. So
no athletics without the officials. And we need young officials as well. So if you're young and you want to get into officiating athletics, get involved. They're nice people. They don't bite after a while. So under 17 para women's 100. And our timing system up here. Oh, yeah. Actually, never mind. Bree's on it. First time
I'm not great with tech, but...
No, I was just about to throw the computer out, so you've been very quick. Hey. So I'll go through the list. It's on the screen now. Abby Pete of New South Wales out of lane at number 1. Alice Smiley from Tasmania out of 2. Kiara Post from lane number 3. Reese Pryor in lane number 4. Charlize Colwell in lane number 5. Talaya Blacksmith in lane number 6. Kira Wright in lane number 7. Cybella Wharton in lane number 8. And Coco Espy. She'll go out of lane number 9. All right, in fact, hold on. We've got the wrong one here, so apologies. No, it's right. Sorry, it is right. Just making sure here that we, in fact, had the right one. So I think we're just missing Coco Espy. That's what got me. I think Bree's fixed the computer.
Oh, I'm a genius.
Bree, you said you're bad
with tech. Not just a sprinter.
No. IT. If there's an IT company around. Bree, looking for contract work, I'd recommend you. Victorian hits at the high jump as well. So Pete, Smiley, Post, Pryor, Caldwell, Blacksmith, Wright, Wharton. I don't think Espy's there. I can't see her. Oh, you know what I love? I can't tell. I thought maybe it's the sleeves, the double like shooting sleeves, like you see in basketball. Couple rocking that look at the moment. just assessing how many you have left here, Bree.
Yeah, I just wanted to have a look at all the names.
We've got some real talent in here. So after this, we go into the heptathlon. And we were talking about it earlier, just how brutal the final stages of any heptathlon, decathlon are. But in front of us right here, elite women in the under-17 para 100. Pete Smiley post prior, Colwell, Black, Smith, Wright and Wharton from inside to outside. And watch Talia Blacksmith. So they'll come back. Just a little movement in the blocks. One to watch is Talia Blacksmith. She's 3 from the left on your screen. She's a 12.83 runner. So we're away now. Blacksmith almost fell over, but did really well to pick herself back up there from New South Wales. So now as she gets into the running, Talia Blacksmith, she wants to hit the clock fast. 11.12, 12.87 unofficially. Then goes to post of South Australia. Tasmanian and Smiley not far away either. We'll wait to get this officially. 12.86 for Talia Blacksmith. 14.45 for Kiara Post. And Alice Smiley of Tasmania, 14.64. 14.86 for Cybella Wharton. Charlize Colwell, 15.5. Wait for the rest of these times to come through. But Talia Blacksmith, she was the fastest there in the women's under-17 para 100. We'll wait on the percentages.
Nice win there, 1.9. We'd love to see it.
Beneficial. So, got out so quickly, Brie almost lost her feet out there, Talia Blacksmith. But how hard is that to regain?
Oh, that does happen. Sometimes that means you get a good start, though. Like, I found some of my best starts are the ones where I find myself catching my legs. Maybe because I'm hitting the right angles but yeah, it is hard. I mean, at the Stall Gift last week, we saw one of the males in the final almost fall over, pretty much fall over and have to pick himself back up and get going. So,
well, that was Mundine, I think, and he was coming across from touch rugby and had done athletics and found himself in a Stall Gift final. Be a great accident to fall into $40,000. So almost did it, unfortunately, with the fall. So went one better. Did Blacksmith. She regained her composure. 12.86. We'll wait on the percentages. That's it for the hundreds.
Oh.
And the high jump just clipped.
I thought he was over.
Bree was ready to go down there.
I was ready to celebrate.
Backflip in the box up there. So up next, I mentioned it's going to be the heptathlon, but to give the voice a break, to give you all a break at home, we're going to go to an ad break. We're coming up. Heptathlon 800s, not far away.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life.
So, I can't really complain about being tired because these athletes are out here finishing off a heptathlon, so it's a bit rich of me. There's 12 that are going to go off here. Now, someone did give me the points, and I've killed a small tree with paper up here. I have a bad feeling Nick Wall, when he did his clean-up, might have got rid of it, which isn't a knock on Nick Wall, but It's going to pop up here on our screen. So don't worry about the paper shortage. It's right in front of us here. So Sophie Williams leading it out. Maddie Tarabay not far away either. 1 through 9. So doesn't take much. I'm pretty sure we worked out 1 second is 14 points. So something of that caliber. So if Maddie Tarabay can get far enough ahead of Sophie Williams, she could come over the top, but it's going to take 10 to 12 plus seconds in order to do it. They're probably the only two that can swap around in terms of the gold and silver. We go back to the bronze. And sitting there at the moment is Ella Leith at 37.49, 36.67 for Khaleesi Kuiper. And we now see the women's under 16 heptathlon. So I would think, and I don't want to put the commentator's moz on her, but Georgia Feidler just has to get around this 800 to secure the gold. Charlotte Blaine. Ooh, so the interesting one here is that bronze. So Piper Todd sitting in the bronze medal position at the moment, but quite literally 86 points behind is Amaya Mearns. So don't be surprised if you see some of these athletes going out very hungry to try and bridge the gap. Ones to watch out for, Khaleesi Kuiper here in the women's under 15. Ella Leith in that bronze medal position at the moment. And what I love about the heptathlon and the decathlon is they all just get around each other at the end of this. They all celebrate. They all get on the podium together at some point. I reckon that's pretty cool.
It seems like a really team-orientated event, even though it is individual. Like, you do so many events together over 2 days. I feel like you'd be quite close with your competitors almost.
Yeah, I feel like they're all mates. And you always see them out together, or they're always, like, hanging out or on social media together. You're like, wow, you guys really are best mates.
I love that, though. You've got to be able to be friends with your competitors, you know?
I agree.
You're not really friends on the track for a hot minute, but outside,
the white
best
line
friends.
fever. It's all about the white line fever.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one likes the person who's mean in, like, the call room and in the group chats and in the event. Don't be that person. Don't be the mean person. It's okay. Hug
Share
people.
the love.
Yeah. Smile.
Support one another. Because
Yeah.
in the end,
Get around one another.
you get each other you make each other better.
You're all hurting. I mean, you're all going through the same thing. You might as well show some love. Everybody love everybody. Hey, high jump down here. Obsessed. Victorian. Love to know the height. Oh, he's over. Oh.
The double cobra?
Yeah, that was the double cobra. Haven't seen. Oh, there's the backflip.
Oh.
There's the backflip.
It's like he's listening to us.
He's got telepathy. He said, fine, Bree, if you're not going to do it, I'll do it. 2:08. Second attempt at 2:08 for the Victorian. Oh, I wish he would run up here. So watch this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bang.
Are we going to get the backflip in slow motion?
Give it to us. Cobra. Now the backflip. I don't think he landed on his feet. So I'm not a backflipper. Here we go. Bang.
Oh, I love the good old backflip belly flop on the crash mat.
He got up clean too from that.
And that's the pure emotion we're talking about right there.
Yeah, that's not planned.
No.
Except for the telepathy between you two and you not
And the
doing the
backflip.
backflip yet and him doing it. But
impressive.
do you reckon this lifts high jumpers? Like, when they see somebody clear it, do you think it gives them confidence or makes them more nervous? Neither of us do the high jump, but...
Yeah, to be honest, not sure. But I guess I could relate it back to sprinting. I mean, Zoe Hobbs going sub-11 inspired the hell out of me.
Yeah.
So,
That was
yeah,
just
like I said before,
insane.
you help each other. So once someone runs fast, once someone jumps high, it inspires everyone to jump up.
I think you were one of the first to go and hug Zoe Hobbs as well after she did that.
Yeah,
were
I've
you
been
not?
friends with Zoe for a very long time. We used to do surf life saving together, so we go way back.
If you're a young surf lifesaving fan, feel free to come across to athletics because clearly it goes quite well.
Goes deep.
Goes deep. So Kuiper, Keane, Latanis, Watts, Frank, Snow, Cook, Leak, Herring, Williams, Boss, Tarabay. That's the cleanest sheet I've read in 4 days. It's almost sad that it's ending. I've just got into my stride. So I'll leave it in the hands of the starter. But as I mentioned, so Kuiper, Keane, Latanis, Watts, Frank, Snow, Cook, Leith, Herring, Williams, Boss, Tarabay at the end of the heptathlon. So the ones to watch here, it's Sophie Williams of Western Australia. She's currently leading from Maddie Tarabay in the silver medal position. Ella Leith in third and Khaleesi Kuiper in fourth. So Not too far away is Kuiper. She's going to try and get as much of a gap on Leith as she possibly can. And as I say that now, it's Riley Frank out in front, the Queenslander. She currently sits in 8th. Behind there, we'll try and get a read on the hip number. I think that's Piper Snow of Queensland. And they're just starting to gap a little bit from there. So it's pretty well strung out. Again, there's athletes to watch here. Williams, Tarabay, Leith and Kuiper in particular. But out in front here in this 800, it is going to be Frank, who leads out from Tarabay. So she's in 2nd at the moment. Piper Snow there. Now starting to move is Cook. A little bit further out is Sophie Williams. So Williams to Tarabay is an interesting one to watch. They're currently sitting in 1st and 2nd. Tarabay will have to put a bit of distance on the Western Australian to jump up into that gold medal position, and she currently sits in 2nd, and Williams a little bit further back on the track than that. So the other ones to watch out for are Leith and Kuiper. They're somewhere in the middle of this, but out in front here, the Queenslander wasting no time, putting her foot on the accelerator. It is going to be Tarabay sitting in that 2nd position, and fellow Queenslander there in 3rd. So as they start to move around here, 200 metres to go now. Really starting to ask a few questions is Riley Frank. Tarabay now just has the Queenslander jump right up on the shoulder. Might push her forward here a little bit. It's Williams a bit further back from Western Australia. So watch the clock when Tarabay finishes and how far back Williams is. But out in front, show the respect to the Queenslander here in Riley Frank. She's going to move away. Maddie Tarabay on the inside. So too Annabelle Cook is starting to get up there into the running. So she'll come on the shoulder of Tarabay. Riley Frank, the Queenslander, though, she'll take it out here in the 800. Watch this clock. It's going to stop, but it's about 2:24. So who we're looking out for here is Sophie Williams. She's in the home straight. Now crossing the line is Ella Leith. Here's Williams. So Sophie Williams about 2:36. And I can tell you that Maddie Tarabay's run 2:25.35. Piper Snow behind there in 2:26.84. This is going to be very close. Ella Leith through there in 2:32. And Sophie Williams of Western Australia, 2:35.95. A massive round of applause for our women's under-15 heptathlon. A grueling 2 days of competition. And the toughest of tough, our heptathletes. Up next, the under-16s. Ooh, so Bree, I don't know. Again, maths, is it your strong suit?
No,
Okay.
I'm now
No.
27, almost 28. So back in my school days, I was able to drop maths in year 10.
Oh, you got rid of it?
Yes, it wasn't my strong suit, so.
I nearly failed it in year 12.
Yeah, okay.
So close.
I guess that's why I find myself in PR and marketing now, and the creative side of things.
Yeah,
Don't
use
do
that
numbers.
side of the brain. Yeah, we're not interested in the analytical side, although right now it would probably be quite useful. But I think maybe Maddie Tarabay got there, but I'm not game enough to call it in case her family's sitting at home and sort of trying to figure out where she is. But I can tell you she was 10 seconds ahead of Williams. I'm not sure how many points. I thought it was 14 seconds. No, 14 points a second. I could be wrong. That'll probably flash up on your screen soon. So we'll keep in mind. In fact, I'll tell you exactly what she needed here. So this is calculator maths, so bear with me. So she was 97 points behind. So if you see it pop up on the screen when the results do, there's usually points next to them. Here we go. So the names to look out for. So Maddie Tarabay, 7:52. Sophie Williams, 6:20. She's done it. She's come over the top for the gold, the Victorian. So Maddie Tarabay will be your national champion in the women's under-15 800 metres. Sophie Williams was tough. She's going to go home with the silver. And I don't think there won't be a change in that third spot because Leith was ahead of Kuiper. So the only ones to change are Maddie Tarabay and Sophie Williams. I told you, this last event, Bree, it's hectic.
It's the make or break.
I've just realised I should probably do the same amount of maths for the under-16 event, but there's so many girls in here. So I'll read them out to you as they start. I will do the maths. Sounded like I wasn't going to do it there, but I will. Barton, Meakin, Blaine, Feidler, Mearns, Platten, Roberts, Beavis, Condon, Todd, James, Cow, Badwell, Carkett and Griffin. These are all your competitors here in the under-16 event. Out in front at the moment, leading it is Feidler. She is in the gold medal position. Blaine in the silver, Todd in the bronze. And not too far behind is Salita Roberts. So there'll be a fair bit in this, in the final event. The ones to watch out for, Feidler, Blaine, Todd and Selena Roberts in particular, not too far away from a bronze medal. I can tell you that Maddie Tarabay in that last event will do enough to get over the top and take the gold medal from the Western Australian on points. So anything can change in this final event. So out here now, the under-16 Heptathlon 800. They're all pretty bunched up. Only a few off the back of it at the moment. And going very wide here. So willing to add some distance to the race in order to get in a good spot. It's Ava Barton. She's going to get right up on the shoulder there of Georgie Feidler. So Feidler, the competition leader at the moment. On her outside is Barton. A little further back there is Ashley James. Now on the outside shoulder is Reiki Salita Roberts. And as I said, she's in fourth. So the next one to look for is Todd. She's got number 10 on her hip from New South Wales. Reiki Salita Roberts, though, trying to move away up the field. So the three South Australians have obviously made a pact before the race and said, we'll all go together. So Ava Barton, Georgie Feidler and Ashley James, they are just moving up this back straight now, trying to get as far away as they possibly can. It's Georgie Feidler who's leading the event. Ashley James, well, she's in sixth, but less than 200 points away from a medal. So we can see that they're all going to work really well together to try and get as much as they can on the rest of this field. So a few now starting to go further back. They can understand the importance and the significance of trying to get to this line as fast as humanly possible. The three from South Australia now, they're just going to stretch out down this home straight. It's Ava Barton. On the outside shoulder is Feidler. And now moving well also is Ashley James. But coming storming home here from Queensland is Amaya Mearns. So here it is, 2:27, 2:28. They're going to keep the clock on. Mearns just flew home. Maikin now from New South Wales. Watch this clock. Coming down there was Piper Todd. Gets over the top of Charlotte Blaine. And this is going to be very interesting on points. It is very close here in the women's under-16 heptathlon. So they make their way down now. The final competitor is Indiana Platten. A big round of applause again for the women's under-16 heptathlon. And I'm out of the PA. They can't hear me now. Okay, so I'm back in the PA. So I'm out of the PA. So Ava Barton. Oh, God, now this is...
Look at them all just lying on the ground. You can really tell they all just left it out on the track, hey?
They were flying
everything
down that home straight. Okay, I'm not game enough to do the maths on this one, but South Australia, South Australia, South Australia. Barton, Feidler, James. So who was I looking for? I'm looking for Todd, but also Ashley James of South Australia. 2:29. Piper Todd, where are you? 2:35, so 6 seconds I don't think would be enough to move James up. Where's Mearns? So Mearns, 2:30. Where's Roberts? She's behind. So Mearns, 2:30. Roberts, 2:36. She could jump up. Piper Todd, where are you? Piper Todd, 2:35. This is too hectic. I think they stay the same. Maybe some movement out of the medals, but I think the medals stay the same. Oh, really? 4:37.5. Which one's your son? So, again, I'm not game enough to say what the medals are for that women's under 16 because it was so close. The men's under 16 and under 15 heptathlon 1500s, they're going to go off at the same time. Now, we've just had Blake Deary's dad come up to the commentary box. If the ACT athlete is in the under 16 event, he's leading it, Blake Deary. If he can run under 4:37.5, Bree sets a national record.
His dad did say it was a big PB, but I've got all faith.
Yeah, let's believe.
Yep, I want to see it.
Blake Deary. So I'll tell you what hip number he is. As long as my papers don't fly away. Hip number 11 is who we're looking for. So he's leading the event clearly. But if he can get under 4:37.5, he'll get an Australian record. Glad. That's beautiful parenting, just coming up and making sure that we know so we can pump him up. You'd be amazed in the decathlon, as I said the other day. I'm not sure if do you watch much other sport? Are you a rugby fan, AFL fan, anything like that? Okay, there's an AFL player's brother was here and he had no idea where he was standing. And I think because we kept telling him what time he needed, he ended up getting it and getting a medal. So a bit of pump hard that Blake Deary, he'll know 4:37.5, but this crowd maybe can come alive. And Bree, you understand that if my voice does go, you're up.
I got you.
Okay. You all heard that. You might just hear my mic randomly go off. 16s and 15s. So it's combined here. The men's under 15, the men's under 16. And in fact, there's 16 of them out there. So to keep in mind, I'll go through 1 through 6. Frost, Ferrante, Tanakawa, Anderson, Sanderson, Takuri and Dolman. They're your under 15 competitors. Under 16 is the other Frost. Dixon, Harlow, Wilson, Deary, Acklam, Gardner, Choi, Cheelan and Thompson. Now, for Blake Deary of the ACT, if he can run under 4:37.5, he'll take the national record in the under 16 heptathlon. So, Deary, the one to watch, out in front. And he is wearing number 11. And guess what? He's in the front of the race. So 4:37.5, the time for the young man. It'll be a personal best according to his dad. But Blake Deary, I think if this crowd can get behind him, we might be able to will him there. So Isaac Dixon now sitting behind. I think that may be Phoenix Cheelan. But Bree Deary, he looks good heading into this second lap.
Yeah, it's a fair gap between him and the rest of the field at the moment, and he's looking quite strong.
So 69 seconds through the first 400. That's quite quick. I think that puts him around that marker. So Blake Deary, to add to the toughness of it all, he'll have to do it by himself. So Blake Deary, 40 to 50 metres, I would say, ahead of the next man. It's him against the clock. He's got the gold, this man from the nation's capital. It's whether or not he can get the national record. 4:37.5 is what he needs to run under. So Blake Deary out in front. He's just going to go to work here. Every time he comes into this home straight, let's give him a big round of applause and will him along the line here, potentially for a national record. Blake Deary of the ACT. He's now stretched it to 70 metres out in front. So he's tough out here, the man from the nation's capital. Back in the field here, we'll get an understanding of where they're all sitting. It's Isaac Dixon in the under 16 event. The Victorian moving up on the shoulder there. Maddox Wilson looking really comfortable as this pack now starts to form. Jake Frost there, not far away either, is Daniel Harlow. The Victorian and Zach Sanderson as well in the under 15 event with the cap starting to move nicely. 2:23 it is through 800 for Blake Deary. 4:37.5 is the time we're looking for, and he's really gapping away here, Bree.
He's out there on his own at the moment. We're going to need to give him so much support in that home straight. There's nothing like racing out on your own.
It's a very tough way to do it, particularly, can you imagine, at the end of a heptathlon. So Blake Deary, he's still out on his own. The pack is sorting out behind him there, but he's so far ahead of it, he doesn't need to worry about it. He just needs to think about time. So Blake Deary from the ACT, he's been phenomenal across 2 days of competition. 4:37.5. I'll keep saying the time so that you remember it. That's what he needs to run under here. We'll get the best understanding of where he's at when he hears the sound of the bell. 4:37.5 is what he needs to run under. He's going to hit it at about 3:20. So A 76-second lap there will get him under it for Blake Deary. Let's will him across the line. He's lifting around the bend as well. Behind him here is going to be Isaac Dixon, the Victorian now of Maddox Wilson. He gets into it as well. Running really strongly are these two behind here. Now coming through as well is going to be Daniel Harlow, and moving nicely is Jake Frost. Up this back straight though, it's Blake Deary. He's been all on his own. He knew what he had to do. He would have been aware of the time, and with 200 metres, he's really well and truly in the possibility of doing it. So 4 minutes hits it. He needs to run under 37.5 to break the national record. So Blake Deary, ladies and gentlemen, I can't stress how hard this is for the young man from the ACT. His dad walked up to the commentary box. He said it'd be a big PB for him if he can get there. And he's 17 seconds away from a national record. Blake Deary of the ACT starts to get the arms pumping. 4:27, 28, 29. He'll go close. He'll go better than that. It's a national record. 4:34. Blake Deary, tough as nails. He'll win the event and he'll break the national record. Blake Deary of the ACT it is. Maddox Wilson here from Victoria starts to move. Outside of him, Isaac Dixon gets there. ACT 1-2 there. It's Jake Frost now from Victoria. Behind him is going to be Choi. Moving really nicely from Queensland was Anderson. And now it's going to be Zach Sanderson of Victoria. Not far away is Daniel Harlow of Queensland. They continue to come down to the line here. Big round of applause for all of our competitors. How about this kick from Harrison Dolman, the Victorian? He comes down to greet it with authority. Turkey there behind. Starting to move through now is also going to be Ferrante Tanakawa. And the final competitor of the under 15, under 16 as well, combined heptathlon is our Victorian. And he'll be tough here. I think it's Jake Frost. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is your final competitor here in the men's heptathlon. It's going to be Cooper Acklam. He greets it now, 5:51. But Blake Deary, in the under 16 heptathlon, will wait to be officially confirmed, but we believe a national record. Oh, Bree, that's cooked me.
I can't believe he did it.
That's got me.
That was amazing.
I thought you were stepping in. I thought, Bree's going to have to take over here.
I was ready to start jumping for him.
Bree was clapping in here. I don't know if you could hear her in the background.
The most exciting 1,500 metres I've ever watched.
That was the best final we've seen in the 1,500. Not to discredit any 1,500 metre runners out there, but I'd love to see his dad.
There he is, down there with him.
Is he? Oh, that's beautiful. So it gives him a big cuddle. We love that. So I'm going to say that Blake Deary's dad got him a national record, because without that crowd, he wouldn't have got there. Hey, there's going to be a break. It's nearly done. We've got some...
He's crying.
Oh, that
is pure emotion there. That is what it's about.
So we can see on the screen there, training partner's dad, Blake Deary, can't believe what he's just done. We'll go to a break with these scenes. And that's the romantic part of athletics. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
We know it's important to stay hydrated, and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.
baby. Great racing there. We'll wait for that to hit it up here officially. Zach Fraser. We'll wait to give you your time. 25.00 for Zach Fraser. So right on it there for the young man from Queensland. Great racing. And we're back. So we had a rerun during that ad break. I thought I'd get a break in my voice, but that was a silly thing for me to think. Hey, I think next it's the women's. What do we got? Now, someone correct me if I'm wrong, if you can hear me in the earpiece. Men's under 18, women's under 18, 4x400. I think that rounds it. Oh, that looks encouraging. And that's it. So 2 final race now. Bree, we did this with Nah yesterday. You've got a relay sheet in front of you. Now, even if you don't know the names, I'm pretty sure, Nah, I don't know if you're watching, feel free to send through any messages. I'm pretty sure Nah was just looking at the states and went off that.
Okay.
She couldn't miss.
It's really hard because there's no times here.
It is. Okay,
So
maybe
I'll
give you some.
pick. But Bella Pasquale won the stall gift.
She did.
Love her. Beautiful girl. Was
Yep.
in all of my races at the stall gift. Was rooting for her for the win.
Really?
Yep.
There's that
Yep.
camaraderie.
I'm going to go for Team Vic.
Love that. It's a Victorian. I love to hear that. Could you imagine being 17 and someone drops 40 grand in your bank account?
I still don't even know if she knows what's happened.
Yeah, it'd be so numbing, right? Oh.
Exactly. It's so good, though, because that money can go towards her future in the sport. You know, it's quite expensive to send yourself overseas. So if you can get that start, it's really helpful.
Without a doubt. Hey, under 15 women's Hep points. Thank goodness I called that right with the maths. Maddie Tarabay got over the top. 5,090. Thank you. I'm impressed too. She gets over 5,098. Great racing from the Western Australian as well. Just, I don't know. I'm sure it's not a frustrating feeling to, lose the gold in the last event. But, God, they both competed so well. They were so consistent. I think they rarely finished out of the top 4 in any of their events. So hats off to them. That was sensational. Maddie Tarabay, the Victorian, comes over the top of Williams. Now let's look at under 6. This is the one I wasn't willing to call. So I'm really hoping, okay, they didn't change.
You got that right too. 2
from 2. But I wish I could tell you what next week's lotto numbers will be. So, Georgie Fiedler, 49.79. Big performance. Charlotte Blaine, 46.78. Piper Todd, 46.39. There your gold, silver and bronze. Yep, because South Australia, Queensland, New South Wales. So no New Zealanders in that top 3. Platten, Crackett, Griffin, Cal, Badwell to round it out. Now I'm going to wait for somebody to tell me that it's a confirmed record if we get up that men's under 16 Hep at some point, because I'm very confident, Dad, down there, that it will be a record. But I know I called it home here in the stadium that it's a national record. But to you on the stream, I'll say awaiting confirmation of a national record. Hey, up next, 2 races left. I swear, we're going to get Bree more involved in this one. This is going to be Bree's only just learned that. So, ACT, Queensland, Vic, Bree's pick, New Zealand, New South Wales, WA. You're a Queenslander through and through?
I'm actually from New South Wales at heart. So when the Origin is on,
yeah, who do you go for?
I want to go for New South Wales. Can't forget from where I come from.
That can't sit well up here.
Yeah, I just don't voice it.
That's an internal.
No one really knows.
Yeah, it's an internal thing.
But yeah, I'm a Queenslander as of the last 11 or 12 years. So I've been here for a while now.
Okay, yeah, I think you're a Queenslander now.
And I feel like I'm going to be here for the rest of my life. So.
Okay. You've heard it here.
But yeah, let's switch it up. We'll go for Team Vic.
Yeah, come to our side. It's a good side to be on. Heptathlon under 15. Frane Tanakawa from South Australia, he holds on. It's Samuel Anderson of Queensland, and then Harrison Dolman. He was a fast finisher there. Maybe that's exactly why. He holds on for the bronze medal. And that's the under 15. Where we think there's a national record is in the under 16 event. And we'll wait for that to pop up. 49.67. Blake Deary. Maddox Wilson in second. And then it was Jake Frost in third. So they couldn't catch each other. But I'm trying to do some research here. Which, bear with me, might not end well. Hey, on the track, it is the women's 4x400. some absolute stars in this event. State pride on the line as well. There's nothing better than doing a bit of this. So under 18 4x400 women, ACT, Queensland, Vic, New Zealand, New South Wales, WA. I'm just going to call them as they make their way around, because there's a lot of names and it's sometimes hard to do. So, well, Bree goes off and does briefings, which is taking photos with young fans, because Bree's a lovely athlete and she does that for the people. Just got to get that out there just so everybody knows how lovely our athletes have been up here. Our athletes, like, geez, I'm 27. I'm the same age as Bree. She's just far more accomplished than me. But it's ACT, Queensland, Vic, New Zealand, New South Wales, WA. Start list about to pop up in front of you here. Bree said Victoria. You know what? I'm going to go over the waters. New Zealand. They're out of lane number 5. ACT, Queensland, Vic. The first to take it out, Bella Pasquale. She was one with a stall gift. And guess what? She was 0.01 of a second away from winning the women's 400 here this morning. She'll be the first for the Victorians. ACT, Queensland, Victoria, New Zealand, New South Wales and the WA. That's how they read from inside out. Pasquale from Victoria. She'll try and pick up this stagger very quickly. So will Herdman from New South Wales, out a little bit wider than that. So Pasquale picks up the New Zealanders. Ackland picks up Pasquale. These three will now start to go up the back straight. New South Wales seems to be out in front at the moment. Hard to tell until the stagger is formed. But I think it's New South Wales from Victoria from Queensland. So as they make their way around the bend now, it's New South Wales out in front the way of Herdman. Pasquale of Victoria and Ackland of Queensland now start to come around, and looking strong too is Pilmer from Western Australia. So it's really 4 in it at the moment. Pasquale now starting to pick up a little bit of space here on Herdman from New South Wales. The Victorian, well, she's going to pick it up the best. So Pasquale, she was second this morning in the 400. Stall gift winner earlier in the week, and she hands over first. So next to get it is Laity. From Queensland, it's Hanlon. New South Wales, it's Bond. So it'll be the Queenslanders, I think, that get there first. It will be. Hanlon now going to go towards the rail. Outside of her is Laity. Bond from New South Wales in third. Western Australia pushing on strongly in McNamara. And it is going to be New Zealand tucked in behind them there. So these three now have done well to latch onto it. There is Bond. She's a little bit further back from the Victorian. Queensland still out in front, though, in Hanlon. She's going to try and stretch them away if she possibly can. Starting to lose a little bit of contact now is New South Wales. Queensland out in front. Victoria rears up on the shoulder now. Laity wants to move around Hanlon. I think they'll greet it together. No, it is going to be Laity. So the Victorians will change first. Grabbing this is going to be Lily Bella Hilly of Victoria, and then it's also Phoebe Doran from New South Wales. So Lily Bella Hilly with it. Now got it is Kavanagh from Queensland. New South Wales in the hands of Doran. She's a little bit further back, but now the Queenslander Mia Kavanagh just really starts to show her strength up this back straight. Lily Bella Hilly got the work cut out for her. Moving like a bullet out of a gun is Doran of New South Wales, though. She might even pick up the 15 metres. So Doran behind Lily Bella Hilly. Out in front from Queensland is Kavanagh. A little bit of a gap back to New Zealand and Western Australia, and ACT hits the back straight now. Out in front, though, Queensland leading it from Victoria. New South Wales, they've pegged back about 15 metres this leg, and it's Lily Bella Hilly out in front. So Kavanagh now starts to go backwards for Queensland. Lily Bella Hilly bided her time. New South Wales has launched themselves into contention. It's going to be Curtian of Victoria to take it, and so too Carter for Queensland. Curtian with it now. Outside the shoulder is Penman. Curtian, Penman, Carter in that order. So Victoria leading it out at the moment. Curtian from Penman, Carter from Queensland. Got a little bit bit of work to do. Maybe the home crowd can really get her going up the back straight. But at the moment, Sienna Curtian not going to give an inch to the New South Wales team behind. Ella Penman with it now. Maybe just starting to bring back metre by metre, step by step. Queensland and Carter got a lot of work to do. This would be impressive, but it's the Victorians out in front. Curtian with it now. New South Wales and Penman got some work to do. Curtian of Victoria. Penman now rounds the bend. Oh, it's the slingshot. Curtian of Victoria. Penman of New South Wales gets up on the shoulder, moves past the shoulder. They brought it back from 15 metres, and they'll win it here in New South Wales, just over the national record. So Penman gets it over Curtian of Victoria. Carter of Queensland, the New Zealanders in Borton, a great final leg. And Western Australia now come bring it down in Papadoulis. She'll round it out. ACT into the straight now in Jessica Hassan. And she'll finish it off here in the women's under 18 4x400 metre relay championship of Australia. ACT hits it now, but it goes the way of the baby blue of New South Wales. So 3:42.47 is the Australian national record. They were just outside that, 44.37. That was set back in 1982. It's a long record.
Hey?
It's a really long record. So is this one, 1984 for the men. But ultra impressive running there, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, records are made to be broken,
Yeah.
so it's going to be broken one day.
Yeah, eventually.
It's like our 4x1 team. It's like,
you're going to get there.
yeah, it's like there, but it's like not quite. One day we're going to get it.
So your medals in relays, Bree, how many have you accumulated now?
In relays?
Yeah, in relays. In juniors, like I don't know whether you, when you moved
Oceania
across.
relays.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Is that the only one?
Yeah, and then almost Commonwealth Games.
Very close in the Commonwealth Games.
But yeah, again, haven't been in the sport.
Long enough.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
maybe lots in my junior days, in my school days.
How does
but
it feel to be a part of the relay team? Is that something that you really cherish?
Of course. I mean, like I said before, all of us girls are so close. So to be able to come together and race together, it's really exciting. Like the vibes we had before that Commonwealth Games final were just electric. It's a very special moment to share with them.
Is it, I don't know, is it very focused and serious beforehand, or you're just enjoying being in each other's company and almost taking that pressure off a little bit?
A bit of both, I think. Definitely trying to relax each other because it is quite daunting running in front of 30,000 people.
Oh, yeah.
And relays itself are just intense. It can go wrong so quickly. So,
The
yeah,
batten change always freaks me out.
it is
watching
freaky,
it.
but it just happens. You just let it happen. You
Just
trust
let
the
it
practice.
slide?
Yep.
Okay. There you go. Very trusting in each other. And that doesn't surprise me after you've only spent an hour and a half talking, but I can tell you all love each other very much. Hey, you were close there. The Victorians nearly got over the top for you.
I was close.
I thought they actually might have got it. So we'll go again. We'll get Bree's expert thoughts here. It's Victoria, New South Wales, WA, Queensland, New Zealand, South Australia. They weren't in the women's one, but they've been good here. I'm going to let Bree analyse. No times doesn't help on our sheet in front of us.
Oh, this is a tough one.
It's going to be a great race.
All right, Queensland, we're keeping it at home.
Wow, so
Let's go,
you've really
Queensland.
defected from New South Wales, what you've just taught me there.
This is home, though, now.
Yeah, this is it.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I'm still a Blues supporter.
No, yeah, 100%. Yeah, I can feel that energy.
Can I be both?
No,
Bakena Wasta.
you can't. Yeah,
I think I saw some taco socks on the screen.
yeah, that
before.
makes sense. Yeah, that's what prompted it. You can't be both Queensland, New South Wales. The rivalry's too big.
I've competed for both states too, which is funny. In surf life
really?
saving, I've competed for New South Wales and then I competed for Queensland.
Was that
It was a
beef?
weird transition.
Yeah, that's got to be.
But hey, it happened.
Hey, it's done. Hey, you can't change it now. It's already happened. Victoria, New South Wales, Western Australia, Queensland, New Zealand, South Australia. Bree Masters officially saying she's a Queenslander
I didn't say that.
and shedding the skin of the New South
Putting
Wales
words in my
blue.
mouth.
That's what's happening off the mic. No, blue at heart, apparently, although hasn't picked them in 2 relays. So, Victoria, New South Wales, I can't show my Victorian bias, so I'm going to go elsewhere. I'm going to go with the men in red from South Australia. Love that uniform. The red uniforms. Actually, Tasmania's grey is my favourite for some reason.
I haven't seen a Tasmanian
Oh,
outfit.
it's so cool. Every time I say that, though, people
say
are
it's
like,
grey?
"Oh, it's grey.
Oh, it's
Grey.
not green.
No, it's grey with like some green stripes. They've got a Tassie
that's
Devil
cool.
on there. I reckon it's pretty cool. You'd like it more if it's green. No one can see Bree, but she's got a green top and green nails. She's
it's the
colour
season of
coordinated.
green. My race kit is green. My nails
Everything
are green.
Yeah, and it's like a bright green too. It sticks out green.
Yep.
I should have worn green today. Damn it.
Missed the memo.
Yeah, I always do. Vic, New South Wales, WA, Queensland, New Zealand, South Australia. Guys, one more race for my voice to hold up. Under 18, 4x400 in the hands of the starters. Victoria, New South Wales, WA, Queensland, New Zealand, South Australia. That's it, inside out. This is the final race of these Australian Championships. And New South Wales wants to get out there and do it well. It's Herbert towards the inside of the track. He's going to put a bit of distance in the 400-metre champion in Kilpatrick. Out even wider than that is Pay of South Australia. New Zealanders looking smooth. Queenslanders got a little bit of work to do from this first leg. So out in front at the moment, I think it may be South Australia, who are not wasting any time in Pay. He's going to round this bend first. So Pay of South Australia wants to put the men in red in the best possible position. Harry Smith waits down there, eager, slaps the leg, says, give me the baton, I want to get moving. McCanstey of New South Wales will be next. New Zealanders looking good too. Victorians Kilpatrick changes first. So Fernando on the inside now from Victoria. He just gets up on the stagger of the shoulder of McCaney there. Outside from South Australia is Smith. And these three will be 1, 2, 3. Victoria, New South Wales, South Australia. That's how it sits here in leg number 2. Fernando there looking really strong. McCaney there from New South Wales wants to get into it. And the men in red, Harry Smith goes around New South Wales now. So gets right on the shoulder of Fernando from Victoria. He's trying his best to stay on the rail. It's going to be Smith from South Australia though, I think, who gets it best. Fernando, Smith. Oh, look at New South Wales through the middle. McCaney said, you didn't say my name enough, so I'm going to go right through. McCaney and Fernando, they're going to hand it off to Lafontaine Pollard and Dransfield. So Lafontaine Pollard gets it. Dransfield going to work around his shoulder quickly. It's then Man from South Australia and Taylor of New Zealand right on the back. WA not far away either in Ascoli, and the Queenslanders in Briggs. Can they get themselves into it? So have a look at the leg here from New Zealand. They've come across the waters, and Taylor says, we might just take it from everybody. So New South Wales out in front, Victoria in second, New Zealand now pushing. Western Australia go around the shoulder of South Australia. Queensland now start to move up the field, but out in front, it's New South Wales. So Dransfield from Lafontaine Pollard. Gilbert for Victoria will get it. Kitching now will also get it from New South Wales. Lafontaine Pollard, he'll hand it off first, says, give it to me now. Gilbert has it. Inside is Kitching. Not the best change from New Zealand. They got a little bit of work to do. Queenslanders now move into that bronze position, and WA behind them there. Up the back straight. The final time we'll see any athletes up this back straight here at the major championships. Gilbert of Victoria, Kitching of New South Wales. Queenslanders technically in that bronze position behind New Zealand, but out in front, you can't look any further than Victoria versus New South Wales. So 150 metres to go. Let's bring the stands down. 100 metres to go. Victoria on the inside. Gilbert, Kitching. Gilbert starts to lift. Kitching wants the championship. Gilbert of Victoria. Kitching of New South Wales. I think Gilbert's got it. The Victorians have it. 3:17. Great racing from New Zealand. Queensland gets an Australian bronze. WA behind them there. South Australia rounded out in Whitwell. And that is your Australian Junior Athletic Championship final event. It goes the way of Jordan Gilbert of Victoria. So, not over the PA anymore. So, Bree, who did you say? New South Wales?
Queensland. But
oh, that's, yep.
Is it something to do with the sunnies there, the speedies they were all wearing?
Maybe it is.
I'm all for it. But all of them were wearing them.
I know, and they all look like the really
Extra
bad
speed.
ones that I swear you get from
speed,
like 7-Eleven. So that's a fashion trend down there. Oh, they're shocking, some of those sunglasses. I don't mind the fluoro green ones, actually.
Yeah, I think they're Oakleys. I have those.
Oh,
I
okay.
buy them.
Well, then I really like them. Actually, they're my favourite.
It's honestly a game changer, the sunnies.
Really?
Yes.
They don't
you don't
rattle you?
realise how bright it is and how squinty you are when you're running.
Yeah,
So
it gives you a headache sometimes
imagine
as well.
those sunnies on the back straight right now.
Oh, you'd be prime.
Dream.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you just kick back with a deck chair, put some sunnies on, it'd be beautiful. Hey, a massive thank you to you, Bree, for joining us here this afternoon. We'll take a quick look at the results. They're about to flash up on your screen. You can see the this is what we're talking about, that camaraderie. Derry, again, waiting for the confirmation that it's a national record, but men's 4x4 Championship of Australia under-18s. Victoria, New South Wales, New Zealand, Queensland step up to the bronze. Western Australia might pick the South Australians. Well, I wasn't very good at picking all week long, to be fair, but that's how it reads. That is our final event, and that's it for the Australian Junior Athletic Championships. Bree, a massive thank you to you for joining me here in the box. How did you enjoy watching some of the nation's best juniors?
I think it was a really exciting afternoon of racing. There's so much special talent in our juniors, and I can't wait to see what the future holds for athletics in Australia.
Well, it's super exciting, and obviously we hope to see you performing well over in that European summer, and the plans come together and they're not too hectic for you. So a massive good luck to you and the qualifying for the World Champs and the relay team. You've got a lot going for you.
It's a lot happening.
It's a good time to be Bree Masters.
It's only just starting.
It's just the beginning here. So a massive thank you to Bree Masters. A massive thank you to Na Anang for joining us yesterday as well. I'll say it. A massive thank you to Nick Wall for his dedication over these 4 days. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you all these Australian Junior Athletic Championships. And we don't know where they're going to be from here on out. I know a few people have asked us. Unsure where the next few are going to be. But a massive thank you to Chemist Warehouse, Brisbane Tourism, everybody involved, from officials to staff to everybody that is involved at Athletics Australia. A massive thank you to you, to SEN, to 7plus, everything that you do. It's been absolutely noted. And oh, no, please. My absolute pleasure. Thank you for having me, Athletics Australia, and everybody for welcoming me and Nick and everybody into your homes. That's all we've got here from myself, from Nick, from Bree, from Na, from everybody involved. A massive thank you. And next year could shape up to be even better than that. So we hope you enjoy the rest of your school holidays. For those kids that are on it, the nation's best on display.
We know it's important to stay hydrated and that 8 glasses of water per day is recommended. Though for many of us, that's easier said than done. That's why more Australians are making Hydrolite part of their daily rehydration routine. Hydrolite is scientifically formulated to rapidly rehydrate faster than water alone, with products suitable for every member of the family, so you can embrace life's everyday moments. You'll find the Hydrolite range for a great price every day at Chemist Warehouse.